The sound of snoring echoed in my ears. I jolted awake, sitting upright and gasping for breath. A sharp, phantom pain lingered in my chest, as if torn by the claws of a demon from the abyss. Instinctively, I lowered my gaze to my hands, pale, slender, unscathed. The familiar, cheap scent of shampoo mixed with the stench of my roommate's socks was unmistakable. Scanning the room, I saw my chubby roommate sleeping soundly in the bunk opposite mine and the faded anime girl poster still on the wall. This was room 302 of Jiangxing University, the place I left 3 years ago, now perfectly intact before my eyes. I rubbed my temples forcefully, trying to calm down, but my chest throbbed with overwhelming emotions. Grabbing the phone by my pillow, I unlocked it. August 28, 2077, 9:15 a.m. This date drilled into my mind. Only 3 days remained before the entire world would face the apocalyptic test of digitization. My heart raced. I had truly been reborn, narrowly escaping death and returning to the world just before doomsday. The corners of my mouth couldn't help but lift. Clapping a hand tightly over my mouth, I tried to suppress the shout of exhilaration threatening to escape. During the last apocalypse, Zhao Tian and I had struggled side by side, each step a grueling challenge. I trusted him, sharing every resource I had, and trusting him with my safety. But during a devastating beast horde, for a rare artifact I had risked my life to obtain, Zhao Tian betrayed me. He conspired with outsiders and coldly pushed me into the swarm of monsters. In those final moments, I recalled Luo Chuxia, the girl universally acknowledged as the cold beauty of our school. Though we weren't close, she had risked her life to save me in that crisis, only to be overwhelmed by demons herself. My last vision before death was of Zhao Tian's cold, twisted smile. Now, I had another chance. Thinking of all the betrayals and losses, I clenched my teeth and fists until my knuckles turned white. This time, I would not place blind trust in anyone. Zhao Tian, along with all those traitors, would pay 100-fold for their actions. Forcing myself to calm down, I pulled myself out of my memories. I knew exactly what needed to be done now. Revenge wasn't something to pursue impulsively. The apocalypse would come in 3 days, and during those 3 days, I had to lay the foundation for survival. When the end began, it wasn't weapons or skills that mattered most, but money. Using the soon-to-be worthless currency of the old world to stockpile goods that would become priceless, that was the key to turning the tide. My parents died in a car accident years ago, leaving me a spacious, high-end apartment in the city center and a substantial inheritance. Post-apocalypse, property and cash would be utterly useless, the warm home nothing more than a heap of reinforced concrete and digits. But at this moment, this inheritance would be my greatest asset on the path to success. Without hesitation, I opened my contact list and found Wang Fugui's number, a real estate agent famed for having the fastest closing speed. As long as the commission was high enough, there wasn't a deal he couldn't close. "Hello, who's this? I'm busy right now." His impatient tone greeted me, but I wasn't about to waste words. "Agent Wang, it's me, Su Yi." He paused, ready to brush me off casually, but I continued firmly, "I've got a big property in the city center, 320 square meters, fully furnished. One condition, full payment in 24 hours. There was a moment of stunned silence. I could imagine the look on his face, a mix of doubt and amazement. It was a top-tier luxury apartment, worth over 3 million. Even the fastest normal sale would take months. Full payment in 24 hours sounded impossible. "You kidding me, kid? You think luxury properties are that easy to sell?" He chuckled dismissively, full of doubt. Calmly, I threw out the bait, 70% of market value. The words exploded like a bomb over the phone. He immediately caught on. This was a nearly $1 million bargain. Even flipping it once would yield a substantial profit. His breathing grew rapid. "You serious? This isn't a joke, right? 5% commission. Start now, or I'll call someone else." My tone remained icy, cutting off any chance for further nonsense. 5%. Wang Fugui's pulse quickened. Quick mental math told him that even at a sale price of over 2 million, this meant over 10,000 in commission. This was better than a windfall falling into his lap. Wang Fugui speculated privately this young man likely owed massive debts or was in colossal trouble, needing to liquidate and run. But he didn't care. Delivering such a straightforward deal to his doorstep wasn't something he'd let slip by. "No problem, absolutely no problem." Wang Fugui thumped his chest for emphasis, vowing, "Rest assured, Mr. Su, I've got clients looking for exactly this kind of property. Stay where you are. I'll bring buyers over right now, and I guarantee the money will be in your account today." The call ended. Su Yi's face remained devoid of expression. In the eyes of others, his choice just now seemed absurdly insane, but only he knew that 3 days later, this house would hold less value than a bag of rations. Su Yi opened his contact list, his finger stopping on a name, Luo Chuxia. This girl, in the previous life, was just an ordinary classmate with whom he had spoken fewer than 10 sentences. But in the end, she sacrificed her life for him. Such kindness, Suyi would never forget for a lifetime. His fingers trembled slightly, but he eventually dialed her number. The call rang a few times before a calm, clean female voice answered. "Hello, who is this?" Just hearing her voice made Suyi's heart tighten for a moment. He adjusted his breathing, trying to keep his voice steady. "Is this Luo Chugzyu?" "Yes, who's calling?" Luo Chugzyu's voice on the other end sounded unfamiliar and somewhat puzzled. "You must listen to me now, what I'm about to say is extremely important," Suyi said in a low voice. "In 3 days, on August 31st, no matter what happens, go to the school gymnasium immediately. Prepare food and water and don't go anywhere else. Just wait for me there, I will come for you." The other end of the line suddenly fell into silence. Over at the library, Luo Chugzyu frowned, her face full of confusion. Staring at the unfamiliar number, all she could think about were questions. Who is this? Was it some kind of prank, a new type of phone scam, or perhaps an odd way of hitting on her? "This classmate, if you have nothing more to say, I'm hanging up," she said coldly. "Trust me, this is crucial to your fate," so he said only this, then decisively hung up the phone. He understood that any excess explanation would only elicit more suspicion. He just needed to plant a small seed of hope in her heart. When despair arrived, perhaps she would remember his words, which might become her chance to survive. Composing himself, Suyi jumped off the bed and began packing his belongings. His roommate, a chubby guy, groggily sat up, yawning while complaining. "What's with all the fuss early in the morning? Hey, are you really selling your house? I think I just heard you on the phone saying you're selling your place." Suyi ignored him, merely stuffing fresh clothes and personal documents into his backpack. Soon, his account was credited with over 2 million in funds, yet his eyes held no excitement. Money, to him now, was just a tool. A global catastrophe was imminent, and he was the only one who was aware, the one who would control the chessboard. Well then, the hunt officially begins. He slung his simple backpack over his shoulders and walked out of Jiangxing University's campus. Taking one last look back, the campus was bathed in sunshine, filled with laughter and youthful vitality. Couples strolled hand in hand down tree-lined paths, and sweaty boys ran around on the basketball court. But Suyi couldn't help feeling that all of this beauty had only 3 days left. After 3 days, this place would turn into hell. Without hesitation, he flagged down a taxi. "Driver, to the abandoned industrial park in the west of the city." The driver froze upon hearing this. "That place has nothing there. What are you going for? Got dumped and feeling hopeless?" The driver was chatty, but Suyi, expressionless, replied, "Inspecting an investment project." The driver glanced at his modest attire through the rearview mirror, quickly deducing that he was likely dealing with a young person about to be scammed into a pyramid scheme, so he said no more. At the industrial park entrance, Suyi got out and made a call. This time, it was to Lu, a broker specializing in renting factories and warehouses. "Brother Lu, it's me, Xiao Su. The warehouse with the air raid shelter over in Area 3 of the West City Industrial Park, I want to rent it now." Lu immediately became enthusiastic upon recognizing the voice. "Brother Su? You've finally come around? But that place doesn't rent cheap, minimum 1 year, 3 months deposit plus prepayment, are you sure?" 5 years, full payment upfront, plus a 10,000 yuan referral fee. "I only have one condition, I need the contract and keys in my hand within an hour." There was a moment of silence on the other end. Suyi could clearly hear a sharp scream in the background, as if someone had been stepped on. He could feel the broker's tension and anxiety. "Brother Su, don't worry, give me half an hour." The agent on the other end promised eagerly, his tone full of flattery. "I'll slam the pedal to the floor so you won't have to wait." He repeatedly urged Suyi not to leave, lest the trip be in vain. In less than half an hour, a minivan screeched to a stop in front of Suyi, its tires drawing a sharp arc before coming to a steady halt. The door slammed open, and a slightly disheveled, balding middle-aged man jumped out, holding up a set of keys and a stack of brand-new contracts, his face beaming with utmost obsequiousness. "Brother Su, here's the contract and the keys." He respectfully handed over the documents, but Suyi didn't even glance at them. Directly scanning the payment, he transferred 200,000 yuan in rent along with an additional 10,000 yuan for the referral fee, without any hesitation. Seeing the amount credited, Lu the broker became so thrilled that he almost wanted to obtain real, battle-ready weapons under the guise of decorations. He pushed open the creaking wooden door, the faint metallic smell in the air mixed with the scent of aged wood. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with sharp eyes, sized him up immediately. "What are you looking for, young man?" "Decorative pieces for a collection," the shopkeeper asked with a wry smile. So you wasted no time on pleasantries. sharp, durable, and functional combat swords. I need 10 of your best. Money is not an issue, he replied coldly, his gaze firm. The old man raised an eyebrow, hesitating momentarily before giving a faint chuckle. You've got some nerve. Wait here. The shopkeeper disappeared into the back room and returned moments later with a carefully wrapped package. He unrolled it to reveal a variety of finely crafted swords, their cutting edges shimmering under the dim light. These are the real deal, my finest work. Suyi ran his fingers lightly along the blades, testing their balance and sharpness with precision. Satisfied, he nodded. I'll take all of them. Have them delivered to the same address in the industrial park by tonight. I'll settle the payment now. For the third time that day, onlookers nearby exchanged incredulous glances. This young man's decisiveness and financial power were unlike anything they had seen before. With his purchases secured, Suyi stepped out of the shop, his cold demeanor unwavering. The narrow alley once again fell silent. He pulled out his phone and sent a brief message to an unknown contact, phase 1 complete. Proceeding to the next phase. Everything was moving according to plan. Actually, it seems you've provided an English excerpt for translation. If you need assistance with another task or translation from Chinese to English, please provide the Chinese text so I can help. Night's on me. His last stop took him to a specialized chemical supply store. With a few more wads of cash and a cover story about a college project, he bought up a load of catalyzers for evolution and several hazardous materials, all without raising suspicion. When everything was finally stacked high in the warehouse and the heavy steel gate clanged shut, darkness had swallowed the city. The truck driver barely looked back, clutching a thick envelope of cash as he vanished into the night. The world was eerily quiet. Surrounded by mountains of food and water, with a glinting hill of steel behind him, Suyi felt more secure than ever. He drew the sheathless tang sword. The cold metal pressed into his palm. Food, water, shelter, weapons, materials for evolution, he was ready. Old debts from his past life, old enemies, this time, he was going to play by his own rules. A cold smile slid onto his lips. System, I'm ready. Are you? The warehouse basement was silent. Suyi sat cross-legged on a clean bed, a can of beef and a cold soda at his side. He opened the drink and took a long, satisfying gulp. 30 minutes until the end of the world. He absently scrolled his phone. Social apps and news feeds were going wild. Shocking. Top celebrity caught sneaking into a hotel with internet nobody. The market's crashing, experts say, don't go all in. Latest research says, staying up late destroys your memory and maybe your hair. Or kills you. Suyi scrolled past it all, watching people panic. On a certain day, no matter where people were or what they were doing, every single person around the globe suddenly saw an unshuttable, incomprehensible countdown appear in their minds. Strange, cold numbers 9, 8 started ticking down relentlessly. In an instant, panic spread through the crowds like a plague. Who's pulling this prank? Is this some holographic projection tech? Is something wrong with my eyes? We're doomed. Could this be the end of the world? Is this an upgraded version of an apocalypse prophecy? Social networks exploded within moments, as thousands upon thousands of posts and videos flooded online platforms like a tidal wave. But soon, all networks and communication signals abruptly shut down, coming to a halt. The world fell into an eerie silence in a second, leaving only the cold, ruthless countdown ticking away. 3, 2, 1, 0. The moment the countdown hit 0, an emotionless mechanical voice rang clearly in everyone's mind. Universe Trial System activated. Initializing global digitization. Rewriting rules. 10%, 50%, 100%. Rule rewrite complete. Welcome to the paradise for the strong and the graveyard for the weak. Survive, Earth players. The voice had barely finished when the silent cities seemed to simultaneously crank up to maximum volume. Terrifying screams, explosions, and the roars of monsters erupted around the world at the same time. On city streets, frail human bodies began violently transforming and swelling, their skin becoming deathly pale, turning them into the lowest-level wandering zombies. Pet dogs and stray cats in the streets suddenly grew larger, their eyes blood-red, lunging directly at the nearest person. It was as if the cold, unfeeling hand suddenly tore apart the facade of human civilization, allowing the most primal and bloodthirsty laws of the jungle to take over everything. At this moment, in a basement of a warehouse, Suyi calmly listened to the chaotic noises outside, his expression serene. He was not surprised because all of this catastrophes, monsters, slaughter, the new apocalyptic order, he had experienced it all before. Everything that was happening merely served as proof that his memories were correct. To him, this disaster was just the opening act of a game. Suyi looked down, seeing something others could not, a faint blue panel. Name, Suyi. Level, LV.0. Class, None. Talent, awaiting awakening. Strength, 9, average adult male, 10. Agility, 11. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 13. Skills, none. Equipment, none. Combining his memories of his past life with the growth of this body, his initial stats were slightly higher than the average person. The system's evaluation had already started, and the survival rules of this new world had officially begun calculation. Detected, player's soul strength far exceeds that of ordinary individuals. Talent awakening in progress. Talent awakening successful. Familiar information and sensations flashed through his mind. In his previous life, he had awakened an A-grade talent, swiftness of the wind, granting him speed far beyond that of an average person and enabling him to survive the early stages of the apocalypse. But this time, he vaguely felt that everything was destined to be different. Just as he was reflecting, a cold system voice echoed across the globe once again. Global announcement: congratulations to the Dragongzia District player Anonymous for obtaining the universe's only hidden transcendent level talent. Global announcement. Global announcement. This global announcement, repeated 3 times, landed like a nuclear bomb in the hearts of billions still reeling from the end times. Around the world, players were staring at their own panels, confused about what abilities they had awakened. In an office, someone stared blankly at the screen. Talent, keyboard warrior, F grade. Effect, slightly increases typing speed when typing. The programmer was dumbfounded. The world is ending, and you expect me to attack monsters with my coding speed? Meanwhile, a homemaker experiencing a mutated teacup dog's sudden attack triggered her talent in the kitchen. Talent, bargaining, F grade. Effect, when trading with intelligent beings, there is a tiny chance of getting a slightly better deal. She laughed bitterly through her tears. Should I negotiate with this dog and ask it to bite me once for a discount? The majority of players stared at their bizarre and even utterly useless talents with despair. At that moment, however, the system's global announcement swept through the world like an invisible storm. Hidden transcendent level? Universe's only one? These words shattered the psychological defenses of ordinary players while igniting a spark of hope in every survivor's heart. Even though the owner of this super talent was still a mystery, their existence was like light piercing the darkness. What is a hidden transcendent level? I just got stuck with an F-grade ability. Oh my god, this chosen one is from our Dragongzia district. Unbelievable. So, A-grade and even S-grade abilities mean nothing now? The new world will be re-ranked by talent levels. That's not fair. Could this person be a cheating player? Don't be stupid, this is destiny. Maybe this person is humanity's last hope. The entire world was abuzz with speculation about the anonymous figure. At this moment, the chosen one with the strongest talent was quietly gazing at his talent panel. Talent, infinite evolution, SSS grade, unique hidden. Effect, everything can evolve. You can consume evolution points and sacrificial items to evolve all your items, skills. A series of system prompts flashed through Suyi's mind, each sentence altering the trajectory of his life. You can forcibly evolve your talents with a 100% success rate, unrestricted by their level. Current evolution points, 0. Detailed evolution rules are as follows. 1. Evolution points can be obtained by killing monsters, completing system missions, or absorbing energy-containing items. Evolution points are your sole means of strengthening yourself. Traditional level experience is useless for you, and you cannot grow stronger through leveling up. 2. To enhance equipment or items, you need to consume evolution points and sacrificial items to guide the direction of the evolution. For example, to make a weapon sharper, use other metal weapons as sacrifices. To bestow a fire attribute on gear, use a fire core. 3. Evolving skills or talents requires spending more evolution points and using lower-tier skills or talents of the same type as sacrifices. The more sacrifices and the higher their quality, the stronger the evolved effect. 4. Evolving pets, mounts, or other living beings is highly demanding and extremely dangerous. Not only does it require a large number of evolution points, but also rare materials as sacrifices. Additionally, the pet itself must cooperate with your will. Every attempt carries a risk of failure, so exercise caution. The system also warned him that each evolution meant challenging the rules. The higher the level of evolution, the greater the consumption of resources and sacrifices. You must weigh each decision with the calmest mind. Seeing these prompts, Suyi couldn't help but lift the corners of his mouth in a smile. This system was incredibly powerful, but it did not come without a price. To grow stronger, he had to be as prudent as a shrewd merchant, ensuring every evolution point was used in the most critical areas. As for experience or leveling up, that system was meaningless to him. His only path forward was evolution. But none of this troubled Suyi. What gave him confidence were the experiences from his previous life ingrained in his mind. He knew where monsters could be defeated the fastest, where hidden treasure chests and rare materials were stored. While others were groping in the dark, he had already foreseen the future. The system gives everyone a chance to turn their fate around. Whether you draw low-grade or high-grade talents depends on your choices and luck. But at this moment, it seems determined to push me, the bug player, onto the world stage. Is it trying to make me the center of attention or to test if I can change the rules of this game? A hint of mockery flashed in his heart, but he didn't care about such questions. His attention was already drawn to the Manchaser Tang blade he had just purchased, a cold weapon without a sharpened edge, almost just a decorative item. Ordinary unsharpened Tang blade, white. Evaluation, mediocre materials, maybe you could use it to crack open a walnut. Suyi snorted lightly, his smile full of confidence. If it's just for cracking walnuts, then this system's ambition is too petty. It was at this moment that the cold, mechanical voice of the system rang out. Detected that the player has anonymously obtained the universe's only hidden transcendence-level talent, specially issuing the newbie blessing gift pack. Wishing you enjoyable gameplay. Beside the interface, a garish and comical rainbow-colored gift box popped up, almost like it was beckoning him to claim it. Suyi rolled his eyes. In his past life, he had never come across such a thing. Perhaps his SSS-level talent was so overpowered that the system felt a bit guilty. But, a benefit presented on a platter, why not take it? With a thought, he clicked on the gift box. Boom! The virtual gift box exploded, scattering points of light. 3 items quietly landed in his system inventory. Congratulations, you have received F-Rank Skill Book Healing X1. Congratulations, you have received Ordinary Quality Cloth Armor X1. Congratulations, you have received 1000 initial evolution points. Glancing over the items, he noted that healing restored 1 health point per second for 60 seconds at the cost of 3 points of mental energy. For a novice who had just started, it could indeed be a lifesaver. Medical resources were scarce at the beginning of the apocalypse, and any skill that could restore health would drive people to desperation over it. But to Suyi, this was nothing more than a small and insignificant gesture. The second item, cloth armor. Materialize, he murmured. In his hand appeared a gray short-sleeved garment that looked no different from a basic street-side t-shirt. Rough cloth armor, white. Defense, 2. Special effect, none. Evaluation, whether you wear it or not doesn't really make a difference. Maybe it'll buy you an extra 0.1 second. Suyi couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. This thing isn't even worth wearing. This kind of equipment offered no meaningful protection. Against a stronger monster, wearing it or not made little difference. These first 2 rewards were almost laughable to him, but when his gaze shifted to the third reward, his eyes grew sharp. 1000 initial evolution points. This was his true capital. He understood that from this moment on, every ounce of his growth would be earned through evolution points and hard work. His fate had been irrevocably altered. With this blade, everything would change. This wasn't just an ordinary weapon, it was his hope of a comeback. Suyi stared at the unsheathed Tang blade he had just acquired from the Longquan sword shop. His heart was racing, his hands trembling slightly. He could feel that this unassuming sword concealed immense potential. As long as he played his cards right, he could activate his SSS-level talent, a truly godlike start. But he also understood that from now on, every step had to be precise. He glanced at the skill book in his inventory, then at the meager amount of evolution points in his account. Suyi resisted the temptation to waste his scarce resources on evolving that ordinary healing skill. He knew how rare skill books were, and evolution points were even more precious, like a lifeline. Using them rashly on low-level skills with no potential would only be short-sighted. As someone who had failed and returned to life, Suyi had learned to remain calm and decisive. He always remembered one simple truth: true resources must be spent on things that could genuinely change fate. Now, he would personally forge his ultimate weapon. System, evolve the ordinary unsharpened Tang blade, he commanded with determination, without hesitation. The system prompt immediately responded. Confirm evolving ordinary unsharpened Tang blade, white. Estimated consumption, 1000 evolution points. This is a basic evolution, which will enhance quality and sharpness. Confirm. Confirm. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, everything changed. The Tang Dao seemed to be lifted by an invisible hand, floating mid-air. Suyi could feel the 1000 evolution points in his backpack rapidly vanishing, with golden streaks of data flowing into the blade. The room lit up with a dazzling golden light, a crisp sword hum echoed in the basement, and the air seemed to grow scorching hot. Amid the radiant glow, the blade began to reshape itself. What was once coarse and heavy grew longer, slimmer, and more refined in silhouette. Silver-white streaks coursed across the blade, like flowing light ready to tear through the dark at any moment. A minute passed. As the glow slowly faded, the Tang Dao quietly returned to his grip. When Suyi caught the blade, there was no strain on his arm. This weapon felt as though it had long been a part of him, instinctively suited to his hold. A new attribute panel emerged. Name, Blade of Dawn. Grade, Silver level. Attack power, 50 to 80. Effect 1, Armor penetration. Each attack ignores 10% of the target's physical defense. Effect 2, Bleed. When the blade wounds an enemy, they suffer 5 damage per second for 10 seconds. Cannot stack. Evaluation, a divine weapon born from the light of evolution, carrying the hope of a new world. Suyi instinctively tightened his grip on the blade. He knew too well how rare such a weapon was. In his previous life, even after a month, the strongest in the safe zones only carried a silver-grade fire axe. Now, with the game just beginning, he had already vaulted past everyone to the pinnacle. While others were worrying about how to survive the apocalypse, he could already declare to the wastelands and the monsters, this world needs new rules. Attack power, 50 to 80. Suyi murmured to himself. He knew that with a strength stat of 10 points, a human's bare-handed damage would hardly exceed 2 to 5 points. But with this blade, even a child who could swing it would easily deal over 50 damage. Moreover, with the effects of armor penetration and bleeding, the combination was nearly invincible. He wanted to test the Blade of Dawn's power himself. In a corner of the basement lay the steel plates and steel rods he had collected from the scrap market. Suyi walked over, raised the blade, and without any preparatory motion, swung it as if he were an ordinary person. Slash! With a single stroke, the heavy steel plate split cleanly in two. The cut was smooth and shiny, leaving no marks on the blade. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. It seems this blade can truly make me a hunter. Slowly raising his head, his gaze seemed to pierce through the thick basement door, to the chaos and monsters lurking in the darkness. He understood that the world now was no longer the one of the past. For most, the apocalypse meant clinging to hope and barely surviving. But for Suyi, this was merely the prelude to his new life. With the divine weapon in hand, Suyi was confident. The next thing he needed was simple evolution points. Now was the perfect time to go out. In the early stages of the apocalypse, the monsters were still weak, mostly newly infected humans or common animals slow to react, with low threat levels. At this stage, every monster was a walking bag of experience and evolution points. Later, when the monsters began consuming and evolving from each other, they would grow stronger rapidly. By that time, taking them down would be much harder. Standing by the basement door, Suyi took a deep breath and firmly gripped the Blade of Dawn. The reinforced iron door creaked open, and a gentle sunlight fell upon him. Suyi knew this moment marked the true start of his journey. In the night air, the scent of rot and machine oil lingered, as if fear and despair were about to consume the world. From the corner of a warehouse came a constant growling, a noise that seemed pulled straight from the depths of hell. It had been 10 years. Suyi had grown used to these sounds. Each night of those 10 years was marked by such nightmares, and his nerves had been honed to the resilience of steel. With no change in his expression, he took a deep breath, placed his hand on the rusty iron door, and pushed it open with all his strength. Outside, a rotting zombie shambled near the door. It wore blue overalls now smeared with black grease, and half its face had decayed into a blurry mess of flesh. Clouded eyes, like those of a dead fish, locked onto Suyi. Its long, bony, and blackened fingers lunged for his throat without warning. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear. However, Suyi paid it no mind. To him, this zombie was no different from a common fly. Calmly, he sidestepped. Then, with a quick kick, he struck its knee. Crunch! The sound of bone breaking shattered the stillness of the night. The zombie's knee bent at an unnatural angle, and its massive body lost balance, collapsing to its knees before Suyi. Without so much as a glance, Suyi walked past it emotionlessly, as though he had merely kicked aside a stone on the road not worth any attention. Under the moonlight, his gaze turned toward the distant chaos. The world had begun its transformation, and Suyi knew that his true journey had only just begun. The crimson light streamed through the shattered windows, casting a blood-like hue over the apocalyptic landscape. As Suyi left the warehouse, a group of survivors hidden behind the windows of a nearby three-story building anxiously watched him through the cracks. Inside the building, only a few individuals huddled together. They were employees of a small company in the industrial park. When the disaster struck, they were fortunate enough to be trapped in their office, now barely clinging to life. "Another monster," whispered a bespectacled young girl trembling in the corner, her hands tightly covering her mouth. The crew-cut man leading the group lowered his voice and warned, "Quiet. These monsters target noise. If you want to live, don't make a sound." Just a while ago, one of their companions downstairs had been discovered and torn apart by zombies after failing to suppress their sobs. The horror of that moment had etched itself into their minds, an indelible shadow. As they nervously remained on edge, Suyi's appearance shattered the eerie silence. "Look!" Someone just came out of the warehouse, a bold young man whispered. Everyone followed his gaze to see a young man in a t-shirt and carrying a backpack, strolling out of the warehouse as if on a leisurely hike. He even stretched his body lazily, as if enjoying a moment in his backyard. Is he insane? The bespectacled girl blurted out in shock. With so many monsters outside, is he trying to get himself killed? The crew-cut man's brows furrowed deeply, his face brimming with disbelief. Another idiot scared out of their mind. He won't last 5 minutes. To them, Suyi's behavior was nothing short of walking directly toward death. As a zombie with a limp leg staggered to its feet and lunged toward Suyi with a roar, everyone upstairs held their breath. A few closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the inevitable bloodbath. The crew-cut man smirked coldly, convinced he was about to witness Suyi being torn to shreds. But what happened next left everyone utterly stunned. Without so much as turning his head, Suyi casually waved his right hand. A flash of cold light followed, and the zombie's movements halted abruptly. Its head, severed cleanly, traced an arc through the air before landing on the ground. The headless body swayed for a moment before collapsing heavily, a spray of black blood splattering across the ground. For a moment, silence reigned. The survivors on the 3rd floor were all frozen in place. The smirk on the crew-cut man's face stiffened, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit an egg. The bespectacled girl and those around her stared wide-eyed, struggling to discern whether they were in a nightmare or reality. Did I just see that right? He took down the monster with one move, the bold young man stammered, his voice trembling as he rubbed his eyes. What was that? A knife? That speed was unreal. No way, this looks like special effects from a movie. In this instant, their entire perception of reality was upended. They could never have imagined that a creature as terrifying as a zombie was reduced to something as feeble as a piece of fruit before this man, effortlessly sliced apart. Suyi, however, simply flicked the weapon in his hand with frustration, as though the stench of black blood offended him. A notification appeared in his mind. You have killed LV.1 wandering zombie. Evolution point +1. Nodding in satisfaction, Suyi thought to himself that this was only the beginning. Today was off to a good start. His deep-set gaze swept toward the depths of the industrial park, where more monsters aimlessly roamed. To others, it was a scene of hellish despair, but to him, it was an opportunity to grow stronger. He strolled on hurriedly into the area teeming with monsters, disappearing into the blood-red moonlight. Upstairs, the survivors clung to the window, none daring to make a sound. Their eyes remained fixed on his solitary figure walking down the factory district's path. Suyi. His steps were steady, resembling nothing more than a leisurely afternoon stroll. In his hands, the silver long blade gleamed coldly, every step exuding an air akin to that of death surveying his domain. Suddenly, a mutated stray dog leapt at him from the shadows, but before it could even get close, a flash of light cut through the air. It split cleanly in two. An icy system prompt echoed in his mind. You have killed LV.2 mutated dog. Evolution points +2. Next, 3 rotting zombies staggered toward him. The blade flashed again, and in an instant, 3 heads flew upwards, collapsing bodies following shortly after. You have killed LV.1 wandering zombie X3. Evolution points +3. Suyi didn't pause a single second for these kills. His movements remained fluid and precise, without a hint of superfluous hesitation. Any monster that ventured close didn't survive more than 3 seconds. The people upstairs were in utter disbelief. At first astonished, their mouths soon hung open, unable to close. My God, is he even human? The bespectacled girl whispered, her voice trembling with a manic sense of awe. The crew-cut man, for the first time, felt cold sweat trickling down his temples. Once a military elite confident in his own skills, he now understood that this man operated on another level entirely. His decisiveness and precision with every strike were beyond extraordinary. That blade in his hand, it seemed capable of slicing through steel. A thought that defied all logic slowly crept into his mind. He suddenly recalled the global announcement. Transcendent talent, Longzia region, anonymous. The player. He gasped sharply, shivering uncontrollably. Could it be that Suyi was the chosen one who shook the entire world at the beginning of the apocalypse? If that were the case, then the warehouse would be his fortress. His presence here must mean he had a plan that no one could fathom. The crew-cut man couldn't resist placing his hand on his companion's shoulder, his voice trembling with excitement. We're saved. He's the mythical one. The other survivors, though not quite understanding the concept of an advanced-level talent, all realized that this man was their sole hope. But Suyi paid no attention to their gazes. His mind was consumed by the system's notifications and his growing evolution points. In just half an hour, he had already cleared out more than half of the factory area, and his evolution points had skyrocketed to 152. As he prepared to move forward, a deep, savage roar suddenly echoed from the dark workshop ahead. The air seemed to be sucked out in an instant, and all fell silent. Suyi finally stopped in his tracks, squinting his eyes. The target had finally revealed itself. This roar was entirely different from the earlier screeches of the common monsters. It was a declaration of dominance, like a beast asserting its control over its territory. On the third floor, the survivors held their breath. What is that?" the bespectacled girl stammered, her voice trembling with terror. Ex-soldier Zhang Wei's expression turned grim. His eyes were locked on the shadowy part of the workshop below. "This isn't good. That monster, it's on a whole other level compared to the ones earlier." The moment he finished speaking, a massive figure emerged from the darkness, a giant zombie nearly 2.5 meters tall. Its muscles were grotesquely swollen, its tattered industrial uniform stretched taut, its skin exuding a ghastly gray-blue hue, with veins bulging and coiling like snakes. What was even more horrifying was that its right arm had fused entirely with a thick industrial wrench, now transformed into a lethal, monstrous limb. Mutated Foreman, Elite. Level, LV.5. HP, 300/300. Attack, 35. Defense, 20. Skills, Heavy Strike, Roar. This string of data was visible only to Suyi. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Suyi's lips, a rare glint of excitement in his eyes. In his memory, at the beginning of the apocalypse, elite monsters like this were enough to massacre a group of dozens of survivors. For ordinary people, escape wasn't even an option, let alone confrontation. But for him, this giant zombie was nothing more than a more lucrative evolution. ATM compared to the common monsters. Meanwhile, the survivors on the upper floor had fallen into complete despair. When the monster's towering figure fully entered their view, it felt as though their hearts stopped beating. None of them believed they could survive this. "It's over. This monster. I can't even get close, let alone fight it," said a bold young man, his face pale as he collapsed to the ground. "It's too big. It's just like a creature from a monster movie." Fear enveloped everyone, each breath heavy as if the very air of hope was being strangled out of the room. But as despair consumed all, Suyi had already bent his knees slightly, readying himself for battle. The survivors upstairs could never have imagined that he neither retreated nor displayed even the slightest fear. In their eyes, he was no longer just a man, but a symbol. As long as he stood down there was still hope for the world. Every choice determined life or death. Every time someone stepped forward, it could mean saving lives around them. This was the apocalypse, where one person's courage and strength could change the destiny of many. The atmosphere in the room had grown so tense that it felt as though the air might freeze. No one could believe that Suyi still stood motionless below, as though nothing had happened. Despite the fact that the monster downstairs was more dangerous than anything they had ever seen, towering, grotesque, with a body entirely composed of rippling muscles, a creature that seemed like the ultimate villain from a movie. And yet, Suyi, a seemingly ordinary man, showed no fear, nor any intent to flee. "Why hasn't he run yet?" the bespectacled girl asked, her voice trembling. She clutched her sleeve tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Zhang Wei clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles whitened, veins bulging on his forehead. Logic told him that the man downstairs had no chance of survival. Yet he couldn't help but hope perhaps, somehow, that man really had a solution. At that moment, the mutated foreman finally noticed Suyi, who had been standing still. Its blood-red eyes sparkled with a beastly excitement. It let out a roar before stomping forward. Each step caused the ground to tremble as if a runaway truck was barreling toward Suyi. Every step created a minor quake, scattering debris everywhere. The survivors above held their breath, someone even shouted, "Get out of the way." But Suyi remained still, calm as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. Just as the mutated foreman raised its wrench arm high, ready to deliver a devastating blow, Suyi lightly shifted to one side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. The massive arm smashed into the ground, leaving a gaping crater, and rubble scattered in all directions. Water. Debris flew in all directions. The mutated foreman, having missed its attack, seemed momentarily sluggish. Suyi seized the opportunity with sharp precision. His weapon glinted with a blinding silver light, striking like a venomous snake straight at the creature's waist and abdomen. Squish! The blade penetrated flesh, followed by bright red numbers flashing above the monster's head. Immediately, a bleeding effect appeared, temporarily sapping the monster's strength. The mutant foreman was thoroughly enraged, swinging its massive arms wildly. But Suyi moved with the lightness of a feather, evading effortlessly once more. The onlookers upstairs were stunned. They could hardly believe that an ordinary person could face a monster with such calmness and efficiency. Some even doubted their own eyes. Did he just dodge that attack by a hair's breadth? What kind of reaction speed is that? One of the survivors gasped in amazement. After missing its target repeatedly, the mutant foreman stopped in its tracks, opening its huge mouth to unleash a deafening roar as if tearing through the air itself. Sound waves rippled outward, leaving nowhere to escape. Sui merely furrowed his brow slightly. His unusually high mental capacity shielded him from most of the impact. Taking advantage of the monster's sluggishness after using its skill, he closed in again. The blade of dawn traced a crisscrossing arc in the air, striking precisely at the same wound as before, causing blood to spurt out once again. The monster's health bar visibly plummeted. Everyone in the office was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that the seemingly ordinary Sui could not only survive the attacks of an elite monster but also retaliate continuously? In their eyes, Sui suddenly became an omnipotent figure. Little did they know, his true trump card was the immense mental strength brought by his rebirth, which allowed him to resist the monster's mental assaults and take the initiative even in seemingly hopeless situations. As he grew more familiar with the monster's every move, Sui's actions became increasingly composed. He evaded deftly, his movements agile, circling the monster. His weapon repeatedly carved deadly trajectories, each strike hitting a vital point. The mutant foreman grew more frantic, desperately trying to grab him, but not even a corner of Sui's clothing could be touched. It was like watching a foolish bull being toyed with by a nimble matador, left in a helpless frenzy. Damage numbers kept popping up, each strike leaving the monster weaker and weaker. After just over 10 seconds, the creature's health bar had dwindled to its last sliver. With a spinning strike, Sui's blade traced a perfect arc, severing the mutant foreman's neck in one clean motion. Crack! With a sharp snap, the monster's head flew high into the air, and its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, sending dust flying everywhere. The danger was eliminated in less than a minute. A system notification echoed in Sui's mind: you have slain LV.5 mutated foreman, elite. Evolution point X1 obtained. Letting out a breath, Sui noticed the silence around him. The survivors upstairs felt their worldview entirely upended. This wasn't just a life or death struggle but their first glimpse into the true meaning of being a stronger. As the monster's corpse lay still, a faintly glowing green orb floated from it. Sui stepped forward and reached out, allowing the orb to absorb directly into his palm. A system prompt immediately appeared. He had obtained a piece of black iron level equipment *Rusty Foreman's Wrench *, along with an F-level skill book, *Heavy Strike. He examined the wrench. It had an attack value of 5 to 10 with no special effects. Slightly better than bare fists, but compared to his blade of dawn, it was utterly insignificant. Without hesitation, Sui tossed the wrench into the deep corner of his inventory, intending to use it for evolution materials later when the opportunity arose. His focus shifted to the skill book in his hand, *Heavy Strike. F level. A single physical attack would deal 120% damage with a 10% chance to temporarily incapacitate the target. Using the skill required mental energy and had a cooldown of 30 seconds. While it was only a basic skill, it was practical in the early stages of combat. However, Sui didn't rush to learn it. He hesitated, considering Heavy Strike and the healing skill book sitting unused in his inventory. The two were utterly unrelated, one focused on offense, the other on recovery. Just then, a daring thought crossed his mind. If equipment could evolve, could skill books do the same? If two entirely different F-level skill books were used as sacrifices, what kind of fusion might result? Would it be an attack that heals, or something even more unique? Sui's heartbeat quickened slightly at the idea. Standing still, he replayed the battle against the elite monster in his mind. The victory, seemingly effortless, had already pushed him to his limits. The elite LV.5 monster had a staggering 20 points of defense. If not for the Blade of Dawn's natural armor-piercing trait, ordinary players wielding a Fireaxe might not have been able to inflict any meaningful damage. The apocalypse had only just begun. In this fledgling village of survivors, the world ahead would soon bring forth beings capable of overturning mountains and seas, beings who could destroy the heavens with a single blow. His current power was utterly insignificant in comparison to what lay ahead. If he wanted to survive, if he wanted to grow stronger, he had no choice but to accelerate his progress endlessly. Sui fixed his gaze on himself. The system backpack displayed 57 evolution points and 2 F-grade skill books. Without hesitation, he issued a command to the system: "I want to evolve a skill." The system immediately prompted him to select a primary skill, and he chose Heavy Strike without delay. When asked to select a sacrifice skill, he unhesitatingly chose Healing. In that instant, the system fell silent, as if even its backend couldn't comprehend his insane choice. 3 seconds later, a warning window appeared. The system warned that the attributes were completely opposite, with an extremely low chance of successful evolution. There was a 99% likelihood both skills would disappear and only a 1% chance of unexpected mutation. Sui saw the warning but didn't waver. Instead, a surge of excitement rose in his heart. An unknown mutation? This was exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for. True strength comes from daring to tread paths others fear. He thought that if he could somehow fuse attack and healing, even failure wouldn't leave him with regret. He chose to proceed. The system acknowledged his firm resolve and automatically triggered his SSS grade talent, Infinite Evolution. The 100% success rate from his talent overrode the original rules, eliminating any possibility of failure. 20 evolution points were deducted, and the system began merging the skills. Before Suyi's eyes, the two skill books transformed into streams of data. Guided by his will, the flaming red data representing heavy strike violently clashed and tangled in midair with the emerald green data representing healing. Fire and water repelled each other, their energies colliding and emitting dazzling light. Suyi watched the fusion process intently, his heart pounding with excitement. He knew that under normal circumstances, such opposing attributes could never merge, but his inherent talent was forcibly compressing them and reshaping them into something new. He was gambling, creating a power that was uniquely his. The process lasted nearly 5 minutes. As the light slowly faded, a skill book emitting a faint green glow floated silently before him. The system's notification sounded just in time. Skill evolution successful. Congratulations, you have created a new skill, Vitality Plunder. Raising his hand, Suyi absorbed the skill book instantly as it transformed into a stream of light and entered his body. Eagerly, he opened the skill menu and saw a new skill icon displayed. Skill, Vitality Plunder. Grade, D, Passive. Effect, all your physical attacks drain the target's life force. You recover 30% of the actual damage dealt as your own health. Description, the Scythe of Death not only delivers doom but now heals you. Your achievement is extraordinary. Seeing the effect of the new skill, even someone like Suyi, who had seen countless storms in both this life and the last, couldn't help but feel his heart race. The meaning of a passive skill was simple, it consumed no resources and had no cooldown period. Every attack would heal him. This essentially transformed him into an indestructible combat machine. As long as his strikes could break through an enemy's defenses and he wasn't immediately one-shot, he could survive indefinitely. D rank, merging just 2 F-grade skills upgraded directly to D rank. Suyi's eyes gleamed with excitement. On the surface, it was only 2 levels higher, but the impact was incomparable. His SSS grade talent turned out to be even more absurdly powerful than he had imagined. I need to find a target to test this skill. Suyi scanned the surroundings, realizing that the low-level zombies and mutant dogs in the factory area had already been cleared out during his stroll. Just as he was about to return to the warehouse and test the skill on a steel plate, his peripheral vision caught sight of a shivering shadow. It was a level 1 wandering zombie that had managed to survive. Apparently, the earlier roars of an elite monster had scared it into hiding behind an abandoned oil barrel. Now, it nervously peeked out, trembling as it cautiously observed Suyi. To this zombie, the aura emanating from Suyi was enough to make its soul shudder. Its primal survival instinct kept it frozen in place. Looks like today's your lucky day, little one, Suyi said with a friendly smile. But to the zombie, that smile looked like the devil's grin, making it tremble even more. Suyi walked toward it unhurriedly, deliberately exposing a flaw to let the zombie seize an opportunity. Summoning all its courage, the zombie lashed out with its long, black claws, scratching his arm. SHHHK. 3 shallow scratches appeared on his arm. A -3 damage number floated up. It was essentially negligible to him. Name, Suyi. Level, LV, 0. Health, 97%. Perfect, his health finally dropped. As if reclaiming a sliver of dignity, the zombie lunged again. This time, Suyi countered with a punch that landed squarely on its body. Bang! A -8 damage number appeared. Simultaneously, a wisp of pale green energy flowed from the zombie's wound into Suyi's fist and dispersed throughout his body. The warm energy instantly suffused him. Glancing at his status panel, Suyi saw his health return to 99%. 30% of 8 points of damage. Rounding up added exactly 2 points of health. The effect was surprisingly good. Suyi didn't hesitate any longer. He drew the Dawn Blade and casually swung it. A damage number of -75 popped up, and the zombie instantly died. A rush of green energy surged into his body, and his health was instantly restored to maximum. Health, 100%, Suyi couldn't suppress the smile on his lips. Attack, heal, attack again. The entire process was very smooth. Now, not only could he fight and endure, but he could also heal himself like a healer. From now on, he was an all-around warrior, excelling in all aspects. After dealing with the last experimental target, Suyi contentedly prepared to head back to the warehouse. He checked his balance of evolution points. He had a total of 157 points. He had just spent 20 points on evolving his skills, leaving him with 137 points, which wasn't enough to further evolve his silver-grade weapon, Dawn Blade, for now. However, the remaining points were more than sufficient to enhance his personal attributes. As Sui walked toward the warehouse, he opened his attribute panel. System, how many evolution points are needed to boost personal attributes? The system quickly responded, to increase any of the 4 base attributes, strength, agility, constitution, spirit, each point requires consuming 1 evolution point. Note that the cost of growth will gradually increase. 1 point for 1 point? That's not too expensive. Sui stroked his chin, thinking quickly. Strength affected physical attack, agility determined speed and dodge, constitution increased health and defense, and spirit brought magic and resistance abilities. For him right now, which one was the most important? The answer was actually quite straightforward: he wanted them all. A mature reborn individual never specializes, and he knew the benefits of balanced development. In a post-apocalyptic world, any weakness could be a fatal flaw. Here, every shortcoming would be magnified infinitely by reality, and danger could erupt at any time. System, apply points. With determination, Sui made up his mind. He wouldn't hesitate any longer and decided to invest all the evolution points he had just earned into himself. He understood that enhancing himself right now was his only true sense of security. Strength, plus 10. A system alert promptly sounded as evolution points were rapidly consumed. He felt a surge of heat radiating from his heart, as if his blood were boiling. The muscles in his arms and legs instantly became tougher and stronger. When he casually clenched his fists, the air even emitted a dull cracking sound. Now, his strength was nearly double that of an ordinary adult. Sui's mouth curved into a satisfied smile. He wasn't aiming to win, he had to win. Next, without hesitation, he declared, agility, plus 10. A cool sensation spread throughout his body, making him feel lighter and more agile than ever. It was as if a burden had been lifted, and his reaction speed increased by more than double. Immediately afterward, he focused on the most fundamental defense of life: Constitution, plus 12. A warm energy surged through his body. He could clearly feel his internal organs, bones, and meridians strengthening, with every detail being reinforced. His vitality had become astonishingly robust. Finally, Spirit, plus 15. A cold flow burst into his mind, as if his soul had been cleansed. The fatigue from his rebirth instantly dissipated. His thoughts became incredibly sharp, and the world seemed more vivid and three-dimensional. Precision, resilience, strength, agility, every cell in his body screamed, Sui, you're just getting started. After spending 47 evolution points, he rechecked his panel stats. At this moment, his attributes were far beyond any other awakened individuals of the same period. He was even stronger than some level 5 players and had already left everyone else far behind. Meanwhile, in the office upstairs, Zhang Wei and the others witnessed a completely different scene. Sui stood in place, his body faintly covered by a golden glow. This dazzling light made him extraordinarily striking, like a hero in a movie unleashing their ultimate power. A group of stunned students gathered by the window. A girl with glasses covered her mouth and softly asked Zhang Wei, "Why is he glowing?" Zhang Wei nervously pressed down on her shoulder. His voice was low but filled with fanatical admiration. "Don't ask. You're witnessing a strong individual breaking their limits. Their power is beyond our comprehension." The room fell silent. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the moment a legend was born. In truth, what did they know? The golden special effect outside was nothing more than a visual gimmick produced by the system. Sui was simply redistributing his points. There wasn't any profound mystery involved. It was just a cheap trick by the system, not worth mentioning. After finishing the point allocation, Sui felt his body brimming with energy, every inch of his muscles activated. The industrial park was now left with only a few scattered zombies, no longer worth his attention. Killing a single ordinary zombie would yield just 1 evolution point, and a mutant dog only 2 points. Even if he cleared the entire area, the gains would still be too meager. He needed to move to a new location. He already had a clear target in mind: the university town, a place densely populated, meaning it would have the largest number of zombies. Here were Zhao Tian, who had betrayed and abandoned him in his previous life, and Luo Chugxiu, to whom he owed so much. He had to go back, not only for responsibility but also for revenge. However, a problem arose. From this suburban area to Jiangxing University was a distance of dozens of kilometers. Traveling back and forth on foot was nearly impossible. Sui scanned the factory premises and quickly spotted a worn-out white van parked not far away. The van's body was dull and scratched, with the words "professional pipe cleaning" printed on the side near the door. Its windows were shattered, and the surface was full of marks and scratches. "You'll be my new ride," Sui muttered to himself, striding over. He gave the door a tug, only to find it was locked. Sui had no intention of bothering to find the key. Instead, he grabbed the door handle directly. The newly awakened strength in his body made his movements several times stronger than usual. With a crack, the door lock shattered like crushed biscuits. He easily opened the door and prepared to set off for his new battlefield. Every step he took now was paving the way for his future. He understood well that this world gave no chances to the weak, and he would never allow himself to become the next victim. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sui twisted the key, but the engine let out two struggling sounds before falling silent. The van in front of him couldn't even start. Anyone else might have already given up, but Sui was no ordinary person. He had awakened an SSS-level talent. System, evolve this nearly scrapped Wuling Hongguang van, Sui ordered swiftly within his mind. The system responded promptly. Detected target of excessively low quality. Direct evolution would require excessive consumption. It is advised to add offerings and guide the evolution direction. As expected, Sui was not surprised. His resources were limited. He only had 100 evolution points, but he had other methods. Sui left the driver's seat with large strides and returned to his warehouse. Minutes later, while other survivors observed through the second-floor windows, they were stunned to see Sui pushing a forklift loaded with thick steel plates stacked like a small mountain. Someone couldn't help but mutter in a low voice, "What's he up to now? Steel plates? Where did he get that?" But no one could have anticipated what would happen next. Sui calmly unloaded the steel plates and pressed his hand against the rusty, cracked van. System, use all the steel in the warehouse as offerings to fortify and evolve this vehicle, targeting armor enhancement. Confirm consumption of 50 high-strength steel plates and 200 rebars as offerings. Detected sufficient energy from offerings. This evolution will consume 100 evolution points. Confirm? Confirm. Sui did not hesitate. As soon as he finished speaking, those steel plates and rebars surged toward the van like a silver torrent under an invisible force. Intense white light erupted, even bringing a metallic taste to the air. The metal flowed like liquid, enveloping the vehicle. All damage was repaired, and its form rapidly transformed. The corroded outer shell was replaced with thick, dark armor. Sharp ramming spikes appeared on the front of the vehicle, and the windows transformed into heavy bulletproof glass with protective steel bars. Even the roof had deployed a 360-degree rotating shooting hatch. When the white light faded, a monstrous war vehicle, seeming like it had emerged from a post-apocalyptic wasteland, stood where the van once was, its presence intimidating. Evolution successful. Acquired, Doomsday Conqueror V1.0, bronze rank vehicle. With a satisfied smile on his lips, Sui pulled open the now vault-like heavy door and climbed in. The interior had undergone a complete overhaul. The once shabby seats had been replaced by luxurious leather chairs, and the dashboard now glowed with cold-tone electronic displays. He twisted the key once again. This time, the engine roared alive like a waking beast. The roar beneath the hood surged with power, ready to crush anything in its path. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, Sui's eyes locked onto the direction of University Town in the distance, his gaze as cold as ice. The second stage is just beginning. Up in the factory office, Zhang Wei and the other survivors had yet to recover from the earlier shock. A steel monster exuding both brutality and might suddenly lit up its ice-blue headlights, like a demon opening its eyes. As its engine roared in fury, even the ground seemed to faintly tremble. "Is he leaving?" a bespectacled girl murmured, unable to hide the loss on her face. Zhang Wei was also stunned. He wanted to ask Sui for help, but in the end, he swallowed his words. In this world, only the strong could dictate their destiny. Ordinary people like them had no right to interfere. Under everyone's gaze, the monstrous vehicle emitted a piercing screech as its tires spun, launching forward like an arrow released from its bow. Its target was the tightly shut steel retractable gate at the industrial park entrance. "He's not even bothering to open the gate," one survivor questioned, puzzled. Their answer came the very next second. With a deafening crash that seemed to freeze the very air, the steel gate, reputedly strong enough to withstand dozens of zombies, stood no chance in the face of the Doomsday Conqueror. The steel beast charged through the barrier without hesitation, as if it had never existed. Nothing can stand in its way. The car smashed through the building's wall, leaving behind a spray of debris and dust, turning the scene into chaos with a massive gaping hole. Inside the office, everyone was frozen in shock. Time seemed to stand still as they all stood there, wide-eyed and speechless, unable to process what had just happened. After a long pause, Zhang Wei shakily pulled out a crumpled cigarette, his trembling fingers struggling multiple times before finally lighting it. He took a deep drag, exhaled a smoke ring, and said in a low, reverent voice, "Remember this day, we witnessed a miracle." At that moment, Sui had no idea he was being regarded as a savior by the survivors. He was comfortably lounging in the driver's seat, one hand casually resting on the window as wind breezed past. He relished this moment, this freedom and power he had always yearned for, especially in the aftermath of the apocalypse. System, display vehicle information, Suyi commanded in his mind. A pale blue holographic interface appeared on the central control screen, listing detailed data about the car. Vehicle name, Apocalypse Conqueror V1.0. Tier, Bronze. Durability, 5000/5000. Armor value, 50. Core, Primary Evolution Core, Energy Regeneration Rate, 1% per minute, Current Energy, 100%. Special Effect 1, Savage Collision causes area physical damage upon impact, based on speed. Special Effect 2, Indestructible, the vehicle's armor resists most physical attacks, does not suffer significant damage until durability reaches 0. System Evaluation, this is a beast clad in steel, it is born to traverse through chaos and disasters. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle at the final evaluation, even the system seemed to have a sense of humor. This car was impressively overpowered, 50 points of armor meant that most minor creatures couldn't even scratch its paint. Not to mention the savage collision ability, as long as the vehicle moved fast enough, anything in its path would turn into mangled scrap metal or minced flesh. He glanced at the dashboard, maintaining a speed of 80 km per hour. If he collided with a zombie now, it would instantly deal 400 points of damage, giving low-level creatures no time to react. On the highway, a few wandering zombies started staggering toward the roaring engine, their bloodied mouths emitting harmless growls. Others might have chosen to deter or avoid them out of fear, but Suyi merely smirked coldly and floored the accelerator. The engine roared, and the speed quickly climbed to 90, 100, 120. Under his precise control, the Apocalypse Conqueror zeroed in on the dazed monsters. A dull crash sounded as the zombies flew into the air like ragdolls, their limbs ripped apart before landing back on the road. In his mind, the system's notifications echoed. You killed Wandering Zombie ×3, gained evolution points ×3. You killed Mutant Dog ×1, gained evolution points ×2. The corners of Suyi's mouth lifted into a smile. This car was his personal upgrade machine. As long as he wished, no creature on the road could stand in his way. On a highway littered with corpses, he became the Reaper. Behind the wheel of the Apocalypse Conqueror, he sped toward University Town, crushing every zombie obstructing his path into pulp and data. Each kill added evolution points directly to his account, and Suyi found himself enjoying this efficient leveling system. No need to step out, no wasted effort, just his hands on the wheel and his foot on the gas pedal to gain power. Before he knew it, he had covered over 10 kilometers. Suddenly, a massive traffic jam appeared ahead, completely blocking the road. Dozens of private cars and buses were entangled chaotically, forming an insurmountable barrier. In the gaps between these wrecks, hundreds or even thousands of zombies were packed tightly together, pounding on windows and snarling as they sought prey among the dead or unconscious drivers. For a moment, Suyi's smile disappeared. He knew that breaking through ahead would no longer be easy, relying solely on speed and brute force. He stared at the writhing mass of undead, his mind turning. Forcing a way through meant taking a life-threatening gamble. Every decision now was a matter of life and death. In the past, this level of risk would heavily damage his vehicle, but circumnavigating the area would waste too much time. As Suyi weighed his options, the countless zombies ahead suddenly took notice of him. His presence was like throwing a piece of raw meat into a den of ravenous beasts, sending their instincts into a frenzy. In an instant, hundreds of zombies turned to face him, their cloudy and lifeless eyes locking onto him and the Apocalypse Conqueror. The very next second, like beasts catching a scent of blood, they surged toward him all at once, a tide of madness rolling forward. Everywhere he looked, a relentless gray-black tide of chaos stretched out before him. The oppressive sight alone was enough to cause an ordinary person to collapse mentally, their legs giving out from fear. But Suyi's expression remained calm, his gaze razor-sharp, even ignited with a glimmer of excitement. This crisis brought him a long-missed thrill. "Perfect," he muttered. "Let's see what you're capable of today," he murmured, pressing harder on the gas. The engine of the Doomsday Conqueror roared like an enraged beast as it charged directly into the zombie horde. Amidst the thunderous impact, the vehicle's frontal bumper rammed violently into the mob. The front row of zombies had no time to react, shredded to pieces in less than a second, resembling meat being fed into a grinder. Flesh and bone fragments splattered everywhere, creating a gruesome and horrifying scene. Numbers flashed wildly before Suyi's eyes. With each zombie he felled, the system rewarded him with evolution points. In his mind, the system's notification sounds almost merged into a continuous stream. Evolution points surged at a visible pace. The Doomsday Conqueror was like a tank sweeping across an army, crushing everything in its path and carving a bloody road through the tide of corpses. Despite the zombies gnawing and clawing at its heavy armor, it emitted only the ear-piercing screech of metal being scraped, leaving not even a scratch. The zombies' attacks, against 50 points of armor, were utterly inconsequential and posed no threat whatsoever. In less than a minute, a horde massive enough to annihilate a small base was shattered like fragile clay chickens under Suyi's charge. With the last zombie sucked into the rapidly spinning wheels, Suyi emerged unscathed. The vehicle was caked in blood and mangled remains, yet its durability remained maxed out. He glanced down at the system's data log, which kept popping up. Evolution point balance 237. This was more than he'd accumulated in the past few days combined. Not bad, I really hit the jackpot this time, he whistled, his mood buoyant. The Doomsday Conqueror, like a living meat grinder, smashed aside derelict vehicles in its path and continued to race toward its predetermined destination. 20 minutes later, the outline of a large complex of buildings appeared on the horizon. Jiangqing University campus was in sight. The closer he got to his target, the more on edge Suyi became. He furrowed his brow slightly. The scent of blood in the air grew stronger. Flames and thick smoke rose from various corners, shrouding the night and engulfing the entire campus. The classrooms, library, and gymnasium, once lively places, now lay deathly still, swallowed by shadows. He knew that beneath this darkness lurked countless ravenous monsters, zombies lying in wait in the familiar yet estranged ruins. The Doomsday Conqueror turned onto a concealed alley, its engine cut and lights extinguished. Suyi closed the car door behind him, standing at the alley's entrance, gazing at the eerily quiet campus. This place was not only his alma mater but also the starting point of his nightmare. Zhao Tian, Luo Chuxia. One after another, familiar names resurfaced in his mind. He knew their fates might take a turn tonight. Suddenly, a scream pierced the dead silence, coming from the direction of the women's dormitory. He quickly noticed faint firelight flickering at one of the windows, like a fragile firefly swaying in the wind. He was all too familiar with that window. It was Luo Chuxiu's dorm room. A faint, cold smile played on Suyi's lips. It seemed he had arrived at just the right time. Jiangqing University, Women's Dormitory Number 7, Room 404. Inside, the atmosphere was heavy with despair. In the center of the room lay a zombie in pink pajamas, dead in a pool of blood, its head impaled by a sharpened mop handle. Luo Chuxiu leaned against the cold wall, breathing heavily. Her hair was soaked with sweat, her face smeared with blood. Her white dress was stained with numerous dark red blood splatters. Moments ago, the zombie, once her neighbor, had burst through the blocked door made of desks and chairs. Amid the terrified screams of her two roommates, Luo Chuxiu had been the first to grab a weapon. Without hesitation, she thrust the mop handle into the zombie's eye socket. If she'd been a half-second slower, her fate would already be sealed. Ah, you killed her. You killed Xiaomei. A shrill cry broke the brief silence. Li, the self-proclaimed leader of the dormitory, cowered on the top bunk in the corner, wrapped tightly in a blanket, with only her terror-stricken eyes exposed to glare at Luo Chuxia. Her trembling fingers pointed accusatorially, as if Luo Chuxia herself were the most dangerous monster in the room. I didn't kill her. Luo Chuxiu's voice was hoarse, her body and mind exhausted. Her words were barely audible. Xiaomei was no longer herself. I don't care. It's all your fault. If you hadn't been messing around with your stuff in the room, Xiaomei wouldn't have been lured here and broken down our door. Li's hysterical outburst stemmed from deep-seated fear. Lu Qian chimed in, adding icy anger and trepidation to her gaze. Luo Chuxiu felt her heart sink further and further. The outside world had already collapsed, with monsters that could break in at any moment. But what terrified her more was the sight of these so-called friends bearing the ugliest faces of humanity in the face of despair. What do we do now? She killed Xiaomei, and the smell of blood will definitely attract more monsters sooner or later. Li's voice carried a quivering desperation. It sounded pitiful yet unbearably sharp. We're all going to die because of you. You're a murderer. Kick her out. If we throw her out, the monsters will eat her, and they'll stop coming after us. Lu Qian was starting to lose her rationality. A trace of madness flickered in her eyes. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding the ruthlessness in the other's heart. They got off the bed, one holding a clothes rack and the other a stool, cautiously yet resolutely closing in on the nearly exhausted Luo Chuxia. What are you trying to do? Luo Chuxiu showed an incredulous expression for the first time. She dared to fight zombies outside, but she couldn't comprehend the absurdity of this scene before her. What else? We have to live for ourselves. Li gritted her teeth, her voice filled with madness. Luo Chuxia, this is all your fault. You're too capable, you make us jealous. You're so strong, you'll survive out there, right? We're just ordinary people trying to survive. You might as well consider this your last act of helping us. Li and Lu Qian twisted their reasoning, their faces contorted with envy and fear. Luo Chuxiu was utterly disheartened, her spirit crushed. She gave a bitter laugh, slowly raising a fruit knife as her last line of defense. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, bang! A deafening crash shattered the silence. The dormitory door, barely holding together, along with the chairs and tables propped against it, was forcibly kicked away, sending wood splinters and debris flying. Standing outside the doorway was a tall figure. He carried a heavy backpack and held a long, silver-gleaming blade. He stepped into the room, calmly scanning the scene. His eyes swept over the zombie on the ground, then the two girls brandishing weapons, and finally landed on Luo Chugzhu, cornered and defenseless. Blowing a whistle nonchalantly, he spoke as if nothing warranted tension. "Looks lively in here. What's this, some kind of reality survival show starring a group of girls?" His tone carried a teasing edge, an attempt to lighten the atmosphere. Luo Chugzhu abruptly looked up, instinctively calling out his name, Su Yi. Her mind was in utter chaos. She never expected to see the class's back row outsider at a time like this, the one who always stayed under the radar like thin air, rumored to be on the verge of expulsion for being a gaming addict. Su Yi seemed oblivious to her shock, his gaze shifting to Li Li and Lu Qian with a peculiar smile. "In the middle of the night, instead of sleeping, you're holding stools and clothes racks. What is this, a martial arts demonstration or some secret plan to fend off zombies?" That overwhelming sense of penetrating their thoughts made Li Li and Lu Qian break into a cold sweat. Su Yi's presence was even more alarming than the zombies. Li Li swallowed hard and tried to sound tough as she demanded, "What do you want?" Su Yi twirled the tip of his blade casually and pointed toward the corpse on the ground, his smile laced with mockery. "I just came to help clean up a little mess." As he spoke, the sound of shuffling footsteps and low growls came from the hallway. A hulking zombie, formerly a student from the sports department, was drawn by the earlier commotion. Its burly frame filled the doorway, its presence far more menacing than the earlier fight with a novice zombie. Li Li and Lu Qian screamed and scrambled back onto the bed in utter panic. Luo Chugzhu instinctively shouted, "Be careful." But Su Yi didn't even turn his head. With a casual backhand slash of his blade, a gleaming silver arc sliced through the air. The zombie froze mid-movement, its head detached from its body, black blood spraying upward. The severed head landed beside Li Li's pillow, its cloudy, lifeless eyes wide open, staring at her. Li Li screamed in pure terror, her soul practically fleeing from her body. With a sharp cry, she fainted dead away on the bed. The headless zombie swayed momentarily before collapsing in the doorway, leaving the room in deathly silence once more. Luo Chugzhu stared at Su Yi, her heart filled with a storm of emotions. In this apocalyptic nightmare, she finally understood that hollow friendships were meaningless. What truly mattered were the ones who could stand by you and face danger head-on. Wrapped in her blanket, she trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the strength to cry for help. Luo Chugzhu froze in place, dumbstruck. Her eyes widened in astonishment, lips slightly parted, completely shell-shocked by what had just happened. She couldn't fathom how this Su Yi, whom she thought she knew, could so effortlessly eliminate a zombie several times more powerful than the last. Not even a glance behind him, as if it were the most normal task in the world. While Luo Chugzhu's mind was still spinning, a system notification echoed in Su Yi's head. "You have slain a level 3 sports department zombie, gaining 3 evolution points. You received an item, expired sports drink." Su Yi shook the blood off his blade without sparing a second glance at the two frozen in terror women. He strode directly toward Luo Chugzhu. The girl stood amidst the wreckage like a snow lotus blooming in winter, pure yet fragile. He tried to suppress his emotions but couldn't stop a trace of unexpected warmth from creeping into his words. "How's your hand? Are you hurt?" His tone was so gentle it almost felt unreal, as if the entire world had been reduced to this one quiet moment. Luo Chugzhu finally snapped out of her daze. Instinctively, she glanced down at her hand, only to realize the skin on her palm had been scraped raw, red with tiny streaks of blood from gripping so tightly earlier. She instinctively shook her head, trying to act as if nothing had happened. But Su Yi had already grabbed her wrist, leaving her no room to refuse. His Luo Chugzhu gasped softly in pain, startled by his sudden action. Her face instantly flushed. In her entire life, this was the first time a man had held her hand so straightforwardly. Her heartbeat quickened, but she didn't know how to react. Su Yi completely ignored her nervousness and meticulously checked her wound. His palms were warm and strong, as if capable of driving away all the cold and fear from her body. "It's just a minor scrape, nothing serious." Su Yi's movements were skillful, like he had handled such situations countless times before. He opened his backpack, took out a small bottle of mineral water and a roll of bandages. Carefully, he rinsed the blood and dirt from her wound with the water, then wrapped the bandage around her palm with precision. He even tied a neat little bow at the end. Luo Chugzhu felt her mind go blank as she stared at his calm and focused demeanor, lost in thought. For the first time, in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, she experienced a fleeting sense of peace. At this very moment, her eyes welled up with tears, almost spilling over. She didn't know if it was the feeling of safety that finally allowed her to drop the long-maintained facade of strength. All done. Sui tied the last knot and gently placed her hand back. Don't overexert this hand for a while. But as he looked up, he inadvertently locked eyes with Luo Chugzyu's teary gaze. His composure faltered for a moment, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Don't cry, I only helped with the bandage. If you cry, people might think I bullied you. The tears Luo Chugzyu could barely hold back were driven away by his clueless remark, and she laughed through tears, a mix of relief and complex emotions after a narrow escape. Once the moment of quiet solitude returned, Sui sighed, pulled out a self-heating hot pot, a pack of sausages, and an apple from his backpack, and stuffed them into Luo Chugzyu's arms. Don't overthink it. Just fill your stomach first. Braised beef flavor, it's my favorite. Once you're done, I'll take you out of here to carve a path to survival. That was his promise. Simple words, yet they felt more reassuring and real than any sweet nothings. Silently, Luo Chugzyu opened the hot pot's packaging, watching as it began to boil and smelling the rich aroma of braised beef. For the first time since the apocalypse, a sense of warmth settled within her. Thank you, Suyi, she whispered, so softly it was almost inaudible. Suyi lazily closed his eyes and replied indifferently, thank me for what? He didn't want to be thanked. The girl, however, insisted in a low voice, thank you, for still being alive. For a moment, Suyi froze. Moonlight poured through the broken window, illuminating the gentle and delicate profile of the girl's face. It seemed to highlight all the fragility and beauty in the world. His heartbeat skipped faintly. Luo Chugzyu was idly stirring the beef in the hot pot with her chopsticks, sneaking occasional glances at him. Feeling embarrassed under Suyi's gaze, she muttered, if you keep staring at me, I'll eat your share too. Suyi couldn't help but chuckle, pulling himself out of his thoughts. Leaning against the wall lazily, he warned, eat more. You don't want to be hungry if we need to run later. Plus, it'd be a pain if I end up having to carry you. With her lips pursed, Luo Chugzyu's face turned as red as an overripe apple. She lowered her head, pretending to focus on eating, but her heart overflowed with an indescribable warmth and happiness. The room fell silent once again, save for the sounds of eating and the bubbling of the self-heating hot pot. But genuine danger was never far. Brief as it was, this moment of peace was a rare luxury. The zombies still wandered in the hallway outside, but the rich aroma of braised beef was too tempting. For these survivors teetering on the edge of collapse, the scent seemed almost divine. At that moment, a groggy Li Lisu, the dorm leader, awoke from her unconscious state. The overwhelming meat aroma roused her senses as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze locking onto the food on the table. Starved for so long, a desperate hunger flared in her eyes. Suyi noticed her gaze, brimming with covetous longing, almost verging on madness. Food, fixated on the hot pot in Luo Chugzyu's arms, nearly all of Li Lisu's rationality dissolved under the weight of her hunger. Suddenly, like a wild beast out of control, she lunged from the bed, eyes only on the food, her hands clawing frantically as she charged toward Luo Chugzyu. Give it to me. That's mine, she screeched, her voice full of jealousy and despair. What makes you think you deserve to eat something so good? Startled, Luo Chugzyu instinctively clutched the hot pot tightly, refusing to let go. But before Li Lisu could graze the hem of Luo Chugzyu's clothes, a cold, silvery glint appeared silently at her throat. Suyi's blade of dawn materialized unerringly at her neck. He remained lounging lazily with his head tilted, not even a hint of tension, his gaze detached as if looking at a worthless clown. His voice was soft, yet colder than the midnight wind, freezing her in place as though her very soul had turned to ice. Do you understand? He said slowly. In the apocalypse, stealing from someone else, especially stealing from me, comes with a price. Li Lisu froze on the spot, trembling all over, shivering uncontrollably. The blade had already grazed her skin, just a little further forward, and her life would be over. The shadow of death completely enveloped her. Luo Chugzyu felt a bit of pity and gently tugged on Suyi's sleeve, softly pleading. Suyi snorted coldly, a bit displeased, but he withdrew the blade. He stood up and walked to the collapsed Li Li and the trembling Lu Qian nearby. From his backpack, he tossed 2 bottles of water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Listen carefully, this is my final act of kindness, Suyi said with a cold voice as sharp as iron, looking down at them with disdain. I'm taking her with me. You can either stay here and await your fate or find a way to survive on your own. Whatever choice you make has nothing to do with me. However, if you dare to follow us or try anything vile again. His gaze landed on the corner of the room, where the decapitated body of a zombie lay. A cold smile played on his lips. Your fate will be the same as that. With that, he completely ignored the 2 terrified women and turned around to walk to Luo Chugzyu. He extended his hand toward her. Have you eaten your fill? If you have, then it's time to work. Now, let's head to zero-cost shopping and get you some new gear. Luo Chugzhu paused, finally realizing what zero-cost shopping meant. She couldn't help but laugh. Shoving the last bit of beef into her mouth, she let out a satisfied burp, then gently placed her small hand into Suyi's hand. Let's go, she said softly. Suyi clasped her delicate hand, unable to hide the satisfaction on his face. He led her out with large strides, as if they were heading to their backyard instead of a zombie-ridden wasteland, showing no fear. Arriving next door, Suyi kicked open the door to dorm room 405. Your room service is here, he hollered. With a shrill screech, a female zombie in a nightgown burst out of the bathroom. Suyi didn't even glance at it. With a swift backward slash, a flash of silver glinted, and the zombie's head flew off. The system notification promptly appeared. You have killed LV.2 Nightgown Zombie, gaining 2 evolution points. Suyi pulled Luo Chugzhu inside, scanning the dorm. His eyes finally fell on a pink backpack, and he frowned. Nope, this bag is too small. Can't hold much of anything. Thumbs down. Without further delay, he dragged the still-dazed Luo Chugzhu toward the next dorm. Bang! The door to room 406 was kicked open again. Delivery, he shouted. Another head promptly rolled. You have killed LV.1 Glasses Zombie, gaining 1 evolution point. He eyed the open pack of potato chips on the desk and sneered. Already opened. Unsanitary. Let's move on. Luo Chugzhu was dumbfounded the whole time. Just like this, Suyi held her hand, kicked in doors one by one, calling out slogans, and slashed heads in swift arcs. The monsters that had once driven her to despair were as fragile as fruit in Suyi's hands, 1 strike each, with no effort. She couldn't help but wonder, is this guy really a normal person? Could he actually be the reincarnation of some gaming overlord? Finally, they reached dorm room 410. Suyi's face lit up with satisfaction. He discovered a large military green hiking backpack that looked incredibly sturdy, along with a pair of unworn white sneakers with tags still attached, just the right size for Luo Chugzhu. Suyi tossed the items to Luo Chugzhu and gestured toward the balcony. Go change into this over there. And find some durable athletic wear while you're at it. That white dress you're wearing is way too conspicuous. You're practically a walking target. Luo Chugzhu blushed, clutching her newfound gear, and headed to the balcony. While she was changing, Suyi meticulously began gathering supplies: potato chips, chocolate, beef jerky, soda. Anything unopened went straight into his bag. In a post-apocalyptic world, what was the most valuable? Definitely food and drinks that could bring you happiness. Soon, Luo Chugzhu reappeared in black athletic wear and sneakers. The ethereal, otherworldly aura she once had was entirely gone, replaced by calm, decisive composure. Her outfit accentuated her well-proportioned figure, exuding a sense of strength. Suyi glanced at her, let out a whistle, and tossed her the stuffed hiking backpack with a playful smirk. Here, carry this. From now on, you're my personal supply depot. Luo Chugzhu struggled to lift the oversized backpack, almost losing her balance under its weight. She pouted in clear protest. This is way too heavy. Suyi patted his own nearly bursting backpack proudly. Mine's even heavier. It's full of tents, sleeping bags, pots, and pans. Stop complaining. As they bickered, a zombie suddenly burst out of the wardrobe, seizing the opportunity and lunging straight at Luo Chugzhu. The sudden assault instantly thickened the tension in the air. Suyi's eyes gleamed sharply as he shouted, "Watch out!" In life and death, between a fine line, Luo Chugzhu's reaction far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the experience of taking down Xiaomei earlier had given her some courage, or perhaps after watching Suyi deal with zombies repeatedly over the past few days, she subconsciously believed she could do it too. No screams, no panic, her eyes even carried a hint of determination. She tightened her grip on the fruit knife she'd never let go of. As she twisted her body to avoid the zombie's pounce, she used every ounce of strength she had to drive the blade viciously into the zombie's temple. The knife went straight to the bone. The zombie went rigid on the spot, then toppled over like a board. The system notification in their minds suddenly chimed. Your teammate has killed LV.1 Wardrobe Zombie. You gain assist reward. Evolution points x0. 5. Suyi was stunned. There were assist rewards too? It was only 0.5, but it was still real profit. He started to realize that as long as they worked together, their gains would double. Teamwork was far more important than going solo. He looked over at Luo Chugzhu. She was bracing her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, her face pale. Clearly, that stab had scared even herself. Suyi walked over and gently ruffled her hair, praising her without the slightest stinginess. Beautiful. Nicely done. You're really amazing. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll level up all the way. After being praised by him, the tightness in Luo Chugzyu's expression finally eased. She even showed a small smile, and the panic in her heart was replaced by courage. Alright, we're fully geared up, and supplies are replenished, Suyi said as he checked his evolution point balance. It's time to leave this newbie area. His balance showed evolution points 267. 5. They'd picked up quite a bit on the way, and with Luo Chugzyu's first kill, they'd scraped together more than 20 points in bits and pieces. Let's go. I'll show you the world outside. He grabbed Luo Chugzyu's hand, and the two of them hurried downstairs. With each floor they descended, the number of zombies increased significantly. Obviously, the commotion upstairs had drawn in a large group of monsters, which were now gathering below. The moment they reached the first floor lobby, both of them instinctively held their breath. The entire corridor churned like a boiling sea, jam-packed with 50 or 60 zombies, completely blocking the only exit. My god, why are there so many? Luo Chugzyu's voice trembled, her eyes full of fear. Suyi, however, stood firm. He shielded Luo Chugzyu behind him and said in a low voice, "Don't be scared. That's just a bunch of walking EXP." He flexed his wrist twice, a near-maniacal smile spreading across his face. Stand still. Time to broaden your horizons. His gaze locked onto a heavy iron fire hydrant cabinet in the corner. What could a strength stat of 19 really do? His heart was itching to find out. With a shout, the muscles in his arms bulged tight, and he actually ripped the cabinet, bolted into the wall clean out. The iron hunk weighed several hundred kilos, yet he lifted it above his head like a toy, aimed at the densest cluster of zombies at the doorway, and took up a textbook throwing stance. Watch this. Full lane bowling strike. The next second, the fire cabinet flew out with massive momentum, slamming into the horde like a cannon shell. With a series of dull yet piercing crashes, more than a dozen zombies were crushed into pulp on the spot. The others were knocked sprawling by the shockwave, and a 2-meter-wide safe passage was forcibly opened through the middle of the lobby. Nice! Suyi snapped his fingers in satisfaction, grabbed the utterly stunned Luo Chugzyu, and sprinted toward the passage. They shot through the newly cleared path like a gust of wind, Suyi's blade flashing silver as he cut down every zombie foolish enough to get close. With a final kick, he blasted open the glass door and pulled Luo Chugzyu out into the night. Behind them came the furious roars of the zombies inside the building. He glanced back once, then looked down at the panting girl beside him and grinned. Alright, newbie tutorial cleared. Welcome to the real game world, rookie. Luo Chugzyu's heart gave a jolt. As she raced through the night alongside Suyi, she couldn't help turning that word rookie over in her mind. She was one of the top girls at Jiangxing University, excellent grades, talented and beautiful. When had anyone ever called her that? But right now, she could only watch Suyi stride forward effortlessly while she was already panting, unwilling to accept it yet having to admit compared to him, she was still really immature. Suyi stopped, turned back, and grinned at Luo Chugzyu, revealing a row of bright white teeth. There was a confident tease in his tone. That move just now, righteous descent bowling home run, how many points would you give it? Were you stunned by how handsome I was? Luo Chugzyu couldn't help laughing out loud. This guy could even come up with such bizarre names for his attacks. He did everything completely out of the ordinary. But the scene just now, with that several hundred gene iron cabinet dropping from the sky and forcefully smashing open a path through the horde of corpses, had indeed surprised her. 10. Full marks. Luo Chugzyu replied, a little perfunctory but not wanting to rain on his parade. Suyi curled his lip. You're not putting your heart into that. You should at least throw in some bonus points. Forget it, it's your first time on the battlefield today. You did okay, so I'll let it slide. They had already left the dormitory building far behind and run several hundred meters forward. The building quickly disappeared into the darkness and ruins behind them. The air was deathly still, with only the rustle of wind through the leaves and the occasional distant, indistinct roar. The moon cast a faint red glow. It filtered through the branches and scattered blurry shadows on the ground, making the scene look eerie and chilling. Where are we going now? Luo Chugzyu lowered her voice, carefully scanning their surroundings. With the heavy backpack stuffed with snacks on her back, she felt like a clumsy turtle dragging its shell. It didn't feel like an escape at all, more like going on a picnic. Suyi gave a mysterious smile and pointed to a nearby alley. We're almost there, don't worry. As they moved forward, zombies occasionally staggered out from bushes, floor beats, and corners. Most of them were slow-moving student zombies, low level, not very threatening. Suyi stopped and began to explain like a teacher. Rookie, this is your second lesson in live combat. He pointed at a tall, skinny zombie in a basketball uniform and spoke in a low voice. See that? Long limbs, wearing a basketball jersey, probably a varsity athletic type. Strengths? Runs a bit faster than the other zombies, but its brain is even more scrambled. Against this type, you don't need to compete in speed. Aim for the knees, break their balance, and that's it. As soon as he finished, his figure flickered, his weapon flashed with a cold gleam, and he precisely severed the zombie's knee tendons. The basketball zombie roared as it fell, still struggling to crawl forward, but could only claw at the ground in vain. Suyi didn't finish it off. Instead, he turned and signaled to Luo Chuxia. Your turn to take the field. Go, Luo Chuxia. He directed her in an almost joking tone. This is your homework. Luo Chuxia gritted her teeth and walked over. Her heart was pounding, and the fruit knife in her hand was almost slick with sweat. Imitating Suyi's movements, she quietly circled behind the zombie, clenched her teeth, and suddenly plunged the fruit knife into the back of its head. With a dull thud, the zombie twitched a few times, then finally fell still. A system prompt surfaced in her mind. Your companion has killed a LV2 basketball zombie. You gain an assist reward. Evolution points +1. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. Nicely done. Decisive attack, no hesitation, pretty much my style back in the day. Panting, Luo Chuxia yanked out the fruit knife, her hands still trembling slightly. Watching Suyi joke around so easily, she almost forgot that this guy had always been known at school as a problem student. She hadn't expected him to remain so calm and proactive at a critical moment. Don't space out. Keep moving. Suyi pulled her along at a quick pace. On the way, Suyi kept instructing Luo Chuxia on how to deal with different types of zombies, in an exaggerated and humorous way. Look at the one with glasses, that's obviously a former top student. This type of zombie has a fragile body and low attack power. They're the easiest to take care of. As he spoke, he chopped off the zombie's head with one stroke. You have killed a LV1 top student zombie. You gain evolution points +1. See that one holding a drumstick? That's a typical foodie zombie. Basically no threat at all, its whole brain is on food. Toss a rock and you can have it chasing after it for ages. Before he even finished speaking, another slash took down a target. You have killed LV1 foodie zombie, evolution points +1. With Suyi's entertaining commentary and constant demonstrations, Luo Chuxia's anxiety and fear slowly began to fade, and she even started to feel as relaxed as if she were strolling through a zoo. Suyi even encouraged her to take the initiative and deal with a slow-moving otaku zombie. Seeing the newly added evolution point on his system panel, he revealed a satisfied smile. The more you do it yourself, the better you truly master the skills. And you have to keep up too. While commenting, Suyi continued to instruct Luo Chuxia, but soon he noticed that the fruit knife in her hand had already deformed. Your knife is too trashy. It'll be dull in no time, he said, frowning at the small knife. Earlier, when Luo Chuxia used the fruit knife to deal with zombies, she had deeply felt how powerless such ordinary weapons were. Against a single otaku zombie, she had to stab twice just to barely pierce its skull. This left a bitter taste in her heart. Could she really survive with just the kitchen knife in her hand? But what other choice did she have? She gave a wry smile. What, am I supposed to charge in with a nail clipper? Don't be ridiculous. The atmosphere grew tense for a moment. Just as Luo Chuxia was feeling helpless, Suyi suddenly showed a mysterious smile and reached his hand out to her. Lend me your family heirloom, the fruit knife, for a bit. Luo Chuxia looked puzzled. She had no idea what Suyi was planning, but she still subconsciously handed the knife over. Taking the fruit knife, Suyi's gaze turned focused, and then he began his strange, completely unprompted performance. He deliberately cleared his throat, struck a master's pose, and intoned in an exaggerated voice. Power from the distant east, heed my call. In the name of the game god Suyi, I grant this base iron brand new power. Ahem, let's see if this energy actually works. Evolve. Luo Chuxia froze, her face full of disbelief, even wondering if something was wrong with Suyi's mind. But before her mocking words could leave her mouth, everything changed the moment the fruit knife in Suyi's hand suddenly erupted with dazzling cyan light. Luo Chuxia's heartbeat quickened violently. The blade elongated, the edge shimmered with flowing light, and the cheap plastic handle turned in an instant into a mysterious black metal, now etched with intricate patterns. In just a few seconds, that fruit knife was reborn, becoming a black dagger exuding an icy chill. This scene made it impossible for Luo Chuxia to explain the man before her with any normal logic. In Suyi's mind, a chime sounded, evolution successful. Normal grade fruit knife has been upgraded to bronze grade weapon. Shadow Fang, bronze grade, attack. 25 to 30, effect 1. Armor break, attacks ignore 5 points of defense, effect 2. Lightness increases attack speed by 5%, comment. Not only a qualified assassin's weapon, it can also be used to peel apples if you can bear to. This evolution had cost Suyi 150 evolution points, leaving him with just enough for one more enhancement. He looked at Shadow Fang, eyes filled with satisfaction and anticipation. Then he handed the newly evolved dagger to Luo Chuxue, looking smug, like a child sharing his latest toy with a friend. You don't have to worry about a fruit knife not piercing skulls anymore. With this Shadow Fang, I guarantee one stab, one kill. Consider it your newbie starter pack. Holding this weapon, sharper than any blade she had ever seen, Luo Chuxue felt a surge of shock and awe inside. She couldn't make sense of it. Her worldview was once again completely overturned. What exactly was this man in front of her? A god? A mage? Or some kind of superpowered being from who knows where? Before she could figure it out, Sui had already leaned in again, speaking in a deliberately mysterious tone. Want to know how I did that? Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Those words made Luo Chuxue's face instantly burn as red as fire. She jolted as if shocked, backed away again, and glared angrily at Sui. You, scoundrel. Sui burst into hearty laughter, easily sweeping away the tense atmosphere. Don't take it seriously, I was joking. Anyway, you just have to trust me. Stick with me, and you won't lose out. Luo Chuxue could only stare at Sui's back, silently tightening her grip on Shadow Fang. Even though her world was undergoing a massive upheaval, at this moment she felt, for the first time, a sense of safety and reliance she had never known before. Maybe, as long as she followed him closely, staying alive would no longer be a desperate, unreachable luxury. Just as they had barely recovered and were about to leave along the alley, a sharp screech of wheels and a low, hoarse roar sounded from ahead. 3 dark figures suddenly shot out from the mouth of the alley at an astonishing speed. In an instant, they surrounded Sui and Luo Chuxue. 3 zombies in hip-hop style clothes, standing on skateboards, blocked the way. These zombies glided with agility, their speed greatly surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Their movements were bizarre, looking very much like skateboard teens in the city. LV. For skateboard zombie times 3 HP. 120/120 attack. 18 defense. 10 skill. Rampaging charge. Sui's gaze turned razor-sharp in an instant. His agility attribute was high enough for him to clearly track all their movements. Hold on to me. He growled, pulling Luo Chuxue behind him, eyes locked on the skateboard zombies. The next second, the 3 zombies charged forward together on their boards, each like an arrow loosed from the string, attacking from different directions at the same time. Sui showed not the slightest fear. Instead, he took the initiative and rushed toward them. This was the true beginning of a life-and-death battle. He moved like a top-tier matador, weaving rapidly between the 3 rampaging zombies with hardly a wasted motion. When the first one lunged, Sui dropped his weight backward. The dawn blade in his hand swept between the 3 zombies, tracing 3 arcs of silvery light. The blade sliced through, and bright red damage numbers instantly popped up above each zombie's head. -62, -59, -65. The strike was incredibly precise. Without pausing, Sui twisted his body and slashed again. The zombies had counted on their speed advantage to launch another charge, but they suddenly felt as if something was missing from their bodies. A thin red line on their necks split open in an instant. 3 heads flew up one after another into the air. Their headless bodies, carried forward by inertia, rolled along on their boards for more than 10 meters before finally crashing heavily to the ground. From start to finish, it took less than 5 seconds. A prompt popped up on Sui's system interface. You have slain LV. For skateboard zombie times 3, gained evolution points times 15. He sheathed his blade and turned back to look at Luo Chuxue, who was so stunned she couldn't move, and gave her a relaxed smile. Let's go, the road's clear. Before Luo Chuxue could recover, Sui had already taken her hand and was leading her deeper into the alley. At the end of the alley, an armored vehicle that looked like it belonged to a post-apocalyptic world was parked quietly in the shadows. Its body was wrapped in armed steel. This steel behemoth looked ready to deal with any catastrophe at any moment. This was Sui's ride, Doomsday Conqueror V10. Several zombies around the vehicle were trying to scratch at it with their claws, but they couldn't do anything to the thick hull. Their movements were ridiculous and almost comical. Their sharp claws couldn't even leave a scratch. Feeling a playful impulse, Sui took out the key and pressed the unlock button. With a beep-beep prompt and a flash of the headlights, the zombies froze, raising their heads in confusion as if they were seeing a monster for the first time. Sui pulled open the car door and made a gentlemanly pleased gesture. Welcome home, my princess. Luo Chuxue looked at the combat vehicle before her, more exaggerated than anything in a sci-fi movie, then glanced at the smile on Sui's face. She finally couldn't help it and let out a soft laugh. She slipped into the passenger seat, feeling all the way like she was in a dream. Sui started the engine. It roared to life like a waking beast. In the next instant, the wheels rolled over the few dazed zombies at the gate, limbs and blood splattering as the war chariot roared away. Where to next? Luo Chuxue watched the scenery streak past outside and couldn't help asking curiously. Suyi's gaze fell on the depths of the campus, that place which, in his previous life, was his most unforgettable and most hated memory. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly, his tone laden with complex, concealed emotions and undercurrents. To see an old friend. Hearing this, Luo Chuxia turned her head to stare at Suyi, confusion welling up inside her. From his eyes and expression, she could tell that this old friend was anything but literal. Suyi did not explain further. He focused on driving, the vehicle tearing like a gale toward the deeper part of the campus. In truth, this old friend was one of the enemies who had forced him into a dead end in his previous life, and also the first target he intended to personally eliminate after returning to school in this life. But before that, there was something more important he had to do. Chuxia, open your personal panel. Suyi gave the order in an apparently relaxed tone, but there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Luo Chuxia blinked in slight surprise, silently recited the system command in her mind, and a second later, a virtual light screen only she could see appeared before her. Name: Luo Chuxia, level: LV, 0, EXP, 9/10, strength, 5, agility, 8, constitution, 8, spirit, 8, talent. Not awakened, she softly read out what was on the panel. 9 EXP. Suyi nodded, the corners of his lips curved in a faint smile, his light tone laced with calculation. Right. After the apocalypse began, you gain EXP by killing monsters. Gather 10 points and you can level up, and at the same time gain a chance to awaken a special ability of your own. You've already killed a few zombies. You're just 1 point short. He suddenly stepped on the brake, and the apocalypse conqueror came to a steady stop. In the square ahead, a few mutated dogs the size of calves, with ferocious appearances, were prowling among the ruins of the crowd. Their fur had completely fallen off, flesh rotting, and their blood-red eyes were locked tightly on any living creature that approached. LV. 3 mutated dog, HP. 80 80ths, attack. 20, speed. Extremely fast, Suyi unlocked the car doors. Get out. Go collect that last bit of EXP. Luo Chuxia stared at the mutated dogs baring their fangs and dripping saliva, her palms already slick with sweat. But she took a deep breath and did not retreat in the slightest. She gripped the dagger in her hand tightly and pushed the door open to get out. The mutated dogs caught the scent of a living human and immediately bristled, low growls rumbling from their throats as they sprang apart and lunged toward her, moving as fast as several black shadows. What came at her was the visceral scent of fear. Luo Chuxia's heart pounded like a drum, and in her mind flashed the techniques Suyi had been drilling into her. Don't panic. Wait for your opening, sidestep, then strike. She clumsily slid to the right, barely dodging the pounce of the first mutated dog. With her breathing ragged, she instinctively swung the Shadow Fang dagger in her hand in a follow-through motion. The dagger cut through the air with a cold flash. Only the instincts of defense and counterattack kept her moving forward. The bronze dagger, sharp enough to slice iron like mud, tore through the mutated dog's body. Blood gushed out as a deep wound instantly appeared. A damage number flashed through her mind, 45 points. The mutated dog let out a miserable howl and crashed to the ground, on the verge of collapse. But the threat was far from over. The other 2 mutated dogs were already closing in from left and right at terrifying speed, their bloody jaws snapping toward her arm. At that critical moment, a silver blade of light split the darkness, crashing down like lightning. Blood sprayed as 2 dog heads instantly rolled to the ground. Suyi appeared behind the girl, his figure almost ghost-like. The dawn blade in his hand gleamed with a cold light, the edge so clean that not a trace of blood could be seen. What are you spacing out for? That one on the ground with a sliver of HP left is yours. Don't waste the chance. Suyi drove off the lingering corpses, leaving only the struggling mutated dog. There wasn't the slightest excess emotion on his face, only severity and resolve. He didn't give the enemy even half a breath to recover. The air was thick with tension, and his voice was like an alarm bell, jolting Luo Chuxia awake. She drew in a breath and forced down the fear in her heart. Stepping forward, she clenched her teeth, gripped the dagger with both hands, and drove it hard into the mutant hound's head. Accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced, a system pop-up exploded in her mind. Killed LV. 3 mutant hound, EXP plus 3. Current EXP 12/10, level up conditions met. Level raised to LV. 1, all attributes plus 5. After a brief daze, a surge of unprecedented exhilaration and power erupted within her. Yet at that moment, a blinding white light burst out from Luo Chuxia's body, so dazzling it was impossible to look at directly. This wasn't the cheap level-up glow she was familiar with, but a power imbued with holiness, solemnity, and untouchable majesty. It lit up the entire square in an instant, turning night into day. Dreamlike hymns floated in the air, as if angels were chanting from the clouds. The pack of mutant hounds that had been eyeing them greedily recoiled with wails under the radiance of the holy light, as though they'd seen the Grim Reaper, desperately covering their heads with their paws. The situation flipped dramatically in an instant. The terrifying monsters instead became weak, pleading lambs. Sui almost suspected he was dreaming. The visual impact made it hard for anyone to remain calm. What on earth is going on? How did she suddenly turn into something like a descending angel? Sui had to raise his hand to shield his eyes from the glare, his mind in complete chaos. Everything happening here completely overturned his previous understanding. A person's fate could change in a single instant. 10 seconds later, the white light faded, and Luo Chuxyu reappeared in front of him. She seemed reborn. Her skin was snow-white and luminous, her expression firm, and even her bearing had become cold and mysterious, making others instinctively avert their gaze. I think I've awakened. Luo Chuxyu lowered her head to look at her own hands, incredulously feeling the wave of power surging through her. Her voice trembled, yet carried the happiness only one who has been pardoned can understand. Awakened? Anyone could see that, you know. All of Suyi's confusion and curiosity were written on his face as he hurried over. Hurry up and open your attribute panel, let me see what kind of heaven-defying talent you got. With effects like that, forget awakening, this feels like something even hidden classes in games wouldn't be worthy of. Luo Chuxyu hesitated a little, but still obediently shared her talent panel. Suyi held his breath and stared at the light screen. Talent. Holy Wing Judgment, SS rank, Attribute 1. Divine Protection. Passively increases your spirit attribute by 50%. All light-type healing and shielding effects are doubled. Attribute 2. Violent Sanctity. Gain the ability to convert all light-type healing and support skills into equivalent physical damage. Sword-type weapon mastery increased by 100%. Attribute 3. Descent of the Angel. Upon entering combat, wings of light automatically manifest behind you, granting levitation. Base strength and agility are further increased by 200%, and all attacks inflict wholly true damage. Evaluation. Have you ever heard of an angel who wields a greatsword? She can turn the light that heals you into blades that annihilate your enemies. After reading, Suyi's mind just froze on the spot. With all his survival experience in this world, he had never seen such a broken talent. It clearly started off as a healer-type setup, but the subsequent attributes all turned her into a close combat killing machine. Sword mastery, wings of light, doubled damage. Rather than calling her a healer, she was more like a warrior wrapped in a veneer of holiness. Seeing Suyi so excited he was practically at a loss for words, Luo Chuxyu couldn't help feeling nervous. Am I really strong? This ability seems like it's meant for healing teammates. Does that mean I can be your support in the future? Suyi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Healing? You sure about that? With this talent, you're clearly built to heal people and slaughter monsters at the same time. While ordinary folks are still wondering how to cling to life, you can already use holy light as punctuation marks to send monsters off. He looked at her delicate, pretty face and tried to piece together in his mind the image of this girl swinging a giant sword and mowing down monsters. The sheer contrast brought an overwhelming sense of shock. Beneath that frail exterior, there was actually the potential and power to overturn the entire battle. Suyi stepped forward, took back the Shadow Fang dagger designed specifically for sneak attacks from her hand, and said with a wry smile, "A short little weapon like this doesn't deserve your new identity. Keep it for peeling apples." Then he turned and walked toward one side of the square, where a thick stainless steel flagpole was waiting. He gripped it with both hands and suddenly exerted his strength. The full force of 19 strength exploded. The heavy pole was wrenched straight out of the ground. The air shrieked with the harsh sound of metal grinding. He knew that if he wanted Luo Chuxyu to turn her potential into real power, he couldn't let her keep messing around with a dagger. System, evolve this thing along the longsword and holy paths for me. Suyi gave the command in his mind. He already had plenty of evolution points on hand. The system responded. A burst of dazzling white light enveloped the flagpole. The rusty steel was completely reborn, becoming a silvery white alloy. The blade was slender, with golden patterns engraved along the center, and a cross-shaped guard that looked like an angel's wings. A softly glowing crystal core was embedded in the hilt. Ding! Evolution successful. Congratulations, you have obtained Holy Radiance Greatsword. The system notification sounded again. The whole process was rough and simple, filled with a sense of finality. At this moment, there was no longer any way out for Luo Chuxyu, nor any obstacle. Her future was changed completely from this point on. Suyi casually carried the ornate greatsword, which was half as tall as a person, in one hand, satisfaction written all over his face. A bronze-grade weapon at this stage was basically a dimensionality reduction strike. Anyone could tell this was no longer the same tier of gear. Sui walked back to Luo Chugzhu at an unhurried pace. The blade slid into the asphalt with a crisp metallic sound, and the ground split like paper. Sui pointed at the cross-shaped hilt and handed the sword to Luo Chugzhu. "This is your new weapon. Take it." Luo Chugzhu stared at the exaggerated greatsword, her beautiful eyes full of doubt and resistance. "This is way too big, isn't it? I won't even be able to lift it, right?" Sui sounded half like he was encouraging her, half like he was talking her into it. "Give it a try. You're an SS grade talent holder, don't judge yourself by the standards of an ordinary person. Come on, hands on." Still half skeptical, Luo Chugzhu reached out and gripped the hilt. The instant her hand touched the sword, the light attribute energy inside her suddenly erupted. Two white wings of light unfolded from her back, radiance spilling from every feather, as if the whole world had gone quiet. Her feet actually left the ground as well. Her whole body floated into the air. A soft chime sounded in her mind. The talent angel's descent was activated, and her strength and agility instantly doubled. The greatsword that had just felt impossibly heavy now seemed as light as a glowing baton. She lifted it almost without thinking, holding it one-handed, the tip angled toward the ground. Her already delicate face, framed by those holy wings of light, shone like that of an angel. Sui stood off to the side, stunned by the sight. Just then, several mutant dogs that had previously backed off under the overwhelming pressure were provoked by this spectacle. Baring their fangs, forcing down their instinctive fear, they slowly closed in again. Sui took 2 steps back, folded his arms, and sneered. "Go on, let these big boys see what you can do." Luo Chugzhu blinked, her light wings gently beating. Seeing the monsters charging in, she felt not the slightest fear. On the contrary, she was exhilarated. She tightened her grip on the hilt, a rare softness and compassion surfacing on her face. "May the holy light cleanse you of your sins." Her clear voice rang out in the night. In the next instant, her wings snapped wide. Her body turned into a streak of white light, flashing to the front of the mutant dogs. The greatsword fell, carving a golden arc through the air, sword pressure crashing down like a storm. Before the mutant dog could react, its body was mercilessly cleaved in two. At the same time, the golden sword aura scored a long, charred rift in the ground. With that single strike, a mutant dog the size of a bull didn't even have time to scream. It died on the spot. The system immediately chimed in, and Sui received an assistance reward. For a moment, the scene fell into utter, dead silence. The remaining mutant dogs, having watched their companion get torn apart in an instant, stared with round, bulging eyes, each one shrinking back in place, not daring to move. Sui was a little dumbfounded as well. He knew Luo Chugzhu's stats were strong, but he hadn't expected a single slash to have such a heaven-defying effect. She was simply not human. Even the floor had been split in two. Luo Chugzhu herself was also startled. She lowered her head to look at the great sword in her hand, then at the monsters on the verge of mental collapse. An unexpected excitement surfaced on her face. Like a child who had discovered a new world, she flapped her light wings and dashed out. "Sui, this feels amazing." Her voice carried an irrepressible joy. The remaining mutant dogs tried to flee at the sight, but Luo Chugzhu seemed to have suddenly mastered the instincts of battle. The greatsword in her hand swept up a lethal radiance, every strike as fast as lightning. "Why are you running? I'm just giving you a bit of treatment." Luo Chugzhu still wore a righteous, proper smile, her tone gentle, yet she was like the grim reaper descending. She swept the sword horizontally, and another mutant dog was effortlessly cleaved in half. Sword chi flew in all directions. The remaining monsters didn't even have time to scream before they turned into a blood rain that filled the sky. Within 10 seconds, the wide plaza had been cleared of monsters. Luo Chugzhu's body slowly descended, the light wings on her back fading away. Her tracksuit was spotless, and the silver greatsword in her hand was still as clean and pristine as when it first appeared. She turned back and flashed Sui a brilliant smile. "Sui, I think I've figured out how to use holy light. If you completely eliminate the enemy, that's the most perfect treatment, right?" Sui swallowed, looking at the fully awakened Luo Chugzhu, and could only stiffly give a thumbs up. "You're right, absolutely right." Sui quietly tallied up the evolution points he'd freeloaded on this trip, the corners of his mouth tugging up despite himself. With a broken combat power, Angel-type teammate in front to tank and take hits for him, and himself able to slack off comfortably in the back, life was looking more and more promising. He knocked on the heavy door of the Doomsday Conqueror and said to his partner, "Let's go, Master Healer. Get in the car, we're going to give some old friends a big surprise." Night had fallen deep, and a blood-red moon hung high in the sky. On the main avenue of Jiangxing University, a steel vehicle like an armored beast roared forward. The zombies along the way, those foolish enough not to fear death, had just started to rush out when they were instantly rammed by the car's front end, flesh and blood splattering. They didn't even have time to scream before they became nothing but chunks of meat and scattered remains on the ground. Inside the car, the temperature was cool and comfortable, and the car stereo was playing light, cheerful music. Suyi held the steering wheel with one hand and lazily drank iced cola with the other, as relaxed as if he were on a leisurely countryside road trip. In stark contrast to his carefree manner was Luo Chugzhu in the passenger seat. She was clutching the massive Holy Radiance greatsword with a death grip, curled up in the spacious leather seat, nerves taut as though she were guarding the most precious treasure in the world. She was stunningly beautiful on the outside, dressed in a tracksuit, yet carrying a great sword with her wherever she went, a contrast stronger than almost anything else. Suyi glanced sideways at her and teased, "Can you move that thing a bit? The car's pretty big, do you really have to hug it? Don't you feel tired?" Luo Chugzhu shook her head seriously, a hint of confusion and reassurance in her eyes. "It's not heavy at all, it feels like a feather. I can only feel at ease when I'm holding it." She even deliberately lifted the hilt a little, almost poking through the roof. Suyi was speechless, could only pull his gaze back and focus on clearing the way ahead. This girl looked gentle on the outside, but she was actually violently inclined on the inside. He had seen right through her by now. Suddenly, a shrill, monstrous screech exploded in midair, drowning out even the roar of the engine. Suyi instinctively looked up. Under the streetlights ahead, a dozen black shadows were circling. That was a flock of more than 10 mutated giant crows, their feathers like steel needles, tiny red eyes locked tightly onto the rapidly approaching vehicle. LV. For red-eyed crow flock, HP. 150/150, attack. 25, traits. Aerial advantage, group ambush. A trace of excitement flashed in Suyi's eyes. Those crispy-shelled freaks flying in the sky were the easiest to deal with. Just step on the gas and let the frontal armor turn them into meat paste. But Luo Chugzhu reacted even faster than he did. Her eyes lit up in an instant, like a child seeing a new toy. "Suyi, let me do it." Before she even finished speaking, she unbuckled her seatbelt, pushed open the window, and the twin wings of light on her back burst forth. The next moment, pure white feathers scattered as Luo Chugzhu shot out from the passenger seat, hovering in midair beside the car. Her angelic instincts activated. Her strength and agility instantly doubled. Suyi almost choked on the cola in his mouth. For a moment he just stared. How could this be reality? It was like a set piece from a superhero blockbuster. The red-eyed crows in the sky saw a human voluntarily dart out and let out a chorus of excited screeches, turning into black arrows as they dove in from all directions. Luo Chugzhu, however, remained calm, the corners of her lips lifting in a merciful smile. "Receive the baptism of holy light." She raised the great sword of radiance high, gripped it with both hands, and spun in midair. Sword light turned into a golden crescent blade that swept out with a thunderous roar. Golden light exploded, and the night sky was lit as if by a sudden sun. The leading mutated crows didn't even have time to react before they were cleaved clean in half by the sword aura. System chimes flooded Suyi's mind. "Your companion has slain LV. For red-eyed crow. Assist reward. Evolution points ×2. Your companion has slain LV. For red-eyed crow. Assist reward. Evolution points ×2. The prompts blared wildly. He suppressed a laugh, one hand on the steering wheel, and watched the angelic figure bathed in holy radiance ahead, sword sweeping as she slaughtered everything in sight, and suddenly felt the absurdity of the world was almost beautiful. The remaining few crows panicked and scattered when they saw their companions crushed. But Luo Chugzhu's wings gave a sharp tremor, her speed cranked to the max, and a streak of white light instantly caught up to the last few crows as she swung her sword again and again. A few crisp sword slashes tore through the night sky. In less than 10 seconds, the dozen-plus mutated crows had all been wiped out. Hovering in the air, Luo Chugzhu sheathed her sword, flicked a neat sword flower, then descended smoothly back into the passenger seat and casually closed the window. The whole sequence flowed like water, not a single wasted movement. "Suyi, was I cool just now?" She turned to look at him, her fair face flushed with excitement, eyes full of the unspoken plea. "Hurry up and praise me." Only then did Suyi lower his head and glance at the evolution points he had just earned for free, secretly rejoicing that he had latched onto this walking powerhouse of a thigh. Clutching those more than 20 evolution points, he swallowed nervously, but still gave Luo Chugzhu a thumbs up. "You were incredible," he said with genuine admiration. "No one's more suited than you to be the demolition captain of Jiangqing University." Hearing the praise, Luo Chugzhu hugged her massive greatsword to her chest, satisfied, and continued to stand guard by the car door, vigilantly watching their surroundings. The armored vehicle carrying them rumbled forward, slowly passing through the ruins of the campus. A few minutes later, a massive building appeared in their field of view. It was Jiangqing University's indoor gymnasium, and one of the sturdiest structures in the entire university town. It had its own backup power supply and a large underground warehouse. In Su-yi's memories from his previous life, when the apocalypse first broke out, this place had quickly become the largest and safest survivor stronghold in the university town. And the one who controlled that stronghold was none other than Jiangqing University's former student council president, Zhao Tian. Su-yi saw dozens of rotting zombies wandering about on the plaza outside the gym. Drawn by the tightly shut main entrance, they were hurling themselves again and again at the heavy revolving doors, the sound of impacts and shattering echoing without end, the air thick with blood and despair. At that moment, Su-yi's expression suddenly turned cold, his gaze sharp and severe. Hold on tight. Without any more hesitation, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. The Doomsday Conqueror heavy off-road vehicle let out a savage roar, like a mad bull, and charged straight at the gymnasium's main doors. The zombies charging at the gate didn't even have time to react before they were smashed to pieces by the armored bumper, flesh and blood flying everywhere. The vehicle's system kept popping up huge damage numbers, but Su-yi only focused on driving forward. Then a thunderous boom shook the night sky. The main gate, built of blast-proof glass and steel framing, was torn apart like paper under the impact of the armored vehicle. Shards of glass shot into the building like a rainstorm, the twisted steel frame of the doorway was ripped away, and the beast-like vehicle, unstoppable as a battering ram, slammed hard into the gymnasium's spacious front lobby. The tires screeched violently against the wooden floor, leaving charred black streaks behind. When the car finally came to a stop, the outside suddenly fell silent. Inside the gym, several hundred surviving students and teachers were crouched on the stands and in dark corners, faces pale, bodies trembling uncontrollably. In the middle of the hall, a dozen or so male students were clutching iron rods and baseball bats, each of them looking panicked. At the very front stood a young man in designer casual wear. This was Zhao Tian. At this moment, a ball of flame burned in his palm, his expression full of pride and arrogance. Relying on his B-rank flame control talent, Zhao Tian had easily subdued a few disobedient freshman athletes and successfully taken control of the entire stronghold. He should have been basking in everyone's adoration, just about to declare himself the new leader. The next second, everyone was stunned by the car's sudden arrival. An armored vehicle like a war chariot had smashed the gate to pieces and stopped less than 5 meters in front of them. Everyone, including Zhao Tian, instinctively gaped, their minds blank for a moment. The zombies outside couldn't even get through the door. Where on earth had this hunk of iron come from? Was it a military rescue unit, or some kind of mutated mechanical beast? Wild speculation surged through their hearts as suppressed fear and hope intertwined. With a crisp click, the heavy car door opened and someone climbed out of the driver's seat. Su-yi, dressed in casual clothes, stepped down from the vehicle through drifting glass fragments and dust. He held the dawn blade in a reverse grip, his gaze calm yet razor-sharp. His eyes went straight to Zhao Tian standing in the center, as if the entire gym contained only the two of them facing off. Well, old classmate, long time no see. Su-yi's lips curled with a hint of provocation and cold amusement, his voice echoing clearly through the gym. Zhao Tian froze in place. He doubted his eyes and rubbed them hard. Su-yi? That useless loser who only ever slept in class. His voice shot up, full of disbelief. The impact Su-yi made on him was overwhelming. The universally acknowledged bottom-of-the-class deadweight had crashed into the stronghold like a king. What infuriated Zhao Tian even more was the steady confidence and invisible pressure radiating from Su-yi. This was not the pushover from his memories. A wave of inexplicable jealousy and rage surged in his chest. Su-yi, are you insane? Zhao Tian demanded harshly. Don't you know smashing the gate like that will attract a horde of monsters? Relying on his advantage in numbers, he tried to bury his panic under loud threats. The fireball in his hand was raised high. In this moment, he wanted to show off the intimidation that came with his unique talent. Get down here right now and hand over the keys. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to do grunt work in this camp. The lackeys at Zhao Tian's side also started shouting, waving their iron rods and baseball bats. Su-yi looked at this group of self-important clowns, having no interest in wasting words on them. He simply tapped the car window with the hilt of his sword. Chugzhu, get out. Someone says he wants me to work under him. The front passenger door opened, and Luo Chugzhu's pair of long, shapely legs touched down first. Her face was cold and beautiful, one hand casually holding the massive Holy Radiance greatsword. The tip of the blade scraped across the wooden floor, carving a deep groove. Her appearance brought an indescribable aura to the entire gym, like an untouchable sacred spirit descending. Everyone's gaze was drawn to her, including Zhao Tian, whose eyes went wide and round. At this very moment, everyone understood that this new clash had become unavoidable. The fireball flickered in Zhao Tian's hand, his face twisted in shock. Everyone had always thought Luo Chugzhu was an aloof goddess who never bothered with anyone. Yet now, she actually got out from the front passenger seat of Su Yi's car as if she didn't care about anything at all. What was even stranger was that she was carrying an astonishingly huge sword, its blade shining with a blinding light. No one could believe their own eyes. Zhao Tian's throat bobbed up and down, on the verge of tearing from a shout. He had always thought Su Yi was a marginal figure the school had abandoned, a useless piece of trash. As for himself, as student council president, he had awakened a B-rank talent, flame control, and had worked hard to unite a group of students around him. But now, Su Yi was not only driving an armored combat vehicle, he had also attracted the school beauty, and that greatsword was clearly no ordinary item. "Stop putting on an act!" Zhao Tian roared, burning with jealousy. To him, this world had long been ruled by a simple law: the strong are king. Wasn't it supposed to be that whoever had the higher talent called the shots? Yet the reality before him had just dealt him a brutal blow. Luo Chuxue didn't spare Zhao Tian a single glance. She walked straight to Su Yi's side, tilted her head, and asked softly, "Su Yi, want me to help teach him a lesson? The type where he really suffers a bit." Her voice was unexpectedly gentle, completely different from her usual cold indifference. Zhao Tian was so enraged he couldn't hold back any longer. He kneaded the fireball in his hand until it grew larger, the heat forcing the people around him to retreat. But his words grew less and less confident. "Quit pretending. That junk car and fake sword of yours, who do you think you're scaring? It's not like I'm afraid of you," he bellowed as he swung up his right hand, the fireball in his palm swelling wildly. Some of the underlings behind him had already retreated a couple of steps, realizing this was way beyond anything they could get involved in. Suddenly, Luo Chuxue casually hefted the greatsword, pointed the tip down, and gave a light jab. The entire floor split as if sliced by a razor, and a pit full of cracks burst open in the concrete. Who would still dare say this was a toy? The legs of the onlooking lackeys began to tremble. Some quietly started to edge away. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Zhao Tian went all in, fighting with his back to the wall. With a furious roar, he hurled the fireball straight at Su Yi. The blazing sphere dragged a scorching trail through the air. The magical damage it carried was enough to burn an ordinary person to a crisp. Su Yi watched the incoming fireball calmly, utter contempt on his face. He didn't back away, and he didn't panic. He simply flicked his right hand. Dawnblade flashed with a streak of silver light, tracing a precise arc in midair. The fireball was actually split in two, bursting into sparks that swept past him. Zhao Tian was scared senseless. This wasn't a normal attack, this was clearly magic. How could it possibly be cut apart by a single strike from a cold weapon? "Your flame is way too weak. It's not even enough to light a cigarette," Su Yi sneered. In that instant, his agility exploded as he closed the distance like a ghost. Zhao Tian didn't even have time to react. His vision suddenly blurred. The fear of death froze him in place. He wanted to back away, wanted to beg for mercy, but his mouth only opened soundlessly. Su Yi's eyes were icy cold as the blade swept out in a sheet of silver white. The next second, Zhao Tian's right arm, along with his shoulder, was severed clean off, blood gushing wildly. Bright red damage numbers jumped above his head as he fell to the ground with a howl, curling up from the agony. His underlings instinctively wanted to rush in to support him. But at that moment, Luo Chuxue stepped in front of them. She pulled out the greatsword. A pair of radiant wings suddenly unfurled behind her, and her whole figure hovered in midair like a descending angel. She didn't waste words. Her sword rose and fell, and a golden sword aura roared along the ground, skimming right past the toes of those lackeys and carving a shocking, charred scar into the floor. The air filled with the stench of blood and burning, debris flying everywhere. Everyone stood frozen where they were. No one dared move forward again. Iron rods clattered to the floor, the sound echoing through the deathly silent classroom. In that moment, everyone understood. Reality is cruel. The so-called king in your eyes may be utterly powerless when faced with a truly formidable opponent. The appearance of Luo Chuxue and Su Yi was redefining the rules of survival in this school. The smoke had not yet fully dispersed, and that terrifying sword mark still seemed to burn in the air. Everyone's eyes were drawn to the breathtakingly beautiful girl in the sky. She was as powerful as a warrior from myth, descending from above. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help their legs going weak and dropped to their knees one after another. Only Zhao Tian's pig-slaughtering screams echoed in the hall. No one else dared to utter a sound. Su Yi looked down coldly at Zhao Tian, watching him struggle in a pool of blood. There was no mercy in Su Yi's eyes, only utter indifference. He forcibly suppressed his emotions. The person before him was the very classmate who had betrayed him in his previous life. Back then, for the sake of stealing supplies, Zhao Tian had tricked him into a zombie nest, nearly getting him killed. Now, if he still allowed such a person to live on the first day of the apocalypse, then this rebirth of his would be meaningless. "Su Yi, don't kill me. We're classmates, please, I'm begging you, let me go. Zhao Tian pleaded weakly. He had lost too much blood. His face was pale, and his tone was naked fear. I have a B-level talent, I can work for you, be your lackey, as long as you don't kill me. Suyi bent down and lightly tapped Zhao Tian's sweat-slick face with the back of his blade. His tone was casual, yet carried a chilling killing intent. Classmates? When you tried to steal my car, you didn't think of that. Besides, is a B-level talent supposed to be impressive? The moment the words fell, he struck decisively. His wrist twisted, the blade flashed. Yao Tian's pleas vanished in an instant. His head tumbled to the ground, blood spraying from the severed neck, quickly dyeing the floor a strange, sinister red. No one around dared to move. The atmosphere congealed to the extreme. You have killed LV. To awaken Zhao Tian. Target possesses B-level talent. Hidden infinite evolution mechanism triggered. Energy plunder. Plunders successful. Gained additional evolution points x50. Suyi was somewhat surprised. So killing fellow Awaken could directly yield evolution points. That meant the road ahead would be smoother and far more dangerous. He flicked the blood off his blade and turned his gaze to Luo Chugxiu in the distance. Luo Chugxiu had already withdrawn her light wings and landed back on the ground. She stood quietly, staring at the headless corpse, and the blood spread across the floor. There were no more screams, only deathly silence and suffocating oppression. For Luo Chugxiu, this was the first time in her life she had witnessed such brutal killing between their own kind, and the first time she had confronted blood and death so directly. Suyi said nothing, only looked at her quietly. He knew well that going through something like this was a lesson one urgently had to experience in the apocalyptic world. Only by truly stepping over that barrier in one's heart could one become a victor in this endless, cruel game. If she could never accept it, she would slowly burn herself out in despair and fear. Luo Chugxiu's breathing was visibly erratic, waves of nausea churning in her stomach. She bit her lip hard, forcing down the urge to vomit. In her mind surfaced the selfish, dark faces of her two dorm mates from before, and then the image of Zhao Tian just now, smugly threatening to kill Suyi without mercy. If Suyi hadn't been strong enough today, the one lying in a pool of blood now would have been him, and she would very likely have become a sacrifice for this group of inferior people. In this new world, law and morality no longer carried any weight. Kindness and weakness would only become the excuse others used to kill you. Only strength, only an unshakable will, could ensure survival. And she finally understood. Survival did not depend on tolerance and kindness, but on one's fists. Luo Chugxiu took a deep breath, her expression gradually firming. With long strides, she stepped directly over the bloodstains and walked to Suyi's side. He deserved it, she said calmly. Then she glanced at the pristine greatsword in her hand, the corners of her lips curling into a smile that was both beautiful and dangerous. Mercy toward the enemy is cruelty toward yourself. That strike just now was really cool. Suyi looked at the girl beside him, whose whole demeanor had completely changed, and couldn't help feeling a surge of astonishment. He had originally planned to play the role of a life mentor and persuade her to get used to killing, but he hadn't expected that she had already figured it out on her own. Now, she was a new kind of human, rapidly reshaped by the law of the jungle, and with her almost invincible talent, someone like her would inevitably become a nightmare that none of their enemies could ignore in the future. Don't worry, you'll get used to it. So he cleared his throat, put away his surprise, and turned his attention back to the other trembling survivors in the hall. His gaze swept over them. Each one looked like a little rabbit being stared at by a wild beast, so nervous they lowered their heads, not even daring to breathe too loudly. Suyi had no interest in these fence-sitters. He simply walked toward the entrance leading to the underground warehouse. The main purpose of his coming here was down below. Let's go, Chugxiu, time to do something serious, Suyi said, waving his hand without looking back. Luo Chugxiu nodded silently and followed behind him like a loyal warrior. The entire gymnasium fell quiet. Hundreds of survivors could only watch helplessly as their figures slowly disappeared into the depths of the darkness, not one of them daring to make a sound. The stairway was long and dark, leading to the gym's underground warehouse. Suyi walked in front, and as he walked he called up his attribute panel, carefully taking stock of his recent gains. Name: Suyi. Level: LV 4, EXP 45/400, Strength 19, Agility 21, Constitution 18, Spirit 20, Talent. Infinite Evolution, Unique Hidden SSS rank, remaining evolution points 172. 5. Looking at the remaining evolution points, a faint, satisfied smile tugged at Suyi's lips. His power was growing stronger with each passing day, and he also understood that only by constantly improving himself could he rule this new world dominated by monsters and traitors. Outside the main gate, the zombies that had been run over by vehicles hadn't even had time to rot, yet Suyi had already pocketed the huge amount of points left behind by the red-eyed crow and Zhao Tian. His pockets were noticeably fuller than before. Luo Chuxu followed behind him, still carrying that conspicuously imposing Holy Radiance greatsword, solid and powerful. Suyi stopped at the end of the dark corridor, in front of a heavy security door. He glanced back at Luo Chuxu and said in a commanding tone, "Turn on the high beams." Luo Chuxu froze for 2 seconds, then rolled her eyes in amused exasperation. She said nothing, but obediently released the holy light within her body. A soft white glow appeared in her palm, like a tiny sun, scattering all the surrounding darkness. Bang! Suyi kicked the iron door open in one go, the force sending it flying into the wall. They stepped into the underground warehouse. The previous darkness was completely driven back by the holy light. Rows of tall shelves stood in neat order, stacked high with emergency supplies. Bottled water, compressed biscuits, military canned food, and several freezers filled with frozen meat. Clearly, this was the school's strategic reserve for disasters. Suyi's eyes lit up and he let out a whistle. We've struck it rich. He knew that in his previous life, Zhao Tian had used these very supplies to raise a force of several hundred people in the early days of the apocalypse. With this much food, you could practically do whatever you wanted in chaotic times. Just as Suyi was about to start packing up the supplies, a faint chewing sound suddenly came from deep within the shadows of the warehouse. It sounded like a rat or no, more like a person gnawing on something. His nerves tightened. He reversed his grip on the dawn blade in his hand and quietly moved closer to the source of the sound. Luo Chuxu raised her greatsword and followed close behind. They turned around a shelf, and finally saw the source. It wasn't a monster, but a fat guy. His greasy t-shirt was stretched tight over his bulk, at least 200 pounds. He wore thick-framed glasses, squatting on the floor with a box of sausages clutched in his arms, anxiously using a wrench to pry open a can, drenched in sweat. Luo Chuxu's holy light shone on his face, and the fat man was so startled that he instinctively raised the wrench over his head, crouched down with his hands over his head, and shouted for mercy at the top of his lungs, "Don't kill me. The generator boss Zhao Tian wants is almost fixed, really, I just need one more coil." Looking at this familiar figure, a flood of memories surged into Suyi's mind. In his previous life, this fat guy named Wang Defa was anything but ordinary. Known in the apocalypse as the ghostly master craftsman, his combat power was low, but he had awakened an extremely rare logistics-type talent. As long as he had materials, he could handcraft all kinds of high-tier weapons, even battleships. In that previous life, Wang Defa was imprisoned by a guild and forced to specialize in equipment manufacturing. His status was unshakable. Who would have thought that on the very first day of the apocalypse, such a genius would be locked in a basement by Zhao Tian to repair an electric motor? Suyi sheathed his long blade and said casually, "Put your hands down. Zhao Tian is already dead." Wang Defa froze, half in doubt, and raised his head, rubbing his small eyes desperately, trying to see their faces clearly. Standing in front of him was not that arrogant student council president, but a young man in casual clothes with a strange smile on his face. Beside Suyi stood a girl whose temperament was indifferent yet so beautiful she seemed to have walked out of a mural. The great sword in her hand was reflecting a ghostly light. "Why you? Who are you?" Wang Defa stammered, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two, still not recovered from the shock. Suyi shrugged and introduced himself. "Suyi. And this is my personal violent healer, Luo Chuxu." "School bell Luo?" Wang Defa shoved up his slipping glasses as if struck by lightning. He had been hanging around the school forum for years and recognized Luo Chuxu at a glance, but he had never imagined he'd meet her in a situation like this. It was just that the greatsword in the school bell's hand looked wrong no matter how he looked at it. "You just said Zhao Tian is dead." Wang Defa looked completely incredulous. Very dead. Suyi physically sent him to the afterlife, Luo Chuxu replied lightly, her tone as natural as if she were talking about the weather. Wang Defa could no longer stay calm. He stared at the great sword stuck into the concrete floor, then at Luo Chuxu's innocent face, feeling like the world had gone insane. Since when could angels be this violent? But before they could react, a faint metallic scraping suddenly came from behind a discarded giant exhaust fan deep in the warehouse. Then, a sharp cat's cry rang out, especially piercing in the empty warehouse, as if reminding them that danger still lurked in the darkness. A shrill sound of something cleaving the air tore through the silence. A black bolt of lightning, like a ghost, pounced down suddenly from the top of the 5-meter-high exhaust fan. Its movements were incredibly agile as it dove straight at Wang Defa on the ground. It was a mutated cat, bigger than an adult cheetah. Its entire body was covered in pitch-black, spike-like fur. Its forelimbs were powerful, and when its razor-sharp front claws popped out, they were a full 10 centimeters long, faintly gleaming with a cold blue light. Even more terrifying, this monster was called Shadow Fiend Cat, a level 5 elite monster with 350 HP, 45 attack, and 30 agility. And that astonishing agility made it almost a blurred black shadow, leaving after images in the air. When Wang Defa saw it charging at him, his face instantly went deathly pale and he let out a shrill scream. His nearly 200 gene body actually rolled backward like a spring, trying to dodge that fatal pounce. However, the fiend cat was too fast. Its claws were already close to his forehead, and in the next second, blood was sure to spray on the spot. At that critical instant, a dazzling white light exploded. Luo Chuxu didn't need any orders at all. The angelic wings of light on her back suddenly unfurled, and her talent angel descent activated in an instant. Her strength and agility surged several-fold in a heartbeat, and she gained an innate holy attribute that naturally countered shadow creatures. With a speed nearly impossible for the naked eye to follow, she pushed off with both legs, her whole body turning into a beam of pure holy light as she shot in front of Wang Defa. Gripping the silver greatsword's cross-shaped hilt with both hands, she twisted her waist, focusing all her explosive power there, and swung at the fiend cat like going for a home run. In a split second, the very air was torn apart. Bang! As if blessed with the force of 1,000 pounds, the fiend cat was swatted away with a single blow. That holy energy even warped its body out of shape. Immediately after, with a thunderous crash, it smashed into the metal shelving behind them like a ragdoll. The shelf collapsed, and the cases of mineral water crashed down, burying it completely. A bright red 420 damage number floated up amid the debris. It was a lethal critical hit. The demon cat was instantly one-shot, its HP bar not even lasting a full second. Everything went quiet, the air seeming to freeze. Wang Defa was still frozen in his upside-down posture, his face blank, his gaping mouth wide enough to fit an ostrich egg. He stared fixedly at Luo Chuxu, at those outspread light wings, that massive greatsword. The impact of it all was beyond belief, more breathtaking than Hollywood special effects. After a moment, he finally came back to his senses and actually changed how he addressed her. Sister-in-law, you're awesome." Luo Chuxu's face flushed instantly at the title, but she didn't refute it. She only lowered her head, put away her light wings, and rested the greatsword on the ground. Seeing Wang Defa's reaction, Suyi couldn't help but silently shake his head. He had to admit this guy's ability to adapt was something else. They turned to look at the demon cat's corpse. A cyan-colored treasure chest was floating above it. Suyi reached out and touched it without hesitation. The system prompt sounded. Bronze-grade chest unlocked. He obtained a space backpack, 1 cubic meter of independent storage, and at last solved the major problem of moving supplies. But Suyi knew very well that this amount of space was far from enough. Without another word, he channeled the evolution points he had just earned and immediately had the system evolve the backpack. With a flash of blue light, the backpack's material rapidly transformed, changing from worn canvas into a techy-looking cyan-gray ring. The ring completed its evolution into a bronze-grade sumi ring, and its storage space expanded to 100 cubic meters. Even better, food and potions stored inside could stay fresh, and everything could be stored and retrieved by thought alone, making it more efficient and convenient than any tool. Suyi slipped the ring onto his right hand, quite satisfied. With a single thought, the mountains of supplies piled up in the warehouse, mineral water, canned goods, instant food, were all rapidly drawn into the ring's space by its energy, as if swallowed by a black hole. Within a few seconds, at least a third of the supplies covering hundreds of square meters were cleared away. Watching beside him, Wang Defa was dumbfounded. He thought his eyes were playing tricks on him and reflexively pinched his thigh hard. He stammered, "Spatial ability?" When Suyi had first awakened, the people around him were still proceeding with extreme caution just to level up. He, however, discovered that not only had he awakened far faster than everyone else, he could also directly kill his opponents. What shocked him even more was that his initial attribute values were as high as 200, far above other newbies. There was only one reason. His level was permanently locked at level 0. On the surface, this was a dead end, an utterly impossible to level situation. But unexpectedly, it brought unforeseen benefits instead. He obtained 2 special skills. The first skill. Whenever he learned a new skill, he would gain all attribute spiritual power. The second skill was even more outrageous. By analyzing an opponent's skills, he could automatically obtain countermeasures specifically tailored to them. The turning point came on the day of the cataclysm. Countless massive black monoliths descended from the sky, shrouding the city in a sky-obscuring shadow. Then the heavens tore open a barrier, and hordes of monsters, disaster beasts, broke through the obstruction, flooding into the human world like a deluge. These monsters not only possessed terrifying strength, their sheer numbers were enough to plunge people into despair. And behind them stood an even more powerful leader, known as the Destruction Demon Spirit. They had only one goal: to annihilate humanity. Ordinary people were powerless before disaster beasts. Once targeted, the only outcome was death. At this moment, a boy named Tian Mashu was staring blankly out the window. It wasn't until a girl's voice pulled him back that he snapped out of it. She asked curiously why he was spacing out like that. Tian Mashu had intended to brush it off, but tears suddenly streamed down his face. A bespectacled boy next to him mistook it for fatigue and joked that normally, by this time, he'd already be asleep. But today was different. All the students in the school had been suddenly summoned to the gymnasium, because after the disaster beast's invasion, some humans had gradually begun to awaken special abilities and had become the only warriors capable of fighting the monsters. This power was called an Awakener. The bespectacled man quietly reminded Tian Masha that the person speaking on stage now was none other than the supreme commander of the northern continent, Quan Yinren. He couldn't understand why Tian Mashu actually didn't recognize such an important figure. Tian Mashu had indeed heard Quan Yinren's name long ago. However, he hadn't expected that the legendary elder would turn out to be such a strangely dressed oddball. On stage, Quan Yinren announced to all the students that, according to research, as long as an ordinary person touched the black steel, there was a chance to awaken. For the sake of humanity's survival, everyone had to undergo the test. The moment he finished speaking, a gigantic black steel was summoned forth. The atmosphere at the scene tightened to the extreme. The other students were all abuzz, both excited and afraid. No one had ever seen anything like this before. The first person to bravely step up to be tested was the school's physical prodigy. The result shocked everyone. Athletic talent could not be converted into power. He showed no sign of awakening at all. Right after that, more than a dozen students went up one after another, and not a single one succeeded. It went on like this until a bully in the crowd named De Shijuan suddenly awakened a lightning-type ability. Quan Yinren's daughter, also a scholar, reported to her father in excitement that someone had finally awakened. Although De Shijuan's basic attributes weren't high, adding up to only 12 points, the people present were already treating him like a superhero. De Shijuan started showing off on stage, feeling he deserved praise from the supreme commander. Just as he was basking in his own glory, Tian Masha suddenly shoved him aside. De Shijuan flew into a rage, threatening to tear Tian Masha to pieces. The entire venue stared at them. No one dared make a sound. In that moment, Tian Masha wasn't the least bit nervous. He looked at the crowd behind him, and there was only one thought in his mind. He was different from everyone else. He harbored endless hatred toward the calamity beasts. The instant he stretched out his hand and touched the steel, the whole arena fell abruptly silent. Behind him, a wrathful-eyed Buddha statue manifested, and at the same time, a gigantic lotus blossomed high in the air. The scene was overwhelmingly spectacular. Many students were scared silly. Some even dropped to their knees on the spot. The bespectacled man and the pink-haired girl who had been with Tian Mashu at the venue cried out in shock as well, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. Even Quan Yinren and his daughter on the stage were stunned by this sight. They began to speculate whether this was the legendary class that only an extremely rare few could obtain, the Order Breaker, one whose every appearance would trigger a massive phenomenon. De Shijuan was completely outshone and went mad with anger. Tian Mashu himself was a bit dazed at this moment, unsure whether he had truly awakened or not. Just as he was lost in confusion, a system notification suddenly appeared in his mind. His level would be permanently fixed at level 0. His class was Order Breaker, and he possessed the talent Nirvana. Every time he learned a new skill, his attributes would increase dramatically, and he could purge all negative status effects and return to his peak state. At the same time, he also obtained a skill called Super Mimicry. As long as he analyzed an enemy's skill, he could automatically learn the corresponding countermeasure. Tian Mashu initially thought all his starting attributes were 0, and he was so dejected he couldn't even speak. But immediately after, the system popped up again. His talent had been formally activated, and all his attributes were directly raised to 200 points. Only then did he realize that as long as he continued to fight and mimic his enemies, he could become stronger and stronger. Even if his level could never increase, he would still be able to keep growing. He was still wondering what tier of Awakener more than 200 attribute points corresponded to. In the next second, the enormous lotus enveloping him suddenly bloomed in front of the steel, and every gaze converged on him. No one doubted anymore that he had become the most exceptional and most promising Awakener. Suyi ignored the terrified screams. His gaze was icy, his movements clean and precise. At this moment, Luo Chugzu's way of attacking was nothing like the fragile softness she showed on the surface. Instead, she was violent and decisive, utterly without hesitation. This made the surrounding survivors who'd wanted to take advantage of the situation all tense up. Each of them hunched their necks, faces deathly pale, wishing they could evaporate into thin air on the spot. They finally understood that this girl was not someone they could afford to provoke. Wang Defa, standing off to the side, was completely stunned. He thought his big brother was ruthless, but he hadn't expected his sister-in-law to be even more ruthless when she made a move. This woman was absolutely not someone you could afford to provoke. Suyi watched Luo Chugxiu's clean, decisive way of handling things and felt very satisfied. He didn't say much, just walked straight toward the huge armored vehicle, the Doomsday Conqueror. He pulled open the heavy door. The metallic click of the engine starting dragged Wang Defa back to reality from his shock. Wang Defa's attention finally shifted back to the armored vehicle. As a mechanical fanatic, he could barely contain himself in front of this steel behemoth. Tossing away the wrench in his hand, he practically plastered himself to the front of the vehicle, eyes shining, palms running back and forth over the armor more tenderly than if he were touching his own wife. God, boss, where did you get this thing? You could drive it straight onto a battlefield. Wang Defa stared at the reinforced crash corners on the front, so excited he was almost drooling. Full composite armor, raised chassis, military-grade run-flat tires. The mods are insane, it's practically built specifically for slaughtering zombies. Suyi kicked Wang Defa away in disgust. Quit touching it, your drool's about to drip. Get in, don't waste time. Luo Chugxiu calmly sheathed her greatsword as if she had already gone through countless brushes with death, then sat in the passenger seat. Wang Defa scrambled to pick up his wrench and clambered into the back like a little tagalong. His hands couldn't stop roaming around, and he kept exclaiming nonstop. Suyi twisted the key. The massive engine roared awake, the sound reverberating through the hall so violently the broken glass buzzed. He slammed down on the accelerator. The tires screamed against the wooden floor, spewing choking white smoke. The vehicle shot backward, then swung around and charged toward the gymnasium doors that had already been smashed into a huge hole. Without a shred of hesitation, the armored car blasted out of the gym like a cannon shell and vanished into the night in an instant. Hundreds of survivors in the hall stared blankly after the departing war machine. In that moment, they finally understood that in a world this broken, no one would tolerate their weakness and cowardice. Want to live? Either get stronger, or just wait to be eliminated and turned into cannon fodder. On the road at the edge of the city, the Doomsday Conqueror had its high beams on. Two powerful shafts of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the zombies wandering ahead. Suyi had no intention of slowing down. He trusted the steel monster under him completely. He floored the accelerator and the vehicle thundered forward. Bang, bang, bang. A constant barrage of impacts followed. The low-level zombies hurling themselves forward without fear of death were like scarecrows hit by a high-speed train, instantly torn to pieces, flesh and severed limbs splattering across the windshield, only to be easily swept aside by the wipers. With every collision, a series of damage numbers and experience points flashed across Suyi's mind. The meager experience from these zombies accumulated slowly on his progress bar. Wang Defa clung to the rear grab handle, staring at the carnage outside. His stomach churned and his face went a bit green, but he gritted his teeth and refused to close his eyes. He knew very well that since he'd decided to stick with these two gods of slaughter, Suyi and Luo Chugxiu, he had to learn to endure this. Otherwise, no matter how much mechanical talent he had, he wouldn't survive more than a few days. Holding back his nausea, he asked quietly, "Boss, where are we going now?" Suyi held the steering wheel, eyes fixed straight ahead. "Back to our safe base. There's a large standalone warehouse in the Eastern Industrial District. I pre-equipped and reinforced it in advance. It's well stocked and the surroundings are wide open, so it's not easy to get surrounded." Wang Defa thought quickly. There should be a lot of zombies over there, and probably some mutant animals too. But with sister-in-law here, that kind of small trouble doesn't really count. Luo Chugxiu sat in the passenger seat, cradling her greatsword with her eyes closed, resting. Hearing Wang Defa's flattery, she didn't even bother to open her eyes, but the corners of her lips curled up slightly. That smile was completely at odds with her elegant appearance, full of danger. From the moment she awakened her SS-grade talent, she had tasted the thrill of controlling everything and personally slaughtering monsters. Those zombies that used to inspire terror were now, to her, nothing more than experience points and slabs of meat waiting to be carved up. Suyi glanced at the rearview mirror, a chilling smile tugging at his lips. "Don't get too excited, fatty. This is just the beginning. These zombies on the streets are nothing but appetizers. The Doomsday game has descended, the rules of Earth have long since changed, these things aren't even worth mentioning. Once the first round of abyssal rifts opens in a few days, and high-tier monsters from other worlds truly pour out, then you'll understand what real despair means." Wang Defa shuddered all over, the faint sense of safety he had just managed to muster shattering instantly. Abyssal rifts? Otherworldly monsters? Why did the difficulty of this world feel like it was falling into a bottomless abyss, always worse than he imagined? But Suyi's tone suddenly softened. "Still, don't worry. As long as you do your job, you don't need to concern yourself with anything else. He paused, his tone firm as he began painting a future for Wang Defa. Once we reach the base, I'll give you enough materials. Your task is to use your talent to remodel and upgrade this war chariot for me. Besides that, I need you to design several sets of heavy defensive weapons. The moment Wang Defa heard modification and mechanical design, his eyes instantly filled with fanaticism and hope, replacing his earlier fear. He patted his chest and promised with confidence, "Leave it to me. As long as I have enough materials, I can definitely turn this shabby warehouse into a real fortress." The Doomsday Conqueror war chariot roared like a raging behemoth, crushing broken flagstones and zombie remains as it sped toward the eastern suburbs of the city. Sui leaned back in his seat, his gaze cold as he watched the ruined scenery fly past the window. He knew perfectly well that in this lifetime he was not going to merely scrape by, he would become the ruler of this collapsing world. The vehicle came to a steady stop deep within the Eastern Industrial Park, in front of the gate of a massive standalone warehouse. It was far from the city center, and tall steel plate walls enclosed a huge yard all around. Wang Defa didn't care about his image at all. He hurriedly leaned against an electric pole, gasping for breath. He still hadn't recovered from the terror and dizziness of that mad dash and the zombie-crushing rampage. Just then, a low, blood-reeking growl came from a corner of the yard, and 7 or 8 dark shapes staggered out from behind a row of shipping containers. They were stray dogs completely transformed by doomsday energy. Their bodies massive, fur falling out to reveal blood-red, rotting muscle, strands of slime dangling between their fangs. Clear information popped up on Suyi's panel at once. LV. 5 Berserk Mutant Hound, HP. 250/250, Attack. 35, Traits. Bloodthirsty, Pack Rend. Wang Defa let out a shriek. The body that had just started to recover exploded with potential again as he scrambled and rolled behind the war chariot's giant tire. Suyi merely leaned against the car door, tilting his head slightly toward the stunningly beautiful girl who had just gotten out of the vehicle. "Luo Chugxia. They're yours." A trace of excitement flashed through Luo Chugxiu's eyes. She heft the Holy Radiance greatsword. As the first mutant hound charged at her, she slid a step and brought the blade down hard. The beast was knocked flying as if smashed by a hammer, slamming into the wall and dying on the spot. A sharp notification jumped out on the screen. -280. Critical hit. The remaining mutant hounds went completely berserk, hurling themselves at Luo Chugxiu in a frenzy. The corners of her lips lifted slightly as the greatsword in her hand shone with blinding holy light. Her footwork was nimble, offense and defense as one. Every strike carried a golden arc, every swing heavy and devastating. Howls of agony echoed through the yard as foul blood and shattered limbs splattered across the ground. In less than 2 minutes, all the mutant hounds were wiped out, the ground a blur of gore. The system's notification sounded in Suyi's mind. "Your companion has slain LV. 5 Berserk Mutant Hound X8, gained 160 EXP and 16 evolution points. Ding! EXP full. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV. 5. At the same time, a brilliant golden pillar of light rose from beneath Luo Chugxiu's feet, completely enveloping her. After the radiance faded, Luo Chugxiu ran over brimming with excitement and confidence, her greatsword almost raised above her head. "Suyi, I leveled up." Her breathing was full of excitement. "I reached LV. 2. All my stats went up by 5 points. I feel power surging through my whole body now." According to the rules of the Apocalypse game, levels 0 to 50 are the Awakening tier. Each time you level up, your 4 basic stats are significantly increased. Strength, Agility, Constitution, and Spirit, each by 5 points. Luo Chugxiu had already possessed outstanding strength, and now these extra 5 points let her wield the greatsword as if it were an extension of her own arm. Wang Defa watched from the side, his eyes full of envy, rubbing his hands in excitement. He subconsciously longed for it as well. If things kept going like this, he too could become stronger. In this world, everyone dreams of becoming a superhero, but reality is nowhere near as simple as a fairy tale. The chubby man leaned over with a fawning expression, patting Suyi on the shoulder in an attempt to ingratiate himself. "Boss, you must have killed a ton of monsters, right? You leveled up, your stats must have shot up like crazy. Feels awesome, doesn't it?" Luo Chugxia stood to the side, blinking her big eyes and staring at Suyi curiously, waiting for his answer. Suyi's expression was somewhat complicated. He didn't reply directly. In his mind, he pulled up the attribute data that only he could see. Name: Suyi. Level: LV. 5, EXP. 20/500, Strength. 19 Agility. 21 Constitution. 18 Spirit. 20 remaining evolution points. 98. 5. Every single basic attribute remained completely unchanged. Suyi smiled bitterly to himself. He understood that he was different from others. For ordinary players, each level up came with attribute points awarded by the system. It was a small form of compensation from the world for those who struggled desperately. But he was no ordinary person. He possessed the SSS rank hidden talent Infinite Evolution, so powerful it was almost broken, yet also extremely peculiar. For him, leveling up was only a key that unlocked equipment usage permissions. His stats would not increase on their own at all. If he wanted to become stronger, he could only force his way up by spending evolution points. Throw enough money at it, and you could become stronger. If he saved up enough points, he could easily possess power capable of crushing high-tier lords even while only at level 5. My stats didn't increase, Suyi said calmly, stating the truth. Wang Defa froze, the flattering smile still stuck on his face, completely unable to process what he'd just heard. Luo Chugzyu's smile faded as well, replaced by confusion. How is that possible? Isn't it said that leveling up automatically increases your stats? Did the system play favorites and set a trap just for boss? The chubby man scratched his head, muttering under his breath. Luo Chugzyu furrowed her brows and stepped forward, as if wanting to comfort Suyi. In this desperate apocalypse, to level up and gain no enhancement at all was like being cursed. Seeing their "we feel so sorry for you" expressions, Suyi rolled his eyes. Don't look at me like I'm disabled. I said my stats don't increase automatically, not that I can't add points myself. Too lazy to explain more, his gaze fell to the bottom of the attribute panel, at the remaining 98. 5 evolution points. He had spent 82. 5 points upgrading the storage ring earlier, and had just accumulated another 16 points, leaving him with a hefty stash of evolution points. For him right now, this was the perfect time to invest like crazy. In this world, speed and strength are the only fundamental reasons to stay alive. Without hesitation, Suyi focused his mind and initiated the point allocating operation. System, allocate all of them for me. Confirm consumption of 40 evolution points to increase base strength. Confirm consumption of 40 evolution points to increase base agility. A total of 80 evolution points were wiped out in a matter of seconds. Buzz searing energy erupted through his body like a flood, as if every cell was being reconstructed. His muscles made tearing sounds, and his bones crackled like beans frying in a pan. A layer of dangerous blue-black light surfaced over Suyi's body. The attribute numbers skyrocketed madly. Strength shot up from 19 straight to 59. Agility surged in one go from 21 to 61. These two numbers already far surpassed an ordinary level 5 awakened, and were even enough to rival some veteran players as high as level 10 or more. The overwhelming sense of power made Suyi feel a bit lightheaded. He tilted his head back and let out a low roar. The noise was immense, countless pebbles and sand whipping around him in a violent gust of wind. Wang Defa was knocked to the ground by the suddenly erupting shockwave, even his glasses were blown off. Luo Chugzyu was forced to take 2 steps back, barely managing to stay on her feet by bracing her greatsword against the ground. Her eyes were filled with sheer disbelief. "B-boss, did you turn on cheats or something? You've turned into one of those super soldiers from the movies." With a trembling hand, Wang Defa fumbled for his glasses, and only then realized that Suyi's aura was completely different from before. He was just casually standing there, yet the fat man couldn't help feeling a suffocating pressure bearing down on him. Suyi slowly opened his eyes, a cold, sharp light flashing within. Ignoring Wang Defa's question, his gaze fell on a scrapped heavy-duty truck not far away. He took a light step forward and vanished from where he'd been. He moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. Before Wang Defa and Luo Chugzyu could react, their vision blurred for an instant, and Suyi was already standing in front of the massive wrecked truck. He raised his right fist and let it fall onto the solid steel hood as if it weighed nothing. Boom! The truck's hood caved in with a thunderous crash, like an aluminum can smashed by a hammer. The powerful impact pierced straight through the thick front of the vehicle. The rear of the truck jerked up violently, and when it slammed back down, the ground shook and dust billowed into the air. A half-meter deep fist crater was imprinted in the twisted steel. Everyone stood there stupefied, the scene utterly silent. In that instant, they all understood. Suyi had already set foot on an evolutionary path completely different from that of ordinary awakened. A breeze drifted by, slowly sweeping the dust away. Wang Defa was still sitting on the ground, his mouth gaping wide enough to fit 2 tennis balls. He looked frozen in place, his face filled with stunned disbelief. Right in front of him, Suyi had just punched through the front of a heavy-duty truck barehanded, the steel torn apart like paper. No one present failed to grasp that if that punch had landed on a person, there wouldn't even be a corpse left. Luo Chugzyu tried to steady her breathing. Only moments ago she had felt a small surge of pride over her own LV. too, but now that sense of achievement had been utterly shattered by the casual brutality of Suyi's display. Her eyes were locked on Suyi's back, her heart pounding even more wildly than when she faced monsters. In a world where sheer survival had become a luxury, strength meant safety, it meant everything. Right now, nothing could be more reassuring than Suyi's near-invincible power. Suyi slowly pulled his right fist out of the mangled steel. There wasn't even a scratch on the back of his hand. Instead, a faint heat was rising from the surface of his knuckles. He gave his wrist a light shake, turned to look at the two who were still frozen in place, and the corner of his mouth curled into a faint, wicked smile. Now you understand, don't you, why I couldn't care less about those scattered little attribute points the system gives? Wang Defa nodded like a bobblehead, scrambling over without any regard for his dignity. He almost threw himself around Suyi's leg, face burning with fanatical excitement. Boss, you're unbelievable. This isn't even about attribute values anymore, is it? You've broken the system's rules outright. His chubby body was trembling with excitement, and in that moment his fear seemed to vanish completely, replaced by solid hope and a surging sense of security. Luo Chugzhu finally snapped out of it as well. Carrying her greatsword, she walked to Suyi's side, a rare and brilliant smile blooming on her face. She spoke with earnest conviction. You're really strong. Her eyes were full of trust and resolve, and that smile carried more weight than all the steel from moments before. Suyi gently ruffled Luo Chugzhu's smooth hair, his tone unhurried. Don't be in such a rush to marvel at it. We've only just begun. Come on, let's head into the warehouse and find a place to settle this fatty first. He took the lead toward the warehouse doors and kicked the rusted lock clean off with one strike, then stepped into the darkness inside without the slightest hesitation. Their base, their own safe haven from the storm, was finally about to come to life. Suyi strode into the vast industrial warehouse and casually pulled down the switch on the wall. The lights snapped on, flooding the space with brightness and revealing row upon row of neatly stacked alloy steel, mounds of special grade plates piled like small hills, and heaps of complex electronic components. All of this was Suyi's carefully prepared trump card. Luo Chugzhu looked around, her gaze betraying her undisguised curiosity. Wang Defa squeezed through the door with his round belly, and the moment he saw so many top-tier mechanical materials, hunger was written all over his face. For a mech otaku, this place was simply heaven. Boss, which heavy industrial workshop did you empty out for this? Wang Defa couldn't help swallowing, his eyes roaming over the thick steel plates. Suyi only shook his head, too lazy to comment. He walked to the center of the warehouse, stopped, and raised his right hand. The ancient bronze-colored storage ring on his finger flashed faintly, and in the next second, a truckload of supplies poured out onto the ground like a waterfall. Crates of military rations, compressed biscuits, self-heating hot pots, piles of bottled water, all stacking up in an instant into a towering mountain of food. Wang Defa's legs gave out. He plopped onto the floor, staring at the foodie's paradise before him. He had known Suyi had storage space, but seeing it with his own eyes at this moment still shocked him to the core. While people outside were fighting just to snatch a bite of expired instant noodles to stay alive, their team could literally build a food mountain. His sense of security shot through the roof. Don't look like you've never seen real life before. Suyi casually grabbed a can of beef and tossed it precisely to Wang Defa. Eat something, then get to work. Wang Defa fumbled to catch the can and was just about to pull the tab when two completely different radiances suddenly burst out from his body. The first was a golden pillar of light representing a level up. Back outside, fighting alongside Luo Chugzhu, even though Wang Defa had turtled the whole time behind waste tires doing almost nothing, he had still gotten a bit of experience and just barely made it to level 1. Before the golden glow had fully faded, an even more dazzling purple beam shot straight up to the ceiling, piercing through the warehouse's iron roof and illuminating half the city's night sky. Phantom-like data chains and countless luminous gears whirled around Wang Defa, the scene looking like something out of a sci-fi movie. Luo Chugzhu immediately gripped her greatsword, warily stepping in front of Suyi. What's going on? Suyi smiled faintly and patted her shoulder. Calm down, the fat one just hit the jackpot. There was a certain everything is under control composure hidden in his eyes. He knew that in this moment, Wang Defa was undergoing a complete transformation. This was the omen that appeared when a future top-tier craftsman, whose name would one day resound far and wide, awakened. The purple light lasted for a good half-minute before slowly fading away. Wang Defa plopped back down, pushed up his heavy black-framed glasses, and felt his mind incomparably clear, as if he had suddenly seen through many things. Hurry up, check your personal panel. Suyi quickly dragged over a folding chair and set it beside him. Everything was only just beginning. Wang Defa sat down with a thump, crossed one leg over the other, and tried to look relaxed, as if there were no crisis here at all. He forced himself to act indifferent, but sweat still seeped from his palms. Nervous as he was inside, he quietly pulled up his status panel. Name: Wang Defa. Level: LV 1, EXP 10/100, Strength 9, Agility 12, Constitution 12, Spirit 15, Talent. Mechanical Source Core, S rank. The moment he saw the line, Talent. Mechanical Source Core, S rank, his emotions exploded. He burst into irrepressible laughter, his fat body shaking, almost so excited he jumped up. Boss, I awakened. S rank talent. I'm a genius. His voice was filled with the exhilaration and pride of a first success, impossible to conceal. Watching his over-the-top reaction, Suyi mercilessly doused him with cold water. Don't get cocky so fast. Tell me what your talent actually does and let me hear it. I need to see how much use you're really going to be. After being reprimanded, Wang Defa immediately put away his smile, straightened up like an elementary school student, and reported in a loud voice. Mechanical Source Core, S-grade talent. First special effect. Super analysis. Any blueprint or mechanical construct, I understand it at a glance. Learning speed increased 5-fold. Second special effect. Source Core Forging. I can use mental power to directly reshape and fuse metal materials with my bare hands. No fire, no machines. As long as my mental power is enough, I can create large weapons and equipment directly with my hands. Luo Chugzhu widened her eyes beside him, clearly not expecting this slightly soft-looking fatty to have awakened such an outrageous talent. Building mecha bare-handed was no longer a science fiction story, but a supernatural power unfolding right before their eyes. Suyi had almost anticipated this. He smiled, and his gaze gradually turned shrewd and calculating. He walked over to a pile of special steel, knocked on the thick, rock-hard metal, and his expression instantly became solemn and oppressive. Since you're so capable, tonight's work is all yours. Without waiting for Wang Defa to respond, he began issuing orders one after another. He pointed at the battered Doomsday War Chariot not far away. First, use up all this steel to add 2 more layers of external armor to that war chariot. Reinforce the chassis and the front. Replace the front with a serrated ram so it deals greater damage on impact. Second, the warehouse door is way too thin, it'll shatter with one hit. I want you to forge it into a heavy blast-proof door that can withstand explosions. Third, use the electronic components already in the warehouse to cobble together 2 fully automatic machine guns, mount them on both sides of the rooftop, and form at least a basic firepower net. Suyi's tone allowed no argument. He threw out 3 engineering tasks in one breath, leaving Wang Defa no room to refuse. Wang Defa's excited expression froze, and he instantly deflated. The corners of his mouth twitched bitterly. Boss, seriously? I'm only level 1, my mental power is just 15 points. Add these 3 together and it'll kill me. I can't hold out. Suyi only sneered coldly and pushed over 2 crates of Red Bull and a pile of high-calorie energy bars. Supplies are unlimited, food and lodging included. Finish and you can sleep. When you're exhausted, eat something, meditate to recover, then keep going. In this base, there's no such thing as raising useless deadweight. His voice turned icy and dangerous, his gaze on Wang Defa full of threat. If you haven't finished before the sun comes up tomorrow, I'll throw you outside the base. Then you can have a nice long chat about life with those mutant monsters out there. Luo Chugzhu also stepped forward, face serious. She gripped her great sword taller than a person with both hands and slammed it into the ground. The thunderous impact silenced the air in an instant. If you really get so tired you can't stay awake, I can personally help you perk up. The girl's voice was cold, like a death sentence. Wang Defa jumped in fright and didn't dare complain anymore. He knew Luo Chugzhu would never just talk. She really would beat him awake. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "Fine. I'll do it all. Happy now?" He grabbed an energy drink, gulped it down, then rolled up his sleeves and strode toward that pile of ice-cold steel, fully resigned to his fate. The moment his talent activated, a faint violet glow appeared on his hands. When he touched the steel plates, the solid metal actually began to wriggle, decomposing under his wool into streams of metallic liquid that flew toward the armored vehicle not far away. Watching this scene, Suyi nodded in satisfaction and stretched lazily. He turned around, his expression softening slightly, and said to Luo Chugzhu, "It's been a long day. Go upstairs, take a shower, and rest. The backup generator still works, so there's plenty of hot water." Luo Chugzhu sheathed her great sword and nodded. A day of fighting and blood soaking into her sportswear had long made her extremely uncomfortable. The two walked side by side toward the second floor, the stairs beneath their feet ringing with metallic echoes. Downstairs, Wang Defa's heavy breathing and the hum of twisting metal sounded unusually clear in the quiet night. It was the truest proof of this apocalyptic world. Only by working desperately and constantly improving yourself can you stay alive. Luo Chugzhu's footsteps suddenly stopped at the turn of the second-floor landing. She turned her head to look at the man who was a whole head taller than her, the dim yellow light of the corridor reflected in her eyes. She hid her unease. We're going to keep winning like this, right? Suyi left her no room for comfort. He turned his head and pinched the girl's chin, forcing her to tilt her face up and meet his gaze. His tone allowed no doubt. Don't ask that kind of question. If you're following me, the only thing you need to think about is chopping anyone who dares block our way into pieces. Luo Chugzhu was stunned for a moment, then a bright smile blossomed on her face. She didn't dodge at all and nodded obediently. The living area on the second floor had been completely remodeled by Suyi to feel like a large flat. He pushed open the master bathroom door, turned on the backup electric water heater, and warm water cascaded down at once. He rinsed the lingering smell of blood from his body, casually wiped the droplets from his face, and called up his personal panel in his mind. Name: Suyi level LV 5 EXP 20/500 strength 59 agility 61 constitution 18 spirit 20. Looking at the two pitifully low stats at the bottom, Suyi fell into thought. His current strength and agility were already enough to go head to head with most monsters, but his low constitution and spirit hid serious risks. Constitution directly affected recovery speed and resistance to damage, while spirit affected skill casting and resistance to negative effects. Right now, his agility was several times that of an ordinary person, bringing extraordinary reaction speed, but if his spirit couldn't keep up, there was always the risk of his brain short-circuiting. Turning off the shower, Suyi grabbed a bath towel, roughly rubbed his hair dry, then changed into loose cotton loungewear and sat on the edge of the bed, beginning to think about how to clear the nearby abyss rift tomorrow. In the guest bathroom at the end of the corridor, Luo Chugzhu was also washing the blood from her body. The blood swirling down the drain seemed to still carry the aftertaste of the day's battle. She shut off the faucet and looked up at herself in the mirror, her face beaded with water, exquisitely beautiful yet filled with exhaustion. Luo Chugzhu called up her own panel level. LV 2, Strength 15, Spirit 18. For someone who had been just an ordinary university student, 15 points in strength let her swing that heavy greatsword one-handed without the slightest effort, and she could even, without changing her expression, slap a mutant hound into a pile of minced meat. And 18 points in spirit made her mind clearer at this moment than it had ever been. So clear it was terrifying. Everything that had happened during the day, the headless, blood-spouting corpse of Zhao Tian, the glaring blue poison claws of the mutant cat, the charred, rotting limbs on the ground played back frame by frame in her mind. Outside, the taut nerves and surging adrenaline had temporarily pushed the fear down. But now that she was in a safe environment, all the suppressed dread and loneliness came flooding back. The battle god shell she had been forcing herself to wear suddenly shattered to pieces. Luo Chugzhu's breathing turned unsteady, her body grew cold, and her heart was crushed by the cruelty of the apocalypse until she could barely breathe. The campus she'd once known had become a blood-soaked hunting ground, all the old rules ground to dust. She grabbed a man's white shirt from the bathroom rack, spare clothes Suyi had stocked up as part of his supplies. The shirt hung loosely on her, almost covering her thighs, and beneath the hem were her long, pale legs. She didn't even put shoes on, her bare feet stepping onto the icy wooden floor, with only one thought left in her mind. She had to see Suyi. Only that fearless man could break apart the fear and loneliness pressing on her heart. She walked quickly to the master bedroom door, took a deep breath, and raised her hand to give 2 gentle knocks. Less than a second later, the door was pulled open from inside. Suyi's lazy, faintly amused face appeared in the doorway. He lowered his head and glanced at her, his gaze brushing over her still dripping long hair and the faint outline under the shirt, finally coming to rest on her bare feet. "Did that fat bastard downstairs wake you up?" He arched a brow and asked, half joking. Luo Chugzhu didn't answer. Her eyes just turned slightly red, the tip of her nose tinged a faint pink. She stared hard at him for 2 seconds, confirming that this man truly existed. The next second, she took a step forward and suddenly crashed into Suyi's arms, clutching him with all her strength. Luo Chugzhu rushed over, burying her face deep in Suyi's broad, warm chest. Her shoulders trembled slightly. It was as if she could no longer bear the pressure all at once. The unexpected move stunned Suyi. In the middle of the night, Luo Chugzhu was dressed thinly and suddenly pressed close. No matter how strong Suyi's self-control was, the scent of her shower gel mixed with a young girl's body fragrance in his arms still made his breathing unsteady. He didn't push her away. On the contrary, he reached back and closed the door, shutting out the darkness and all the dangers outside. He lowered his head to look at the girl in his arms and noticed that his shirt at his chest had quietly been soaked by her tears. The violent healer who had faced monsters in broad daylight without batting an eye had now completely turned into a helpless little kitten in his embrace. Luo Chugzhu still had her face buried deep, her voice muffled and hoarse. It's nothing, it's just too quiet. The moment I close my eyes, it's all those bloody scenes from today. I can't shake them off, I really am a little scared. She laid bare her most fragile side to Su Yi without holding anything back. Su Yi's gaze shifted. He understood this kind of fear. When the catastrophe first began, every awakened one went through a psychological breakdown more or less. In his previous life, those geniuses who once shocked the world often couldn't withstand the mental pressure and ended up mad. He knew that useless comfort was meaningless. In this world, only strength and fearlessness could bring true security. Su Yi raised his hand, gently pinching Luo Chuxu's smooth nape, giving her no chance to refuse, forcing her to lift her head and look at him. His eyes were firm, carrying a dominance that allowed no resistance. You're afraid because you still believe those monsters can threaten you. Do you still think you're that ordinary campus belle who only knows how to be scared? Don't forget your own strength. Don't underestimate the power you wield when you swing that great sword. His tone shifted, and his actions grew more decisive, both hands wrapped directly around her slender waist, leaving her nowhere to retreat, pinning her firmly against the wall behind the door. The oppressive presence of the man made all of Luo Chuxu's fear dissolve in an instant. Su Yi's voice was cold, yet full of promise. As long as you stand in this base, as long as you're mine, no matter how strong the monsters outside are, it won't be your turn to be afraid of them. Those domineering words didn't make Luo Chuxu feel repulsed. Instead, they completely shattered the unease deep in her heart. She leaned dazedly against the wall, looking at Su Yi's cold, sharp features. The unshakable confidence radiating from this man became her only support. Her heart was beating faster than when she faced the monsters. Her fear had ebbed away like the tide, leaving behind only a hard-to-describe flutter. She didn't dodge Su Yi's gaze. Instead, she rose on tiptoe, looped her arms around his neck, closed her eyes, and took the initiative to offer up her soft, warm red lips. When their lips met, Luo Chuxu's fresh sweetness brought a hint of a smile to Su Yi's eyes. He reversed their roles, taking control, wrapping his arms tightly around her and deepening the kiss. He gently picked her up and carried her to the bed, laying her down softly. The oversized men's shirt slid off her shoulders, revealing pale skin and a slender collarbone. Luo Chuxu's long hair was scattered across the sheets, her cheeks flushed, her breathing rapid. The usually calm look in her eyes now held shyness, yet also a rare firmness. Su Yi leaned down, kissed her forehead, and murmured, "You don't have to be afraid tonight. I'll stay with you." Luo Chuxu nodded lightly, her hands clutching tightly at Su Yi's clothes. The light upstairs soon went out, and night descended fully. The wind howled outside the window, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. The next morning, dew still clung to the branches. The sheets were in disarray, and the traces of the two of them still lingered in the air. They said nothing, yet their hearts were perfectly in tune. Meanwhile, downstairs in the lobby, it was an entirely different scene. Wang Defa was sitting cross-legged beside the Doomsday Conqueror, bright violet light glowing in his palms as his innate mechanical source core ran in desperate overload. Under the control of his telekinesis, the thick steel plates flowed like liquid silver-gray metal, layering over the surface of the war chariot. Sweat poured from his forehead. The drain on his mental power left him almost completely exhausted, as if all his strength had been wrung out. Gritting his teeth, Wang Defa downed a can of energy drink while muttering under his breath. A low rumble rose from the vehicle's chassis as it grew steadily more solid. He wiped the grease on his hands casually onto his face and glanced up at the floor above. He knew that even though the soundproofing kept the ground floor dead silent, he could easily imagine how intimate the atmosphere upstairs must be. Some people's fate really is different, he couldn't help complaining inwardly. His boss was upstairs holding a beauty in his arms, enjoying tender, romantic moments, while he was stuck downstairs pulling an all-nighter hammering steel, dripping with sweat. Wang Defa had no choice but to tear open a high-calorie energy bar and stuff it into his mouth in a few rough bites. He sighed and buried himself once more in the world of metal, working hard without complaint. In the early morning, sunlight cut precisely through the gap in the curtains and fell into the bedroom, snapping Su Yi awake in an instant. He felt wonderfully refreshed, not the least bit tired. His physical fitness was astonishingly high, and the new power he had just obtained made it seem as if his body contained enough strength to easily shatter a concrete wall. He looked down to see Luo Chuxu curled up quietly in his arms like an utterly defenseless kitten. The girl was sleeping soundly, her eyelashes casting soft, peaceful shadows. Her shoulder and back were exposed to the air, her skin fair and delicate like fine porcelain. A faint smile unconsciously curved Su Yi's lips. Moving very gently, he pulled the blanket up over her shoulders. Even such a small movement still woke the girl in his arms. Luo Chuxu blinked awake in a daze. When her gaze met Su Yi's smiling eyes, the intimacy and madness of last night surged through her memory like a bolt of lightning. Her face instantly flushed bright red. She instinctively pulled the blanket up to cover herself, only daring to show a pair of shy eyes. What's wrong? You weren't this shy last night, Suyi laughed, reaching over the blanket to gently rub her head. Luo Chugzhu shot him a covert glare. The cool, distant look she usually wore was now a little weak, and even carried a trace of uniquely feminine softness. It's all your fault, she mumbled under the covers in a slightly coquettish tone. She was clearly already a level 2 awakened. In yesterday's battle she had swung a great sword to cut down monsters without feeling much fatigue at all. Yet now, as she tried to get up, her legs felt as heavy and weak as if they'd been filled with lead, letting her truly understand what it meant to have one's stamina completely drained. All right, it's all my fault, Suyi replied in high spirits, quickly pulling on his tactical pants and t-shirt, completely unconcerned by Luo Chugzhu's shyness. With a twist of his wrist, he took a freshly heated cup of milk and 2 pieces of cake out of his spatial ring and set them on the bedside table. Eat something first. Come downstairs in 10 minutes, I'll be waiting for you. After Suyi left, Luo Chugzhu looked at the steaming breakfast, feeling a slight warmth in her heart. She took a deep breath and forced herself to sit up, feeling as if even the smallest movement required a burst of courage. When she reached the wardrobe, she noticed a reddish mark on her collarbone that had yet to fade. Her face flushed again, and she instinctively tugged her collar higher, doing her best to hide the trace. 10 minutes later, freshly washed and neatly dressed in a black tracksuit, Luo Chugzhu slowly descended the metal stairs. As soon as she stepped into the hall, she was stunned by what she saw. The once spacious warehouse floor was now covered with iron filings and discarded parts. In the center stood a true steel behemoth. After a thorough overhaul, the Doomsday Conqueror had become indestructible. Heavy high-carbon steel armor covered the vehicle's body, making the entire machine look like a ferocious mechanical monster. The newly installed frontal armor was bristling with metal spikes, exuding a terrifying aura. The old sheet metal door at the entrance had also been removed and replaced with a thick explosion-proof hatch, making the place several times more secure. At this moment, Wang Defa was lying in a pile of empty cardboard boxes, his face deathly pale. At the sound of footsteps, he sprang up on reflex, his legs still trembling. Pointing excitedly at the blast door and the newly refitted armored vehicle, he spoke in a hoarse yet unmistakably proud voice. "Boss, I got everything done." Suyi walked over and gave a serious nod. Wang Defa's talent was practically a treasure to the team in this crisis. For one man to complete such a difficult refit in a single night back in the pre-apocalypse world, even a top engineering team would have needed half a month for this job. Wang Defa was just about to brag a little when he suddenly noticed Luo Chugzhu behind Suyi. After last night, her whole bearing was completely different from before, her gait carrying a faint hint of unfamiliarity. More obvious was the look in her eyes when she gazed at Suyi, full of reliance and tenderness. Looking at the two of them, Wang Defa couldn't tell what he was feeling. A bit of envy, a bit of self-mockery, and a touch of bitterness. In a world this perilous, some people were grinding through hardship and doing their part, while others could still steal a moment of gentleness. The gap between people felt greater than the gap between humans and monsters. Suyi saw right through what was on Wang Defa's mind. Narrowing his eyes, he let a faint, unreadable smile tug at the corner of his lips. He slipped an arm around Luo Chugzhu's slender waist, letting her lean into him more comfortably. Then he shot a cold glance at Wang Defa, who had been staring their way, his voice low but full of threat. "If you don't want your eyeballs turned into my nightlights, you'd better pull your gaze back." A shiver ran through Wang Defa. He jerked his head down, staring rigidly at the floor. Trying to lighten the mood, he stammered, "Boss, you're awesome. Good morning, sis-in-law. This blast door sure is, white." At the word sis-in-law, Luo Chugzhu's face flushed crimson, but she didn't refute it. Instead, she naturally nestled even closer into Suyi's arms. For the first time, she accepted being protected with such calm, and for the first time she realized that when the end of the world comes, trusting one person might be more important than anything. Suyi lightly patted the fat man's shoulder, his tone returning to calm with a hint of encouragement. "Nice work. There are self-heating hot pots in those boxes. If you're hungry, grab one and eat. After that, rest in the back of the car for a bit." Wang Defa froze, unable to believe that in a world like this he could still eat a hot meal and even have a place to lie down and sleep. Somewhat hesitant, he asked, "Boss, why aren't we staying at the base to rest?" Suyi stared at the tightly shut heavy blast door, his gaze cold as steel. "The abyss rift outside is about to descend. Opportunity is waiting for us out there. If you want to live long and live well, you can't be afraid of hardship. Sitting around chasing comfort only gets you eliminated." He patted Wang Defa's shoulder again, this time leaving no room for argument. "Get in the car, time to work. The real fight hasn't even started yet." The interior of the vehicle was spacious. Luo Chugzhu sat in the passenger seat, blowing on the hot milk in her hands, stealing glances now and then at Suyi as he drove. After last night's upheaval, she was no longer the simple student she once was. There was a new softness and steadiness about her. Sipping her milk in small mouthfuls, she slowly felt an unprecedented sense of security rising within her. In the back, Wang Defa was sprawled on the wide leather seat, exhaustion written all over his face. The fat man was clutching a self-heating hot pot and wolfing it down, as if trying to fill the emptiness left by a night of mental overexertion. Just then, the previously clear sky suddenly darkened without warning. A shrill alarm blared in all three of their minds, like a giant hammer pounding right beside their ears. At the same time, a huge dark red rift tore open in midair, and a bloody scarlet light poured down like spilled blood, dyeing the entire eastern industrial district a ghastly red. A string of blood-red warning prompts popped up in front of everyone's retinas. Area warning. A micro-abyss rift has descended. Instance name. Goblin Mech Outpost, LV. 10 LV. 15, area coordinates. Abandoned chemical plant, eastern suburbs, clear condition. Kill the instance boss and destroy the rift core. Ignoring the chilly oil burning his leg, Wang Defa pressed himself nervously against the car window and looked out. Among the crumbling ruins of the abandoned chemical plant, a mass of black shadows dropped from the sky. They were one scrawny, green-skinned little monster after another, all short in stature, wearing exoskeletal armor cobbled together from scrap metal. Small boilers on their backs spewed black smoke, accompanied by a heavy mechanical roar. The fatty cried out in terror, "Boss, this dungeon's level 10 plus. There isn't even any newbie welfare, they just throw us straight into high difficulty, how are we supposed to play this?" Sui only let out a cold snort and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The armored vehicle roared like a wild beast and charged straight toward the chemical plant. Only cowards complain. I told you, this isn't child's play. The stronger the monsters, the better the loot. Others might be scared, today we're going to clean up big time. In less than 3 minutes, the armored car smashed through the rusty main gate and stopped outside the plant. Sui was the first to jump down. Luo Chuxu followed closely, drawing a massive bronze greatsword from her spatial ring and taking her place at his side. Battle was now inevitable, but for the first time her eyes were filled with courage and trust. On an open expanse in the distance, dozens of goblins no taller than 1.2 meters were gathering. Their data panels popped up rapidly. LV. 10 Goblin Steam Infantry HP. 800/800 Strength. 25 Agility. 15 Constitution. 30 Description. Drudges from the lower layers of the abyss. Other than robbing and blowing things up, they don't bother thinking about anything else. Sui glanced over the stats, then closed the interface. 800 HP plus those crude steel shells, these little mobs were thick-skinned and tough, quite a handful. In this world, from level 0 to 50, an Awakened only gained 5 points to all attributes per level. A level 5 ordinary person's total attributes barely exceeded 40. Yet this entire group of goblins had a constitution of 30. In terms of endurance and defense alone, they were solidly twice that of normal humans. But it was precisely this kind of problem that made his blood boil. To Sui, the more crises descended, the more he had to seize the chance to improve himself. He had already come to understand one rule. In the apocalypse, only by constantly challenging and growing oneself could he keep himself and those around him alive. They walked step by step toward the core area where the goblins were clustered. Nothing could block their determination to advance. In this world, high-level monsters were like iron walls. Very few dared to confront them head-on. Normally, players had to form a team of at least 10 people and slowly wear down a monster's defenses to pierce its thick hide. But to Sui, all of that was a complete joke. He was only level 5, yet he already possessed attributes far beyond ordinary people: agility as high as 61, strength at 59. Even those veterans at level 10 or even 15 couldn't reach such numbers. Sui looked around and let his gaze fall on Luo Chuxu at his side. "Schwer, you go warm up on these goblins first. If you can't handle them, I'll clean up." His tone held no hesitation and gave Luo Chuxu no room to shy away. He understood this world was no longer gentle. Everyone, even girls, had to face danger on their own. If Luo Chuxu didn't want to rely on him forever, her only choice was to fight constantly and become stronger. Luo Chuxu nodded. She wasn't the type to back down. Though she was nervous inside, she also knew that only by constantly breaking through her limits could she survive in this new world. The bronze-grade Holy Radiance greatsword gripped in her hands flowed with dazzling golden light that was her confidence. She suddenly pushed off the ground. Her entire figure seemed to turn into a streak of golden lightning as she shot toward the goblin battle line ahead. Alarms shrieked through the air, shattering the silence. The goblin at the very front let out a piercing screech, and the others, seeing this, instantly changed direction. The boilers on their backs vented steam. Their mechs moved clumsily but with tremendous force as they roared forward. Rusty chainsaws were raised high, their target locked on Luo Chuxia. Facing the onrushing threat of death, Luo Chuxia's heart instead grew calm. She twisted her body to the limit to dodge, barely avoiding the chainsaw head-on. Gripping her greatsword with both hands, she brought it down directly onto the goblin's chest armor. Sparks flew in all directions, and the massive impact sent the goblin staggering backward, leaving a deep dent in its breastplate. But that was all. This monster's hardened protection was enough to make anyone despair. The goblin beside it seized the opportunity to flank her, its huge wrench and hammer almost cutting off every path of retreat. In the car, Wang Defa's face turned deathly pale. In his panic he nearly screamed for help. "This is too dangerous." His voice was on the verge of breaking. Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Suyi finally made his move. He unleashed all of his agility, his figure turning into a streak of light as he shot to the goblin's back almost instantly. He didn't waste a single word. He simply slammed a heavy kick into the monster's steam boiler. The entire mech couldn't withstand such brute force. With a deafening boom, it detonated on the spot. Scalding steam and boiling water erupted in every direction. The goblin didn't even have time to scream before it and its mech were blown apart into a spray of fragments. The scene fell into deathly silence. No one could believe that a person had actually kicked a mech to pieces with his bare feet. The system voice in Suyi's mind sounded calmly. Cross-tier kill. LV. 10 Goblin Infantry. Gained EXP plus 50, evolution points plus 10. In this world, every monster you killed brought tangible rewards. That violent strike just now had pushed his strength up another notch. He clenched his fist, feeling power gathering through his whole body. Suyi patted the dust off his pants with a smile and looked at Luo Chuxia. "Did you see that? These goblins' weak point is the boiler on their backs. Don't clash head-on if you don't have to use your speed to circle behind them and destroy the power source directly." This kind of combat experience was bought with blood and lives. He wanted Luo Chuxia to grow faster, so she wouldn't have to be beaten passively anymore. Luo Chuxia nodded, her eyes shining. She took the lesson to heart, frantically adjusting her footwork, using her greater agility to dart rapidly around the goblins. At last she seized an opening and drove her sword into the boiler's connecting valve, giving it a vicious twist. Another explosion rang out. The monster let out a cry of pain and collapsed to the ground, turning into a heap of scrap iron. System prompt. Your companion has slain a LV. 10 Goblin Infantry. Gained EXP plus 25, evolution points plus 5. With the EXP climbing again, a satisfied smile appeared on Suyi's face. Making teammates stronger was more efficient than lone wolf fighting. At last, the distant goblin main force was completely enraged. Dozens of green monsters roared madly, raising all kinds of weapons as they charged in together. The tension spiked to the breaking point in an instant. Suyi shouted back toward Wang Defa in the car, "Fatty, lock the doors and don't do anything stupid." He drew the dawn blade from his waist, the edge reflecting a dangerous red light. "Schwer, stick close to me. Time for a massive harvest." The two of them shot into the sea of goblins like lightning. This was no longer a battle. It was one-sided slaughter. Suyi's strength and agility completely overwhelmed them. Wherever his blade flashed, mechs were dismembered and green blood sprayed. In just a few moments, the place had become a hunting ground for a human powerhouse. With his own methods, Suyi made one thing clear to those around him in this dangerous new world: only by becoming strong could one earn the right to survive. And every brutal fight was an opportunity to grow. He hardly needed to deliberately search for weak points. Sheer power let him cleave open high-strength steel armor directly, slicing the goblins inside in half along with their shells. Meanwhile, Luo Chuxia stayed close behind Suyi, focusing on clearing out the monsters that slipped through the cracks. On the ground, mechanical parts and wreckage piled higher and higher, turning the area into a wasteland. They swept forward, cutting down everything in their path, quickly advancing as they prepared to enter the core of the factory complex. Suddenly, a heart-stopping boom tore through the air. Bang! Dull yet deafening. From the sound alone, you could tell it was a large-caliber weapon going off. On the second-floor scaffolding, a goblin infantryman who was about to ambush Suyi suddenly had its head blown open by something, a mist of green blood spraying out. The headless body fell from the more than 10-meter-high frame and crashed into a pile of scrap metal. Suyi immediately halted and looked up, tracking the source of the sound. Through the shaking dust, he finally spotted a tall, abandoned chimney 300 meters away. At the top of the chimney, a figure was lying prone and hiding, holding a crude yet powerful homemade shotgun. Faint white smoke was still curling from the muzzle. The scene made one's heart clench, but Suyi did not hesitate. With an agility attribute as high as 61, his dynamic vision far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Even at a distance of 300 meters, he could still make out the sniper's appearance clearly. It was a thin young man in a worn-out coat blackened by coal dust, looking like he had been struggling in hardship for a long time. His weapon was not some high-tech sniper rifle, but a homemade double-barreled shotgun, the barrels still carrying a faint smell of gunpowder. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the base of the chimney. A dozen goblin musketeers were hefting clumsy black-barreled guns and firing wildly at the chimney top. Bang! 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 Gunshots rang out one after another, smoke billowing. Most of the rounds slammed into the brickwork, kicking up clouds of red dust. Sui almost burst out laughing. The goblin gunners' aim was abysmal. They could barely hit anything. But things were not looking good for the young man up top. Besides the goblin musketeers raking the chimney with fire from below, 3 much larger goblin overseers were swinging enormous gear-shaped chainsaws, madly cutting through the load-bearing walls at the chimney's base. A large hole had already been opened up, and the 50-meter-tall brick tower was swaying noticeably, tilting unstably. At this moment, on the top of the chimney, the young man named Lin Feng was clenching his teeth hard. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Because of the violent recoil from that last shot, his right shoulder had almost gone numb. He could even feel as if the bone had been torn apart. Lin Feng was just an ordinary person who had not awakened any talent. On the day the apocalypse broke out, he happened to be doing odd jobs in this abandoned factory. Relying on shooting skills learned in the mountains since childhood and a hunting rifle, he had barely survived for 2 days in this monster-infested doomsday. Just now, when he saw a man and a woman down below mowing down monsters like harvesters, his survival instinct had driven him to pull the trigger, taking out the enemy lurking behind Suyi with a single shot. But that shot had also exposed him. The gunshot drew all the goblins' attention. Damn it, Lin Feng spat bloody saliva from his mouth, endured the tearing pain, and used his left hand to break open the chamber, forcing a homemade round inside before snapping it shut with a click. He ignored the goblin overseers hacking away at the chimney with their chainsaws. He knew that with those heavy steel armor plates, his crude shotgun couldn't possibly punch through. Lin Feng took a deep breath, pressed the stock against his bleeding shoulder, dipped the muzzle, and locked the sights firmly onto a goblin sapper in the distance, the creature carrying a massive barrel of explosives on its back. He pulled the trigger without a second thought. Bang! The staggering recoil nearly flipped him over. The lead shot traced a precise arc and slammed into the explosives barrel on the goblin sapper's back 300 meters away. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose from the center of the factory. The sapper and several nearby musketeers were instantly swallowed by the explosion, reduced to charred limbs and scattered parts all over the ground. Inside the distant Doomsday Conqueror armored vehicle, Wang Defa was leaning toward the onboard surveillance screen when his mouthful of food suddenly sprayed out. Holy crap! That kid actually used a busted shotgun to detonate high explosives from 300 meters away. That's practically cheating. Wang Defa shouted in disbelief, frantically pressing the vehicle loudspeaker to contact Suyi. Boss, did you see that? This guy might be some kind of genius sharpshooter. Suyi remained calm about it. With no talent, no attribute buffs, and only a battered hunting rifle relying purely on eyesight and reflexes to produce such a lethal effect, that wasn't luck. That was innate ability. Suyi began to realize that this ordinary person might be hiding immense potential. Just then, the red brick chimney let out its final groan under unbearable strain. The load-bearing wall at the base was finally severed by the gear chainsaw, and the huge tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, plummeting toward the ground. On top, Lin Feng closed his eyes in despair the moment it began to fall. From 50 meters up, if he fell, there was only one outcome: death. Schwer, finish off the small fry. The one with the gun is mine. Suyi's voice sounded over the comm channel, calm and resolute. The moment he finished speaking, his figure had already vanished. He unleashed all his agility points in full, his feet stamping deep dents into the metal ruins beneath him. In that instant, Suyi was like a low-altitude, gliding missile, wind howling around him as he shot straight toward the collapsing chimney. Over there, 3 fully armed goblin heavy overseers were already swinging their chainsaws, hyped up as they awaited the spectacle of a man smashing into paste. The next second, a black shadow appeared in midair. Suyi had no intention of slowing down. He gathered all his strength into his right leg and, using the momentum of his charge, unleashed a side kick. The heavy impact nearly exceeded what the naked eye could follow. The goblin overseer he struck, its proud exoskeleton armor as fragile as cheap parts, was snapped clean in half at the waist, green fluid spraying from its body as it flew over 10 meters away and died on the spot. Before the remaining 2 monsters could react, a streak of golden light fell from the sky, tearing through the air. Luo Chugzhu landed lightly, raised the bronze Holy Radiance greatsword in her hands, and brought it down right on her target's head. The sword's massive physical power and holy light energy stacked in an instant, and the monster was cleaved cleanly in two. In just 2 seconds, the 3 high-defense, high-HP elite mobs had become a field of twisted scrap and broken parts. At the same time, the fallen chimney finally slammed into the ground with an earth-shaking boom. Dust billowed up, bricks and rebar flew in all directions, obscuring everyone's vision. When the dust cleared, everyone was stunned to see that Lin Feng, who had been considered dead for sure, had not been smashed into pulp. Lin Feng was panting, his whole body trembling. Suyi was holding him up by the collar with one hand, leaving him dangling in midair. At the last moment, Suyi had used extreme speed and strength to grab him with pinpoint precision, completely neutralizing the lethal impact of the fall and saving his life. A deep red mark ringed Lin Feng's neck where he'd been choked, painful but alive. Life's pretty tough, huh? Suyi let go, and Lin Feng crashed heavily to the ground. Ignoring the pain, Lin Feng coughed violently. Before he could recover, a system chime suddenly rang in his ears. Cross-tier kill. LV. 12 Goblin Heavy Overseer times 3. Gained EXP plus 300, evolution points plus 36. Suyi glanced down at his data panel. Counting the evolution points he'd stored up earlier, his remaining total was nearing a new high. This hunting efficiency was far faster than killing zombies outside. Lin Feng lay there gasping for breath when a golden pillar of light suddenly rose beneath his feet, engulfing his entire body. Even though they hadn't successfully formed a party, that critical shot Lin Feng had fired earlier was judged by the system as an assist, granting him the same cross-tier kill EXP reward. EXP surged into his body like a flood. Ding! EXP is full. Congratulations, you have leveled up to LV. 1. Before the golden light had fully faded, a blinding blood-red pillar shot into the sky, an eerie deathly aura spreading through the air. Above Lin Feng's head, a gigantic phantom single eye appeared, coldly overlooking everything. In the distance, Wang Defa watched this through the screen in the armored vehicle and couldn't suppress the jealousy on his face, slapping his thigh in fury. God, how does that kind of luck always fall on someone else? How's anyone else supposed to live? On the comm channel, Fatty was howling like a ghost, while Suyi merely curled his lips, a faintly satisfied smile appearing there. As the light gradually faded, Lin Feng finally realized he was still alive. His frail body had fully recovered thanks to the all-attribute boost from leveling up, and his previous wounds had stopped bleeding. His eyes had changed as well. Within his originally black pupils, a blood-red crosshair quietly appeared. Suyi looked down at Lin Feng and said calmly, "Check your current status panel." His voice was level, yet carried an irresistible pressure. Lin Feng forced down a gulp, fear in his heart driving him to recite the panel data without hesitation. Name: Lin Feng. Level: LV. 1, EXP. 10/100, Strength. 12 Agility. 15 Constitution. 11 Spirit. 16 Talent. Reaper's Gaze, S rank, say it out loud. Suyi flicked the blood off his weapon, his tone utterly devoid of warmth. Lin Feng swallowed again on reflex. Faced with Suyi's overwhelming presence, he knew that if he disobeyed, he might be the next to fall. He reported hoarsely, Reaper's Gaze. S-rank talent. The first effect is doubled vision range. All long-distance sight and motion tracking abilities are permanently increased twofold. The second effect is absolute accuracy. As long as the target I lock onto is still within my line of sight, the bull. When Suyi mentioned the special effects for ranged attacks, his teammate Luo Chugxiu unconsciously tightened her grip on the greatsword in her hands. The effects laid out before her were practically a set of overpowered abilities tailor-made for a long-range sniper. Unaffected by wind speed or gravity, ammunition that never misses, and defenses that cannot effectively block it. This meant that as long as this guy had a good gun, he could single-handedly lock down an entire battlefield. Suyi gave Lin Feng a satisfied look. This was exactly what they needed to make up for the team's lack of long-range firepower. He had no time for small talk. With a casual wave of his hand, he pulled a bottle of purified water and 2 top-grade energy bars from his spatial ring and tossed them to Lin Feng. My name is Suyi. You have 2 choices now. He looked at the battered young man on the ground, direct and forceful. First, take this food and water and leave, then find your own way to survive. Second, follow me. The team covers your food and lodging, and we'll fully equip you, but from now on, you obey my commands. At the mention of water and food, Lin Feng's Adam's apple bobbed. He hadn't had a drop of water for 2 full days. In this brutal apocalypse, food and water meant hope and survival. Without hesitating, he tore open the energy bar wrapper and devoured a bite, then raised his head. His gaze was firm as he stared straight at Suyi, the blood-red crosshair glinting in his eyes. I choose the second option. Suyi nodded in satisfaction, turned, and sheathed Dawnbreaker, then looked toward the depths of the factory complex at the blood-red rift still spewing black mist. Schwer, take point. New guy, stay back. With that crappy gun of yours, try not to waste bullets. Today, we're going to wipe this place out in one go. In the abandoned chemical plant on the eastern outskirts, the ground was littered with goblin mech wreckage and dark green bloodstains. Suyi stood before the rift, but did not enter immediately. Instead, he pulled up the system interface and quickly formed a party. Squad Abyss Bulldozer established. Captain Suyi. He pulled Luo Chugzhu and Lin Feng into the party, then casually added Wang Defa as well, who was 300 meters away hiding in the armored vehicle. The moment the party was formed, Wang Defa's exaggerated shout came through the comm channel. Boss, this party system's not a scam, right? I can sit in the vehicle eating hot pot and still get EXP. Suyi couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply cut the communication and focused on those beside him. He looked at Lin Feng. Finish eating and get ready. Stick close during the operation, don't fall behind. With that, Suyi stepped into the blood-red rift without the slightest hesitation. Luo Chugzhu followed right on his heels, and Lin Feng rushed in last. He stowed the water carefully, shouldered his hunting rifle, and strode inside. Space twisted for a moment, and the three of them landed again. Underfoot was a stretch of scrap ground where oil stains mixed with black ash, surrounded by dilapidated metal houses. This was the true fragment of the Abyss Plain, the forward base of the goblin mechs. 500 meters away in the distance stood a huge steam camp, with dozens of armed goblins patrolling inside. Suyi stopped, shoved both hands into his pockets, and looked at Lin Feng. The Iron Tower at 10 o'clock. Climb up, take out the sentries patrolling the perimeter one by one. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Feng quickly climbed the rusty iron tower more than 10 meters high. He lay prone at the very top, set up his hunting rifle, and activated Death God's gaze. Crimson crosshairs surfaced in his eyes. His vision doubled, every detail becoming unnaturally clear. He could even see the black specks on the goblins' noses in the distance. The power of sure hit was unleashed to its fullest at this moment. Lin Feng didn't need to account for wind speed or gravity. He locked onto his target with absolute precision and decisively pulled the trigger. A dull gunshot tore through the air. 500 meters away, the head of a patrolling goblin musketeer exploded like a watermelon, green brain matter splattering all over his companion's face. That shabby helmet couldn't block this terrifying penetrating force at all. Lin Feng worked the bolt. The shell casing dropped to the ground. The corner of his mouth trembled uncontrollably. This was a power he had never dared even dream of. He knew his fate had been completely transformed. The gunshot suddenly ripped through the night, and the entire camp instantly boiled over. Hundreds of goblins burst into shrill screams, chaos roaring like wild beasts. Crude boilers spewed black smoke as goblins brandished chainsaws and massive wrenches, surging toward the camp entrance like a sweeping green flood. Suyi still stood calmly where he was, not a trace of tension on his face. He merely murmured under his breath, "Now, the initiative is mine." He did not draw his blade. Instead, he turned his head slightly to look at the girl at his side. "Go, take care of them all," he said. Luo Chugzhu's expression was icy to the extreme. The magic she had been suppressing within her erupted completely, and her jet-black long hair turned dazzling gold in an instant. Pure light elements condensed behind her into a pair of golden wings of light that suddenly unfurled, the holy radiance dispersing the shadows of the scrap iron camp. She lifted the heavy greatsword in one hand and pushed off fiercely with her feet. Her whole body shot forward like a golden meteor, charging straight into the dense swarm of goblins. With a thunderous boom, the greatsword howled in a sweeping arc, instantly smashing 3 goblin infantry and their mechs into scrap. On the distant tower, Lin Feng held up his sniper rifle and clearly witnessed everything through the scope. Even though his hands were already used to firearms, they couldn't help but tremble slightly at this moment. This girl clearly looked like an angel, yet she was doing the cruelest things. She swung the greatsword wreathed in pure holy light, crushing everything in front of her. The heavy wrenches swung down by goblins were all violently repelled by a brilliant golden shield. Luo Chugzhu had no intention of defending at all. Every counterattack she made carried absolute dominance. With a single swing of the greatsword, a heavy armored goblin was cleaved cleanly in two. The slaughter turned into one-sided annihilation. System prompts rang constantly in Suyi's ears. Your party has slain LV. 10 goblin infantry. Gained EXP plus 20, evolution points plus 5. Your party has slain LV. 11 goblin musketeer. Gained EXP plus 25, evolution points plus 5. 5. Data flooded the screen crazily as pillars of level up light kept flaring. Luo Chugzhu shot from LV. 2 straight to LV. For in an instant, her stats soaring again, her base strength breaking through 25. The greatsword became even lighter in her hands, every strike fast as an afterimage. Lin Feng also gained a hefty amount of experience. With just over a dozen shots he leveled up to LV. 2. A surge of newborn power filled his whole body. He no longer felt the slightest fatigue, and even his grip on the gun became preternaturally steady. Meanwhile, in the armored vehicle outside the camp, Wang Defa was sprawled casually on the leather seat. The sudden radiance of level-up light filled the cabin, his EXP bar skyrocketing and breaking straight through the peak of LV. Too insane, the captain's a god. Fatty couldn't help but dance with excitement. When the slaughter ended, only shattered goblin armor and tangled green bloodstains were left all over the ground. Suyi finally his settlement moment. Experience full. Congratulations, you've leveled up to LV 6. With a thought, he called out his personal panel. Name: Suyi level. LV 6 strength, 59 agility, 61 constitution, 18 spirit, 20 evolution points balance, 275 compared to the faint growth an ordinary Awaken gets with each level. The corners of Suyi's mouth lifted in a bloodthirsty smile. The rules here were very simple. If you level up too slowly, you won't survive in this brutal world. His gaze fell on the stat allocation interface, and he almost didn't hesitate. Spend 130 evolution points, add them to strength and agility. A string of numbers jumped rapidly as his attributes skyrocketed. Strength: 59 124 agility. 61 126 surging power crashed through him like a raging flood, as if it were going to tear his body apart and then remake it. He casually clenched his fist, and the air in his palm was directly compressed with a sharp bang. This was real power, no special effects needed. 124 points in strength ordinary players wouldn't touch that even at level 20. And right now, he was only level 6. From the very beginning, this game had never been fair. Luo Chugzhu came back carrying her greatsword, which was still dripping blood. The pair of golden wings on her back slowly dissolved into her body, and her hair returned to jet black. She panted lightly, a faint flush rising to her cheeks. The grunts on the outskirts are all cleared. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Suyi. Suyi nodded, wasting no words. All his attention had already shifted to the depths of the camp there. A gigantic steel fortress loomed like a mountain, belching thick smoke. That was the core area of their instance this time. At that moment, a tremendous mechanical roar came from within the fortress, making even the scrap iron ground beneath their feet tremble. There was no doubt that their truly powerful opponent was waiting for them. Suyi turned slightly to the side, reversed his grip on the dawn blade at his waist, and a glint of eager sharpness appeared in his eyes. Let's go. Time to see just how capable the master of this game really is. Just then, a thunderous boom exploded across the scrap iron ground. The fortress gate was smashed apart by an unstoppable brute force. Amid rolling black smoke and flying metal fragments, a 5-meter-tall war machine crushed its way out. Every step it took made the ground quake, like a steel behemoth descending. This monstrosity was undoubtedly born for war. Its whole body was encased in thick black high-carbon steel heavy armor, with even the most basic sections more than half a meter thick. A massive chainsaw was mounted on its left arm, while its right arm was welded with a 6-barreled Gatling gun. In the cockpit at its chest, a one-eyed goblin wearing goggles was roaring as it prepared for battle. A blood-red warning popped up in front of Suyi. Level 15 Heavy Goblin Reaper, Area Boss, HP, 5000/5000 Strength, 80 Constitution, 100 Agility, 30 Description. This is a walking slaughter machine that will grind all living things into meat paste. Faced with such a monster, any Awaken still using cold weapons would, at this moment, understand. This wasn't a fair fight at all, it was one-sided massacre. Suyi felt no extra emotion. He merely said offhandedly to the new member of the team, "New guy, go. You start." Lin Feng had been hiding far away behind a cooling tower. When he heard the order, despair washed over him. All he had was a half-used, homemade hunting shotgun. Going up against a fully armed steel monstrosity with it was like being told to cut steel with a paper knife. Gritting his teeth, Lin Feng didn't dare defy the command and could only force himself to take aim. He activated his talent, S-class Reaper's Gaze, and leveled his gun at the one-eyed goblin in the cockpit. Bang! A flash of fire, and the lead shot flew straight at its target. But it only left a fine, fragile web of cracks on the glass. The damage number that popped up, 15. Compared to the opponent's 5000 HP, this could almost be ignored. A jeer came through the team channel. With that attack, all you're doing is adding a sense of age to the metal casing. Lin Feng's face twitched. He understood better than anyone that he was basically using a slingshot against a tank. The shot hadn't hurt the target, but it had completely enraged the one-eyed goblin. It yanked the control lever, the steel behemoth turned, and the Gatling cannon on its right arm roared to life, sweeping toward him with a boom 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 boom. The cooling tower Lin Feng was hiding behind was instantly pulverized. He rolled and scrambled away, bullets plowing furrows into the ground right behind his heels. "Help!" Lin Feng screamed amid the dust, but at this moment, no one had the mood to care whether he lived or died. Just as the crisis of death closed in, a streak of golden light tore through the sky. Luo Chuxu moved. She ignored Lin Feng's wretched state. The wings on her back snapped open, and her whole body turned into a golden meteor, shooting straight at the Reaper from the front. She had chosen to face the enemy's strongest point head-on. She raised the 10-kilogram bronze-grade Holy Radiance greatsword, Holy Light blazing, and smashed it down hard toward the Reaper's track chassis. A violent crash exploded across the battlefield, sparks and golden light interweaving. Damage number 85. But the heavy Reaper only shuddered slightly. Its tracks remained completely intact. Luo Chuxu's strength was still far from enough to shake this monster. She was only level 4, her strength had just broken past 25 points. Faced with 100 points of constitution and high-strength steel armor, all her power was ineffective. At this moment, the thoroughly enraged one-eyed goblin gave up on Lin Feng and turned all its attention to Luo Chuxu. The truly dangerous opponent had only just begun to fight. A strange woman had rushed in close, showing no fear in front of the huge monster. The creature let out a piercing roar, the nearly 2-meter-long gear chainsaw on its left arm spewing acrid black smoke as it swept sideways at her, trying to cleave Luo Chuxu in half. Luo Chuxu's expression was calm and resolute. She didn't retreat at all. Mana surged from within her like a flood, gathering in front of her. A golden energy shield inlaid with mysterious symbols appeared, radiance dazzling, completely shielding her behind it. The chainsaw, carrying savage force, slammed hard into the light shield. Sparks flew. Luo Chuxu's hands clamped down on her sword hilt, pressing both her body and will against the shield from behind. But the pushing power of this war machine was terrifying. It drove her, man and shield together, back over the scrap-littered floor for more than 10 meters. The ground was plowed into 2 deep furrows. The golden energy shield began to flicker violently, on the verge of collapse. This was a naked contest of strength. Even with holy light protecting her, the impact still made Luo Chuxu's blood and chi churn. She could barely remain standing. In the distance, Suyi halted his steps. He had been quietly observing the clash between his teammates and the enemy. His sharp eyes picked out the gap in their formation. Lin Feng's firepower was too weak, and Luo Chuxu's strength was still limited. If this situation continued, once the light shield shattered, Luo Chuxu would be in danger. Suyi's gaze turned cold. He would not allow his teammates to be harmed, not even a single hair could be lost. His palm closed around the hilt of his blade, gently pushing the guard. A metallic resonance rang from within the scabbard. The next instant, a dark red arc of blade light sliced through the thick smoke. Suyi gathered all his movements into a single point and drew his sword in one fluid motion. He did not waste any time. The 126 points of agility in his stats erupted at full force. The steel plate beneath his feet was instantly stamped into a deep pit. His whole body shot forward like a bolt of lightning, breaking the sound barrier, leaving white air currents in his wake as he vanished from where he stood. The one-eyed goblin, still locked in a stalemate with Luo Chuxu, only felt the air in front of it violently convulse. Before it could even react, the surrounding alarm systems had already begun screaming frantically. Suyi's figure appeared out of thin air 5 meters above the heavy monster's head. In midair, he gripped the dark red hilt with both hands, his hold steady. He poured all the strength in his body into the blade without reservation. He knew that faced with absolute numerical suppression, any technique was meaningless at this moment. One slash was all it would take. Shatter. Suyi let out a single cold word. His waist tensed, harnessing the downward momentum as he brought the long blade in his hand crashing down like thunder. The dark red blade light suddenly surged, a 3-meter-long arc of energy piercing the monster from top to bottom. The half-meter-thick heavy armor split under the edge as smoothly as tofu. He landed steadily, not a single drop of blood on his blade. Without looking back, he sheathed the knife with a casual motion. Behind him, the giant mechanical monster instantly lost all signs of life. The chainsaw stopped, the cannons went dead. The cruel grin on the goblin's face in the cockpit froze in place. Suddenly, a perfectly straight red line ran from the top straight down, splitting it in two. Both halves of the wreck toppled with a crash, the cut surfaces smooth as mirrors. The scrap metal and flesh spilling from the middle proclaimed the monster's complete death. Minus 50,000. The overwhelmingly dominant damage number hammered a warning into everyone's hearts. Not far away, Lin Feng lay sprawled in a dirt pit, staring dumbfounded at his own shabby musket, then at Suyi in the distance. His eyes were blank. His mind had completely shut down. The gap between them made him question his very existence. Luo Chuxu withdrew her almost shattered light shield and slowly lowered her greatsword. A faint blush colored her cheeks as she panted and walked toward Suyi. Her usually calm eyes were now filled with worship and excitement. That was her man, possessing a power and boldness that could not be measured by common sense. In Suyi's mind, the system prompt was still echoing non-stop. Successfully killed a region boss above your level. Gained lots of experience and rewards. He paid absolutely no attention to it. His gaze fell on a chest glowing with purple light amidst the monster's remains, a silver rank boss chest. The truly precious spoils had finally fallen into his hands. Lin Feng, face covered in dust, limped out of the pit. When he saw the chest on the ground, he couldn't help but swallow. An item like this would be enough to drive countless people into a frenzy of slaughter outside. But Suyi didn't even bother to look twice. He simply lifted his foot, about to open the chest. A heavy bang suddenly sounded from the chest. The solid metal lock was kicked clean off with a loud clang under brute force. Lin Feng's eyelid twitched violently, his heart roaring with endless complaints. This kind of top-tier chest could actually be opened by the most primitive and simple method of brute force, completely ignoring all the rules the system had set. A pillar of intense purple light shot straight into the sky, and 3 treasures hovered silently above the chest. Suyi did not hesitate and picked up the first item. It was a heavy sniper rifle with an extremely futuristic design. The body was a cold dark silver, the barrel covered in dim blue energy circuits. Its appearance alone radiated lethal intent. Silver rank weapon. Ghost hacker, physical attack. Plus 500, range. 2000 meters, skill 1. Energy focus consumes mental power to condense a high explosive armor piercing round, skill 2. Lock-on increases shooting accuracy by 30%, so he didn't bother examining it for long. His wrist flicked, and the sniper rifle traced a perfect arc through the air, slamming with pinpoint accuracy into Lin Feng's arms. The immense impact almost knocked Lin Feng flat. Hold it, Suyi said coldly. If you ever try to pull tricks with that shabby old antique gun again, next time I'll weld you and that thing together forever. Lin Feng scrambled to hug the massive sniper rifle that gleamed with a ghostly cold light. He froze on the spot, his hands trembling as he stroked the icy barrel, eyes bulging in shock. A silver rank weapon, god-tier gear handed to him right at the start. Treatment like this made him wonder if he was still dreaming. Boss, this is way too insane. Lin Feng's voice shook with excitement. Ignoring him, Suyi turned and picked up the second item, a skill book glowing with a faint blue sheen. D rank skill book. Frenzied suppression, description. Consumes a large amount of mana to massively boost the rate of fire of ranged weapons for a short time. He tossed it to Lin Feng without hesitation. Lin Feng hurriedly caught it, then dropped to his knees right there on the pile of scrap. This wasn't just making a big brother. It was like grabbing hold of a colossal pillar that could reshuffle his entire life. The third item was a roll of yellowed sheepskin engineering blueprints and several abyss magic crystals radiating astonishing energy fluctuations. Top-grade blueprint. Basic plasma self-propelled cannon, introduction. Give it to a mechanic to greatly boost base firepower. Suyi's eyes instantly lit up. This was precisely the core weapon the base desperately needed. With this cannon, Wang Defa's mechanical setups could immediately be raised to a higher tier. He smoothly stored the blueprint and all the abyss magic crystals into the Samura ring. At this moment, Luo Chugzhu walked over to Suyi carrying a great sword drenched in dark green monster blood. There was a streak of blood on her face. Suyi naturally reached out and wiped it off for her with his thumb. Tired? Suyi asked. Luo Chugzhu shook her head, her golden eyes filled with excitement and desire. Not tired. It felt amazing. The words were extremely direct, more candid than ever. The nature of the violent priest within her had fully awakened. Battle had already become the ideal life that thrilled her. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice rang out in the sky, the system announcement cutting coldly through the entire area. Beep, area boss has died, abyssal rift core energy interrupted, mini instance about to collapse, commencing final reward settlement. The entire scrap iron camp began to shake violently. Rusty gears crumbled, and the surrounding space was torn apart by black cracks, the noise shrill and piercing. System panels popped up one after another in a frenzy. Settlement complete, all members received base rewards. EXP plus 500, Bronze Weapon Blind Box X1, Lin Feng and Wang Defa outside couldn't help cheering, their voices exaggerated as if they'd broken some colossal taboo. For bronze light clusters flew into everyone's hands, and Wang Defa in the vehicle outside also directly received his blind box. Damn! I pulled a bronze great hammer. Forging is gonna be stupidly easy from now on. Lin Feng excitedly crushed his blind box, and a coldly gleaming bronze dagger fell into his palm, perfect for self-defense. Luo Chugzhu's blind box produced a bronze cross pendant that could enhance mental power recovery. Suyi casually crushed his own blind box and only got an ordinary bronze longsword. He didn't think much of it. He simply tossed it into his personal space, planning to use it as upgrade material for the Dawnblade in the future. While the others were still immersed in the joy of obtaining bronze weapons, a system-hidden notification popped up before Suyi's eyes, visible only to him. Captain Privilege triggered, detected. Host has completed a cross-tier first clear. Extra reward. Evolution points plus 1,000, his heart pounded uncontrollably. These 1,000 evolution points were a windfall for Suyi. Previously he had desperately slaughtered over 100 zombies and goblins just to scrape together a few hundred points. Now, a single battle had made him instantly rich. Along with the rewards, golden pillars of energy shot skyward one after another from everyone's bodies. The double stack of boss EXP and clear settlement EXP caused their level bottlenecks to shatter in an instant. 2 streaks of golden light burst consecutively from Luo Chuxia. Luo Chuxia has leveled up to LV 6, all her attributes surged violently, and her mana seemed almost ready to overflow from her skin. Lin Feng also reaped huge gains. He had only been LV 2 before. This wave of EXP overflowed his bar, and golden light flashed twice in succession. Lin Feng has leveled up to LV 4, Suyi's vision became preternaturally sharp. He could even see the motes of dust drifting in the air 100 meters away. At the same time, in the armored vehicle outside, Wang Defa was sprawled out, snoring away. Suddenly, several streaks of golden light flashed over him, jolting him awake from his dream. Wang Defa opened his eyes and discovered that he had actually leveled up twice. Holy crap, I can level up while lying down. He shouted in shock, his voice full of disbelief. Boss, this leveling speed is insane. He shouted excitedly in the comms channel, not bothering to hide his exhilaration. Suyi ignored the commotion in the channel. He remained calmly where he was, silently sensing the changes within himself. The system prompt sounded in his mind. Suyi has leveled up to LV 8. He did not receive any natural attribute increases, this was the price he had to pay for choosing to break the rules. But he didn't care in the slightest. At this moment, he was holding more than 1,000 evolution points in his hand, enough to stir up a shocking storm in the early stage of the game. Suddenly, space twisted, and the figures of the 3 gradually turned transparent within the scrap iron camp. In the next second, a strong feeling of weightlessness flashed past, and they were already standing steadily on the hard concrete floor of the abandoned chemical plant in the eastern suburbs. Above their heads, the gigantic scarlet rift was rapidly closing, and then it completely disappeared. We finally survived. Lin Feng hugged his ghost hacker heavy sniper rifle and collapsed straight onto the ground, panting heavily. It was only the 3rd day since the apocalypse began, and he had already experienced thrills that ordinary people would never encounter in a lifetime. Wang Defa stumbled out of the war chariot, his rolls of fat wobbling. Boss, sister-in-law, you finally came out. Watching from outside, my heart almost gave out. As he spoke, he obsequiously handed over 2 bottles of chilled Red Bull. Suyi casually took them and tossed one to Luo Chuxia. He popped the tab and took a big gulp. The icy soda slid down his throat, instantly driving away the burning heat left by the abyss. But before they could relax, the sky suddenly turned an abnormally thick blood red. This was not the sign of a new wave of abyssal descent, but the manifestation of a grand, majestic, irresistible will suddenly covering the entire world. In the thick clouds, a gigantic golden scroll slowly unfurled, as if it were about to cover the whole sky. All survivors across the country, no matter where they were, whether they were desperately fighting monsters or barely clinging to life in the sewers, raised their heads to look at the same moment. A nationwide announcement resounded in everyone's mind. Detected. The first squad in the Dragon Nation war zone to clear an abyssal dungeon. Congratulations to Team Abyss Bulldozer for achieving the national first clear of the Micro-Abyssal Rift, LV 10 LV 15. Team members: Suyi, Captain, Luo Chuxia, Lin Feng, Wang Defa. This announcement is hereby issued to honor their valor. The earth-shaking announcement, repeated 3 times, left all players stunned. In just a few dozen hours of apocalypse, the vast majority of people didn't even dare face a single ordinary zombie head-on, still struggling just to stay alive. Yet the Abyss Bulldozer Squad had forcibly blasted through a level 10+ abyssal dungeon, displaying a power that made others despair. Some leader of a faction busy building a shelter almost dropped the machete in his hand. Some civilian association head who was organizing street cleanups stared fixedly at the sky, his eyes full of deep jealousy and unwillingness. Wang Defa was dumbstruck as well. The Red Bull in his hand slipped and smashed onto the top of his shoe, spilling all over the ground. Boss, we're on TV. Wang Defa was so excited he was stammering. His whole body trembled. He simply couldn't believe what had just happened. Lin Feng hugged his sniper rifle and stared blankly at Suyi's back, with only one thought in his heart. Agreeing to follow Suyi was definitely the most correct decision of his entire life. Luo Chuxia stood beside Su Yi, gazing up at the sky where her name stood shoulder to shoulder with his. Her heart was so stirred she couldn't calm down. The glory and thrill of being watched by the whole world made her heartbeat race wildly. Compared with his teammates' ecstasy and shock, Su Yi merely crushed the drink can flat and casually tossed it into the ruins, without any extra expression. He quietly looked up at the golden name banner in the sky. This was only the beginning. He knew very well that he not only had to conquer this world with power, but also make those high-dimensional gods who looked down on mankind end up as trembling prey beneath his blade. Don't just stand there like idiots. Su Yi withdrew his gaze and looked at his still overexcited teammates, his voice calm and resolute. Get in the car. We're heading back to base. We've got a lot of scores to settle, and a lot more monsters to kill. Western outskirts of the imperial capital, inside a modified underground military command center, a giant electronic warfare screen was displaying real-time footage of the sewers. Densely packed mutant giant rats were moving in the darkness. Suddenly, a thunderous boom exploded from deep within. A figure wrapped in violet lightning, like a thunder god descending to earth, hung suspended in midair. In the sky, purple hair streaming, Gu Qinghe's presence made the entire battlefield fall silent. Her eyes were icy, filled with a crushing pressure, the kind of resolve that could only be forged through countless brushes with life and death. As a princess of the Great Xia Kingdom with extraordinary talent, she was the only awakened SS rank wielder of Purple Firmament Divine Thunder. The military had poured every resource they could muster into her. Now she was already a top-tier LV-8 powerhouse, nearly invincible among the younger generation. At this moment, in the sewers beneath the city's ruins, she was facing a Rat King monster as large as a compact car. The charred creature struggled in agony, the air thick with the stench of burnt flesh. All units, attention, final volley. In the command center, a middle-aged general was about to issue the order for an all-out attack when suddenly an alarm shrieked through the silence. The sky outside abruptly turned crimson, and a cold synthetic mechanical voice echoed in everyone's ears, like some ultimate verdict beyond human emotion. National announcement. Congratulations to the Team Abyss Bulldozer for being the first in the country to clear a micro-abyssal rift, LV-10 LV-15. The command hall, tense just seconds before, fell deathly silent. No one reacted for a moment. On the battlefield in the sewers, the lightning entwined around Gu Qinghe paused for an instant. She murmured under her breath, Abyss Bulldozer. Su Yi. She made no effort to hide the surprise on her face, but in the next instant that unexpected shock was replaced by blazing battle intent. Someone beat us to it? Interesting. She completely released the restraints on her power. Purple Firmament Heavenly Judgment. She raised her arm high, and countless thick violet bolts gathered in her hand, condensing into a terrifying spear of lightning. She hurled it, tearing through the air, pinning the Rat King to the floor in a single blow. The system prompt sounded at once. Congratulations to Dragon Fawn Squad for clearing the dungeon plague rat nest. Before the joy of victory could spread, she leveled up twice in succession, breaking through to LV-10. Gu Qinghe issued orders calmly, her voice transmitted back to the main command via communicator. All departments, gather every bit of intel on Abyss Bulldozer as quickly as possible. I want to know what kind of person can get ahead of the nation's strongest battle squads. Meanwhile, in the demon capital 1,000 miles away, inside a dungeon rift, Shen Qingming stood quietly by the water. Dressed in white, handsome and refined, the blue steel longsword in his hand was spotless as he tangled with a three-headed water wraith. Shen Qingming was likewise an SS rank awakened Sage of the Sword, LV-8. Every strike he made was flawlessly precise, shaving off large chunks of the wraith's HP. Just then, the national announcement sounded again. The sword in Shen Qingming's hand stilled for a heartbeat as he carefully listened to that unfamiliar team name being repeated over and over. Bulldozer? That's certainly straightforward. He couldn't help laughing, clearly not taking it too seriously. But in the very next moment, his attitude changed completely. His previously unhurried swordplay suddenly became as ferocious as a storm. One sword Qingming. The ordinary longsword in his hand rang with a sharp resonance, and a streak of white sword chi flashed so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye, cutting down all three water wraith heads at once. The system's rewards descended. Qingming Society had cleared Yibo's water palace, and Shen Qingming smoothly advanced to LV-10. Sheathing his sword, he spoke faintly to the followers behind him. Look into this Su Yi. I want to know whether his swordsmanship is worthy of me drawing my blade. At the same time, inside the Doomsday War Chariot, Wang Defa was chattering excitedly about how sensational the national announcement had just been. We're gonna be famous, brothers. Lin Feng hugged his new gear, grinning so hard his mouth wouldn't close. Su Yi, however, leaned silently against the driver's seat, fully focused on the system interface. Name: Su Yi. Level: LV. 8 Strength. 124 Agility. 126 Constitution. 18 Spirit. 20 Evolution points remaining. 1170 Suyi understood the numbers very clearly. The national broadcast just now had completely pushed him onto the very tip of the storm. As a reborn, he understood better than anyone that if this temporary lead couldn't be turned into truly overwhelming strength, he would soon be swallowed by the tides of the era. Without hesitation, he prepared to raise his strength to 150 and opened the system interface. Add 26 points to strength. At that moment, a cold system notification popped up. Warning! A single attribute is about to break through the 150 threshold. After the threshold, the ratio of evolution points to attribute points will be adjusted to 10. 1. Please allocate points with caution. Suyi stared at the prompt, the corner of his mouth twitching. He cursed inwardly in frustration. This system really wouldn't let anyone grow stronger easily. Layers of restrictions had long been set in place. A 10:1 conversion meant that every point of attribute raised from here on would cost 10 times the price. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. A sense of crisis began to spread in his chest. Yes, the path to becoming stronger was always harder than one imagined. But he couldn't retreat. Time was his greatest enemy. Every decision he made now would determine the line between life and death in the future. So he wasn't surprised at all that his own ability was being restricted by the system. He had long known that, to prevent top-tier players from becoming too powerful at the very start, the system had set a cap over everyone's heads. It was actually quite reasonable. If one possessed overwhelming stats from the beginning, it would simply destroy the balance of the game. He shook off these thoughts and quickly settled on a strategy. Since he couldn't specialize in one area, he would push all attributes to the maximum value allowed by the system. He quickly calculated in his mind the points needed for leveling. Strength still lacked 26 points, agility was short by 24 points, and constitution and spirit were the most difficult to raise, with gaps of 132 and 130 points respectively. In total, he needed 312 evolution points. Compared to his current reserve of over 1,000 evolution points, this consumption was nothing. System, allocate points. The instant Suyi gave the command, he barely had time to react. In the next moment, a powerful current of energy exploded inside his body. He could feel that this metamorphosis was on a completely different level from before. Previously, it had only strengthened his muscles and bones, but this time, everything from his most basic cells to his mental power was undergoing a qualitative transformation. His heartbeat pounded like a war drum, each pulse carrying a terrifying force. With his constitution and spirit soaring, even his perception became frighteningly sharp. He could clearly see every particle of dust floating outside the window, and could even distinguish the low growls of zombies in the ruins several hundred meters away. He opened his eyes, a sharp gleam flashing through them. He pulled up his status panel. Every attribute showed 150. This was a value that no player at this stage could even imagine. Even the highest level players, typically after reaching level 10, would barely push each attribute past 70. Yet he had already hit the limit at level 8. If others were still struggling bitterly to improve their strength, then he was someone standing at the mountaintop, overlooking the entire field. This was no longer a simple gap, but absolute, crushing superiority. A massive war chariot smashed through the barbed wire of the abandoned chemical plant and stopped in front of the warehouse door. The hatch of the armored vehicle swung open, and Suyi stepped down steadily and decisively. He was holding a yellowed piece of parchment and a pile of high-energy abyssal magic crystals, which he casually tossed to Wang Defa. Build this. The base's defenses are far too weak. Wang Defa caught them in one go, and before he could think much of it, he lowered his head to look. It was a blueprint for a basic plasma self-propelled cannon. With just a single glance, Wang Defa's body trembled uncontrollably and he collapsed to the ground, nearly kowtowing to Suyi. Boss, you're my savior. His voice shook with excitement. He understood that with this blueprint, combined with the base's current resources, his S-grade mechanical talent would finally be able to unleash its true power. Suyi didn't need to say more. Everyone understood how brutal this era was. Whoever could raise the survival rate even a little was a savior. In the warehouse, Lin Feng got out of the vehicle carrying that heavy silver sniper rifle. He had just lifted his head when he froze. In front of him stood a massive, independent warehouse, with water, rations, canned food, and chocolate piled up like small hills. Power was being supplied continuously by a generator tucked in the corner. In the apocalypse, when survivors outside would fight to the death over a single piece of moldy bread, a warehouse like this was nothing short of heaven. Lin Feng swallowed hard, staring fixedly at the high-grade equipment in his hands. For the first time, he understood what a true sense of belonging felt like. This team not only handed out top-tier gear and covered food and lodging, with safety guaranteed. Most important of all, there was a boss who could literally tear apart a combat mech with his bare hands sitting in charge. He suddenly felt that even if he were ordered to rush into the most dangerous place, he would do it without hesitation. In the very center of the warehouse, a large iron pot had been set up temporarily. One Defa dumped 5 big bottles of purified water into it, then tore open 3 packs of extra spicy hot pot base and tossed them straight in. Luncheon meat, beef balls, dehydrated vegetables, he threw them all into the pot. Before long the red oil was bubbling, and the fragrance of chili and spice filled the entire space in an instant. Lin Feng held his bowl, hands trembling with excitement, picked up a piece of glistening luncheon meat and stuffed it into his mouth. The scalding, numbing spicy flavor almost moved him to tears. At this moment, Wang Defa was still adding ingredients to the pot as he muttered, following the boss, "This is just everyday benefits. Eat as much as you want, really fill up." After 2 bites, Lin Feng suddenly set his bowl down, stood up, and fixed his eyes on Su Yi. "Boss, following you, I'd even throw my life away. I used to work as a security guard and got pushed around all the time. Now I've got top-tier equipment, a secure warehouse, and meals that feel like home. As long as you give the word, I'll risk my life without a second thought. Now you've given me an advanced sniper rifle and are treating me to hot pot." Lin Feng leaned against the doorframe, breathing heavily, and took the iced cola almost as if it were some sort of ritual. In a low voice, he vowed, "From now on, whoever you say is the enemy, I'll eliminate them for you." Su Yi didn't even lift his head. He just tossed 2 bottles of iced cola over. "Finish eating and get to work. The highest point on the water tower is yours. Anything alive that comes within 500 meters of the warehouse, you're to wipe it out." Lin Feng accepted the cola, gave a rough nod, then gripped the heavy sniper rifle and quickly, steadily climbed the 30-meter-high water tower. Fully focused, he used his unique Reaper's gaze to take in the entirety of the eastern suburbs industrial park. His job: eliminate all threats, leaving no margin for error. He kept reminding himself in his mind, "Tonight is not like the others. Every shot has to count." This wasn't just about self-preservation. It concerned the safety of the entire team. Wang Defa, already full and satisfied, wiped his mouth, hugged an armful of magic crystals and technical blueprints, and ducked into the cramped repair bay of less than 10 square meters in the corner of the warehouse. The sparks of welding and the roar of metal cutting soon lit up and echoed in the darkness. As always, he was used to staying up late, used to welding all his emotions into the mechanical parts in his hands, for in this era, if you want to survive, you can only keep making yourself stronger. Night slowly devoured the desolate industrial zone. Abandoned factories stood in silent gloom, with only the occasional flash of a cold glint from the top of the water tower. Deep in the warehouse, a sliver of warm light leaked out, like the only safe harbor in the night. This night seemed calm on the surface, but was in fact fraught with hidden danger. They all understood that nights like this could be shattered at any moment, and that staying alive was the only goal. The atmosphere in the control room was entirely different. Su Yi pushed open the heavy soundproof door, and the soft yellow lighting lent the room a faint sense of home. Luo Chuxio had already changed out of her tough combat outfit and was now wearing only Su Yi's loose white t-shirt, sitting lazily on the edge of the bed. The hem of the shirt just covered the tops of her thighs, and her calves were so long and slender it was unreal. Her black hair was still slightly damp, carrying a faint scent of shampoo. The moment the door opened, the cool expression on Luo Chuxio's face instantly flushed red. The image of her in the daytime, wielding the greatsword and cleaving a goblin in two with a single stroke, was still vivid. But now, she was just an ordinary girl who blushed easily, all her defenses gone. Su Yi walked straight up behind her. Without any small talk or testing the waters, he directly wrapped his arms around her from behind. His chin rested on her shoulder, which carried the faint scent of shower gel. At such close distance, he felt her body temperature suddenly spike. "You were pretty decisive when you were killing monsters in the daytime." His voice held a teasing lilt and a deep magnetism. "You could slice a mech open with one strike, so why are you trembling now?" Luo Chuxio's body shuddered uncontrollably, half her body going numb, but she still refused to admit defeat. I'm not trembling." She bit her lip, a hint of stubbornness in her eyes. "The bathwater was too cold, that's all. I'm freezing." Su Yi chuckled softly. His fingers slid without hesitation into the collar of her t-shirt, the warmth of his fingertips completely shattering her last line of defense. "Really? As a former campus belle, your body doesn't seem to agree." Luo Chuxio could feel her control collapsing. She hadn't really intended to resist in the first place, and instead she naturally leaned back into Su Yi's arms, their bodies tightly pressed together. She countered quietly, her voice already trembling, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just your teammate." At that, she paused, her breathing turning rapid. Sui smiled, now even more certain, and whispered in her ear, "But your reactions have already given you away." Luo Chugzyu's thoughts instantly turned to mush. She knew she should be reserved, yet she simply couldn't deny what she felt. That loose white t-shirt slipped carelessly to the floor, and the atmosphere in the room heated up in an instant. Sui rose and gently turned her over, pressing her onto the soft bed. From above, he looked down at her, seeing the unreserved trust in her eyes. They had no need for words. The world outside was still dangerous and desolate, but in this brief moment, the small room became their shared sanctuary. Luo Chugzyu cast a panicked glance at the tightly closed door, yet still took the initiative to wrap her arms around Sui's neck. She closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly under the light. "Don't talk. Kiss me." There was no more needless conversation. Emotion quickly fused with instinct. The bedboard began to creak and sway in a steady rhythm. Outside, the night was still deep, but their world had already been completely overturned. In the silent control room, only heavy breathing remained. Luo Chugzyu's nails dug deep into the bedsheet, bunching the fabric into a wrinkled mess. She had completely lost control and could only helplessly endure the passion of the night before. The air still held the lingering warmth and chaos of last night. The night seemed endless. Morning finally came. Sui sat at the head of the bed, his back leaning against the cold, hard wall. In his arms, Luo Chugzyu curled up into a ball, her face buried in his chest, gripping the edge of the blanket with both hands. Her small shoulders were tightly hunched, as if afraid of the outside world. After last night's madness, she didn't even dare open her eyes. Even though she had awakened powers suited to the apocalyptic world, her nature was still that of a shy campus goddess. Sui's lips curved in a playful smirk. He reached out, lifted the hair off her back, and slid his fingers down along her smooth spine. His voice, low and hoarse with sleep, sounded in her ear. "What's wrong? You were pretty ruthless last night. Losing your nerve now." His tone was pure teasing. Luo Chugzyu's body trembled, his touch making her whole body tingle with shock. She bit her lip and, mustering her courage, lightly bit his firm chest, leaving only a faint mark of teeth. She mumbled in protest, wanting to complain, but the shameful scenes from last night made the words stick in her throat. He had been almost tireless, like a storm raging over her. Still smiling, Sui refused to yield, pressing her down beneath him again. Their bodies fit tightly together, sharing warmth. He lowered his head to murmur in her ear, "Since you're awake, how about we review last night's lesson?" His tone was wicked, the air between them thick with intimacy. "No way." Luo Chugzyu reacted fiercely, her face flaming red. She pushed at his chest, trying to escape. "We still have to go out there and fight monsters." But before she could finish, Sui sealed her words with a kiss. The quilt covered the two of them, leaving only their soft panting and the shuddering of the bed frame. Half an hour later, they got dressed and pushed open the heavy soundproof door. Luo Chugzyu had changed into a tight black tactical suit, looking valiant and sharp. She only walked a little stiffly. The expression on her face had already returned to its usual indifference, as if nothing at all had happened the previous night. Outside the warehouse, welding sparks flashed in the morning sun. Dark circles under his eyes, Wang Defa was assembling a new weapon on a metal base. The prototype of a high-tech plasma self-propelled cannon had already taken shape. When he saw Su Yi, he immediately put down his welding torch. "Boss, you're finally up. This thing's design is way too complicated. I stayed up all night and only just made some progress." Su Yi swept a glance over the turret, very satisfied with Wang Defa's work. With the mechanical talent granted by his system, Wang Defa had practically become a production machine. Then he asked, "Where's Lin Feng?" A voice came from atop the water tower. "Up here." Lin Feng stuck out half his body, holding a cup of instant noodles. Next to him lay a silver-white high-tech sniper rifle. "I've had my scouting skill active all night. I didn't let so much as a strand of hair slip into the base." His tone was light, but anyone could feel the pressure of nerves wound to the breaking point. Sui opened the system interface and announced the next division of labor to everyone. "Base defense upgrades come first. This is our last line of defense. Today, Chugzyu and I will head out to hunt high-value targets. Wang Defa, keep working on the turret. Lin Feng, you're in charge of sniping and support." He added, "As long as you stay within my party range, don't leave this whole east suburbs area, then when I kill monsters outside, you'll still share in the experience. Even if you're just eating instant noodles or crafting gear, each of you can get 30% of the base EXP." When his words fell, there was a brief silence in the warehouse. The next second, Lin Feng let out an exaggerated howl. "God, boss, we're basically going to become invincible rookies." The atmosphere brightened at once. After the fear and madness of the apocalypse, they were already used to danger that could descend at any moment. They understood that staying tightly united and dividing their work properly was the only way to keep living in this brutal world. Long live! Lin Feng was so excited he almost threw the instant noodle bowl out of his hand. Wang Defa was even more worked up, his whole body of fat trembling with his booming laughter. The feeling was unbelievably satisfying. They didn't even have to personally fight those disgusting monsters. They could just hide in the rear and focus on their own tasks, and still keep leveling up. In the apocalypse, getting to cling to the thigh of a powerhouse was about as thrilling as hitting the jackpot. 10 minutes later, the apocalyptic Conqueror armored vehicle let out a furious roar as it burst through the gates of the abandoned chemical plant. The crash bar on the front crushed several zombies in the road into bloody paste. No obstacle could impede its advance. Their target was very clear: the Jiang City First People's Hospital. It held the city's largest concentration of medicine supplies, and at the same time, it was a hellish battlefield swarming with zombies and extremely dangerous. The armored vehicle rampaged down the abandoned streets, grinding every obstacle under its wheels. Half an hour later, it stopped at the hospital's ruined main entrance. Sui pushed the door open and got out. The air was thick with the stench of rot and chemical disinfectant. Nearby, a large number of zombies in patient gowns and white coats were milling about. The deafening roar of the engine immediately drew their attention, and countless twisted, broken bodies hurled themselves toward Sui. At a glance, there were at least 100 of them, all level 5 or higher. Sui just stood where he was, hands in the pockets of his tactical pants, not even bothering to draw a weapon. With his attribute values up to 150 points, he was already close to invincible in this apocalyptic world. He walked straight toward the horde, completely unafraid. A higher-tier security guard zombie lunged at him, jaws gaping for his throat. Sui didn't even turn his head. He just swung a casual punch. There was a thunderous bang in the air. The zombie's head exploded into a mist of blood, and the headless corpse crashed backward, knocking down a crowd of monsters behind it. This was the crushing of absolute power, no fancy techniques, just pure strength suppressing everything. Sui flicked the blood from his hand and turned to look at Luo Chuxia. "These small fry, I'll leave them to you for practice." Luo Chuxia nodded, completely unafraid. Her black hair turned golden in an instant, and a pair of radiant wings of light burst from her back, bathing the hospital entrance in dazzling gold. Gripping the heavy bronze greatsword Holy Radiance in one hand, she charged straight into the horde of corpses. Each swing of her blade stirred up a bloody gale. Golden light mixed with blood flew through the air. Luo Chuxia's beauty and the brutality of the battle formed a stark contrast. Powerful monsters usually only required the most straightforward, violent methods to deal with. Arms folded across his chest, Sui stood quietly to the side, calmly watching the slaughter. Whenever a stray zombie tried to sneak up on him, he casually kicked it to pieces. The system chimed in his ears as his experience skyrocketed. In the distance, Wang Defa was still hammering away in the warehouse, Lin Feng was guarding the tower, yet both their experience bars were rapidly climbing, leaving them grinning from ear to ear. 2 hours later, from the second basement level to the third floor above ground, the hospital's outpatient building had been completely cleared. Only unrecognizable remains were left on the floor. Luo Chuxia's breathing was slightly uneven. As she withdrew her greatsword, her golden hair and wings of light vanished together, and she returned to that cold, quiet girl. Her growth rate was astonishing. Even after such a fierce battle, her fair face bore only a few flecks of blood, and her breathing was steady. Following the bloodstained stairwell, the two of them reached the open-air connecting corridor on the third floor. The noonday sun was glaringly bright. Leaning against the crumbling concrete guardrail, Sui produced 2 bottles of purified water and 2 cans of yellow peach slices as if by sleight of hand, casually tossing one set to Luo Chuxia. Catching the can, Luo Chuxia sat down back to back with Sui and pulled open the tab. The sweetness of the peaches drowned out the surrounding stench. She speared the biggest piece of fruit with the small plastic fork and, hand reversed, brought it to Sui's lips. "It's very sweet," Luo Chuxia said softly. Sui opened his mouth directly, biting down in one go on both the fruit and the fork. After swallowing, he reached out and gently wiped the bloodstains from Luo Chuxia's face. His movements were gentle, completely different from the violent killer who had just been blowing apart zombie skulls. In this ruin of a world, full of lurking dangers, such an ordinary moment, quietly sharing a can of fruit, had become incomparably precious and luxurious. "Rest another 10 minutes. Sui lifted his head to look at the tall building not far away, ice-cold resolve flashing in his eyes. "There's a level 15 elite monster waiting for us in the morgue on the top floor. Once we're full, we'll go take care of it." Sui patted the dust off his pants, not the least bit impatient, simply standing there quietly waiting. Luo Chuxia swallowed the last bite of peach, then casually tossed the can and plastic fork into a trash bin. She stood up and tightened her grip on the weapon called Holy Radiance Greatsword. A short rest and an energy boost made her feel her stamina and spirit had returned to their peak. She was in perfect condition. They didn't speak further, just moved in tacit understanding through the open-air corridor, heading toward the gloomy, oppressive inpatient building nearby. The air here was even more foul than in the outpatient wing, the stench of decay and death so strong it made one gag. The narrow corridors were piled with overturned hospital beds and broken medical equipment. Every inch of the floor was stained with dried, blackened blood. As soon as they stepped into the lobby on the first floor, dozens of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. The zombies here were clearly stronger and more agile than the ones outside. Some of them were even nurse zombies with 4 tubes still stuck in their bodies, their levels as high as LV8, shrieking as they rushed forward brandishing sharp scalpels. Luo Chugzhu did not retreat. Instead, she took the initiative to charge. She knew very well that only by fighting nonstop could she quickly adapt to her surging power. Golden wings of light unfurled from her back, and her petite figure turned into a blinding whirlwind in the dark lobby. With each swing of the bronze greatsword in her hand, a zombie's head was precisely severed. But very soon, the real challenge appeared. A mutant LV-10 attending physician zombie, over 2 meters tall and several times bulkier than an ordinary person, blocked her path. The white coat on its body was long since torn to shreds, and the muscles beneath its skin bulged like rocks. Luo Chugzhu raised her sword and struck down without hesitation, but only a crisp clang rang out. Her bronze greatsword could hardly break through that dark purple, hardened skin, leaving only a shallow white mark. The damage number was pitifully low. The mutant Dr. Zombie roared in pain and fury, raising its huge palm to smash down on her head. Luo Chugzhu instinctively leapt back with agility, barely dodging, while the zombie's palm smashed a large crater into the stone floor. Her expression grew grim. She knew that if she kept using magic to force a breakthrough with light magic, the mana consumption would be enormous and the risk would rise sharply. Just as she was about to take the risk, Su Yi's figure silently appeared at her side. "Your weapon can't keep up with your strength anymore," Su Yi said calmly, as if pointing out the most ordinary fact. He completely ignored the enraged mutant Dr. Zombie and simply reached toward the hilt gripped tightly in Luo Chugzhu's hand. "Don't worry, I'll help you switch to something sharper." Luo Chugzhu froze for a moment. Before she could react, Su Yi had already begun chanting in a low voice. "System, consume 1000 evolution points. Evolve. Holy Radiance Greatsword." The moment he finished speaking, a dazzling golden pillar of light surged skyward from the sword, piercing straight through the ceiling. The entire dim hall was instantly lit up as bright as daylight. All the zombies shrouded in the light howled in agony, as if doused in strong acid, black smoke rising from their bodies. Luo Chugzhu had to close her eyes, but she could clearly feel her greatsword undergoing a violent transformation. The originally plain bronze blade rapidly melted and reformed. New golden runes flowed along the sword, the edge grew thinner and sharper, and an intricate golden wing-shaped sigil appeared at the end of the hilt, as though it were gently fluttering. When the light gradually faded, a completely unfamiliar yet oppressive holy greatsword lay quietly in her hand. Su Yi looked at the new attribute panel that had popped up before his eyes. Name: Holy Radiance Judgment Grade. Silver Physical Attack. Plus 800 Special Effect 1. Judgment Brand. Each attack has a 30% chance to greatly reduce the target's defense for 10 seconds. Special Effect 2. Holy Light Verdict can be actively triggered to spend a large amount of mana and inflict extremely high holy damage on enemies. 10-minute cooldown. Luo Chugzhu opened her eyes and stared at the completely transformed greatsword, almost unable to believe it. She could feel the blade continuously channeling an immense power into her body. "Go try it." Su Yi released his hand and stepped aside, leaving the battlefield entirely to her. The mutant Dr. Zombie finally recovered from the blinding radiance and charged forward in rage. Luo Chugzhu's gaze turned resolute. This time, she did not choose to dodge. She poured all her mana into the greatsword, gripped it with both hands, and swung down at the massive creature. There was no resistance at all. The silver blade shredded the hardened skull, leaving a bright golden sword mark that cleaved from its towering head straight down to its abdomen. The next instant, the gigantic zombie was split cleanly in half down the middle in a breathtaking fashion. Heavy black blood and viscera gushed from the wound. Blood spread across the floor, and it was all over with startling speed. Standing beside the fallen corpse, Luo Chugzhu frowned at the chaos she had wrought. She let out a soft sigh of amazement. She had never expected this silver holy sword to boost her power so drastically. It felt as if she had become a different person. Now, when facing these zombies blocking the way, she no longer needed to tread carefully at all. So long as the blade came down, no matter how strong the enemy or how good their gear, they were torn apart like paper. The exhilaration brought by confidence and power gradually made her forget her fear. She and Suyi quickly broke through the zombies on the lower floors and rushed toward the top level of the hospital. They stopped before a heavy metal gate, the morgue. Something had clawed at the door with brutal force, leaving streaks of black marks, and a pungent stench of blood and rot kept seeping out through the crack. The air seemed to thicken in an instant, suffocating. Suyi stepped forward and kicked hard at the lock. With a deafening bang, the door flew open. The stench that rushed out almost made them unable to breathe. Inside the morgue, it was a scene of complete devastation. Dozens of corpse storage cabinets had been torn apart, and among them a terrifying monster was gnawing on a still-living human body. The monster was 3 meters tall, pieced together from numerous incomplete corpses. It had 4 arms, 2 heads, and its whole body was crudely stitched, looking more real than any nightmare. It slowly turned its heads, its cloudy pupils fixing on the 2 people at the doorway. In that instant, Suyi's heart tightened, but Luo Chuxue remained extremely calm. There was no fear in her eyes, only resolve and a burning desire to win. She knew perfectly well that in the world as it was now, there was no way back. Weakness was for the dead. She suddenly raised the silver holy sword in her hand, golden wings of light flaring open behind her. The next second, she shot forward at incredible speed. The monster let out an enraged roar and swung its arms wildly, striking at Luo Chuxue from completely unexpected angles. An ordinary person would have already lost their composure in such a situation, but Luo Chuxue dodged with precision. Her greatsword flashed with a cold gleam and struck cleanly at the monster's lower leg. The attack connected perfectly. A special mark appeared above the monster's head, and its defense was drastically weakened. Now, without the slightest hesitation, she poured all the magic in her body into the sword. In the next moment, the silver holy sword erupted with dazzling golden radiance, and a blinding blade of light shot forth, piercing straight through the monster's chest with a thunderous blast. The monster's body froze in disbelief as it stared at the gaping hole in its chest. An instant later, it exploded with a boom, leaving nothing but scattered fragments all over the floor. A series of system prompts rang out in rapid succession as golden pillars of leveling light descended upon Suyi and Luo Chuxue. Suyi jumped 4 levels in a row, and Luo Chuxue smoothly broke through to a new tier. They had both achieved incredible growth in an extremely short amount of time. While Suyi and Luo Chuxue were still immersed in the brief thrill of victory and leveling up, their teammates on the other side of the city also received their upgrade rewards. On the water tower atop the warehouse in the eastern suburbs, Lin Feng was leisurely eating instant noodles when 3 shafts of golden light suddenly fell from the sky, almost making him choke. He hurriedly opened his panel and saw his level had also risen. The sudden stroke of good fortune left him a bit stunned. Still, he understood this was all thanks to his teammates fighting desperately outside. At the same time, in the mechanical workshop, Wang Defa was sweating buckets as he forged steel plates when he too was struck by golden light, power surging through his body. Looking at the new level on his panel, he couldn't help bursting into hearty laughter, feeling both lucky and exhilarated at the growth of his teammates and himself. At that moment in the hospital, Suyi picked up a rare material dropped by the boss, hateful stitching thread, and prepared to head back to base with Luo Chuxue. But just as they stepped out of the inpatient wing, the sky suddenly changed. Without any warning, it turned into a suffocating, terrifying dark red, as if the end of the world had descended once again. A cold, mechanical, majestic voice, like that of a god, exploded in the ears of every survivor, announcing that the game world had entered an entirely new phase. Tension and uncertainty spread rapidly. Everyone understood that the true trial was only just beginning. The icy mechanical voice, devoid of a trace of emotion, echoed from the blood-red sky. In every corner of the world, whether shivering survivors or awakened ones locked in fierce street battles, all stopped what they were doing. They stared up at the eerie dark red firmament, the terror on their faces impossible to hide. Could this era really get even worse? Each person silently asked themselves the same question. What new trials would come this time? Would there be even more dangerous monsters? At the hospital entrance, Suyi's face was expressionless. He looked up at the sky, his eyes as calm as stagnant dead water. He had long known all of this would eventually arrive. He understood very clearly that only now was the true doomsday game beginning. The previous 7 days had merely been the system's adaptation period for players. The real survival challenge was only now officially starting. Luo Chuxue instinctively moved closer to Suyi, gripping the weapon in her hand tightly. She was afraid too, but as long as she stood beside this man, she felt an inexplicable sense of safety. The communicator suddenly rang, Lin Feng's voice tinged with panic. "Boss, did you see it? Why has the sky turned red again? What kind of new crap is this game pulling now?" Right after that, Wang Defa's loud voice came through. "I just raised my hammer and almost smashed myself. Scared me so bad my heart nearly stopped." Suyi ignored the complaints and jokes. He knew that mechanical voice's explanation wasn't over yet. The next moment, that cold mechanical voice sounded again, giving a detailed explanation of the new rules. From today onward, a large number of stable spatial rifts will randomly appear all over the world. The vast majority of these rifts lead to dangerous, malevolent otherworlds, where the environments and monsters are more terrifying than ever before. Only a very small number of the rifts hide treasures and opportunities. But no matter which kind they are, these rifts will only grow larger and more numerous until they are completely conquered. Otherwise, higher-level monsters will descend upon reality. In the end, the system almost jokingly wished all players to enjoy the game. As soon as the words fell, a harsh tearing sound echoed over Jiang City. Hideous, twisted scarlet rifts suddenly appeared across the city. Some floated between skyscrapers like gigantic eyes peering with malice. Others yawned open in the middle of roads, radiating a suffocating sense of unease. Black mist poured out of the rifts in rolling waves, mixed with the distant roars of monsters. It was as if the world had been slashed open with countless wounds, bleeding and flowing in agony. At the same time, in the Special Ops headquarters in the Imperial capital, everyone's eyes were fixed on the national map displayed on the large screen. Red warning markers representing rifts were frantically flashing, from the coasts to the interior, from cities to wilderness, nowhere was spared. Reports and alarms overlapped one another. Someone reported that dozens of rifts had appeared in a certain city, and that a massive super rift had opened in the sky over another region, its energy index soaring. A major metropolis had even just suffered an attack by flying LV-15 monsters, resulting in heavy casualties. A general slammed a hand on the table and began issuing orders, calm yet resolute. He ordered the lines to be pulled back and safe zones to be established with core cities as their centers. Awaken squads were to be urgently organized to probe and clear the rifts. At the same time, television stations were to broadcast emergency news, delivering one message to all survivors. Zombies were only the appetizer, the real apocalyptic war was only just beginning. Soon, a low-resolution but viscerally shocking video began to spread. In the footage, a well-equipped army unit was encircling an ordinary zombie. Shockingly, the zombie reacted quickly, dodging attacks with agility, and even sent out signals to rally nearby companions to charge at the troops, buying itself time to retreat. In the end, the zombie was still burned to a crisp by an Awakened. But those scant few dozen seconds of video left countless people drenched in cold sweat. The zombies had started to become intelligent. Back in the armored vehicle, Su Yi and Luo Chugzhu were watching the same video. What the screen reflected was not just a zombie using tactics, but a warning that the entire world was becoming more dangerous. Did you see that? Luo Chugzhu's voice trembled, but her gaze was firm. They are evolving. Luo Chugzhu stared at the screen, softly repeating what she had just heard. Su Yi started the vehicle, turning unhesitatingly toward the warehouse in the eastern suburbs, flooring the accelerator. This data-driven tide of evolution will make all living beings stronger. You have to understand, in this world, only those more suited to survive can live on. The weak are destined to be eliminated. Su Yi's voice was very calm, without the slightest excess emotion. Once they adapt, they'll become smarter and more dangerous. Maybe in the future we'll even see monsters form their own society, even create their own civilization. He added, from here on, that's when we've truly entered the game. Luo Chugzhu listened, her heart tightening. She could feel that behind Su Yi's calmness, there was a strong sense of unease and crisis. When they rushed back to the warehouse, Lin Feng and Wang Defa were huddled at the door, staring at the anxiety on each other's faces. Less than a kilometer away, above an abandoned factory, a bright red rift hung in the air, over 10 meters long and slowly rotating. Unlike the usual chaotic, violent rifts, this one was unnaturally stable, with a faint flow of spiritual energy around it. Boss, sis-in-law, you're finally back. The moment Wang Defa saw the armored vehicle, his eyes were full of desperation as he rushed forward. This is way too unlucky. A rift opened right at our doorstep. How are we supposed to sleep at night? Why don't we just pull out tonight? He muttered in a low voice, trying to persuade him. Lin Feng climbed down from the water tower, continued with a frown, yeah, boss, this thing looks wrong no matter how you look at it. If some super monster jumps out, our little base will be gone in a second. Su Yi ignored their complaints. He jumped out of the vehicle and walked to Wang Defa's side, patting the metal monstrosity behind him, the newly assembled turret. Its barrel was absurdly thick, blue energy conduits covered its whole body. Just from the shape of it, you could tell how lethal it was. Su Yi nodded with satisfaction. Nice work. This will become the core weapon of our base defenses. After that brief praise, he turned his gaze to the scarlet rift in the distance. Move out. The corner of Su Yi's mouth curled into a playful smile. Why move? You're only seeing the danger, not the opportunity. This isn't a death trap. It's a treasure delivered right to our doorstep. Drawing on his previous life's experience, Suyi immediately recognized how different this rift was. The energy was stable, the spiritual aura restrained. This was no ordinary rift at all, but one of those extremely rare blessed cave heavens. Lin Feng and Wang Defa stared at each other in disbelief. Boss, you're not joking. You really expect this place to turn things around for us? What if it really is a death trap? Lin Feng asked in a low voice. Suyi didn't waste words. He knew trust had to be earned through action, not talk. He swept his eyes over the whole team and gave a direct order. Wang Defa, put the turret on level 1 combat readiness. Be ready to fire at any time. Lin Feng, grab your sniper rifle and come with me. Chugzhu, you too. There wasn't a trace of negotiation in his tone. Let's go. We're going treasure hunting. In the empty industrial zone, Suyi's words sounded especially powerful. The other three were carried along by his momentum and stopped hesitating. The whole team assembled, launching their first formal adventure. Walking up beneath the rift, they felt a powerful pull envelop their bodies. After their vision twisted into chaos, they all appeared together in a completely unfamiliar world. They had expected the monster nest to be bloody and terrifying, yet what lay before them was a hidden paradise. A stream flowed gently through the valley, flowers bloomed everywhere, and the air was fresh and clean. The most eye-catching sight was an ancient stone dais temple wrapped in greenery, quietly nestled in the center of the valley. Lin Feng gaped, unable to believe what he was seeing. Boss, you're insane in a good way. It really is a blessed cave heaven. Wang Defa was completely stunned, his riot shield slipping from his hand as he stood there speechless for a long time. If there were no monsters here, this place was practically a paradise in the apocalypse. On the surface, Suyi looked composed, but his mind was sharply taking in every detail. He pointed at the fence outside the dais temple, where a few strange plants glowed with a faint light. Those are called moon spirit grass, the main ingredient for high-grade mental power potions, he said. He then raised his hand and pointed at a string of dried fruits hanging under the temple eaves. Those are red sun fruits. Eating one can permanently increase your strength by a small amount. Suyi introduced everything carefully. His voice was calm, but there was confidence and steadiness hidden in his tone. In this world overrun by monsters, every resource that could enhance one's strength was a priceless treasure. A feverish desire instantly flared in Lin Feng's and Wang Defa's eyes. They almost couldn't stop themselves from rushing into the herb garden and under the eaves, ready to loot everything in sight. Wait! Suyi stopped them with one hand. His voice was low as his gaze fell on the large green boulder at the dais temple's gate. A massive tiger, 5 meters long and pure white from head to toe, was lying there pretending to sleep. It opened its cold blue tiger eyes, and the killing intent that burst out pressed down like sharp blades, making it hard to breathe. No one dared ignore its power. This was a level 20 elite boss, the Moonlight White Tiger. The white tiger let out a low growl. The roar rolled out like a tangible shockwave, making the entire valley tremble. The wind was so fierce they could barely keep their footing. Wang Defa's face turned ashen in an instant. He fumbled for his riot shield and hid behind Suyi, his voice shaking. I take back what I said. This place is no paradise. Suyi ordered in a deep voice, everyone, battle stations. The dawn blade flashed into his hand, its cold light glinting. His mind moved fast as lightning. Lin Feng, get to high ground, aim for its eyes and suppress it. Fatty, control the mechanical spiders and harass its flank. You must not let it charge. Their movements were perfectly coordinated. Lin Feng agilely climbed the tall tree beside them, unfolded his sniper rifle, and set up his scope. Wang Defa immediately opened his backpack. 7 or 8 metal spiders were activated. Their 8 mechanical legs clattered as they scattered, quickly surrounding the white tiger. The valley fell into a brief silence again. Lin Feng decisively pulled the trigger. The magic-infused bullet trailed a blue tail flame as it shot toward the white tiger's left eye. But the white tiger's reaction was incredibly fast. It simply tilted its head and easily dodged. The bullet struck the green boulder, sparks flying, and only shaved off 27 HP from the white tiger. Enraged by the attack, the giant beast suddenly sprang to its feet and lunged toward Suyi and Luo Chugzhu like a streak of white lightning. At that moment, Wang Defa's mechanical spiders simultaneously unleashed high-voltage attacks, crackling with zzz sounds. But the current only scorched a few black patches into the white tiger's fur and did nothing to stop it. The white tiger lifted its paw and swatted 3 or 4 mechanical spiders into scrap in an instant. Seeing this, Luo Chugzhu erupted with full power. The light wings on her back unfurled as she swung Holy Radiance Judgment head-on at the charging beast. She was now level 10, far stronger than an ordinary person. The silver longsword crashed into the white tiger's sharp claws, producing an ear-piercing metallic clang. In that instant, Luo Chugzhu felt a massive force surge through the sword. Her whole body was flung backward. Just as she was about to slam into a boulder, Suyi shot forward at the critical moment and caught her firmly. He reminded her calmly but firmly, the difference in strength is too great. You can't win by brute force. The moonlight white tiger gave them no chance to breathe. Its bloody maw gaped open, and a pale white energy beam blasted out in an instant. Suyi retreated at top speed. The white tiger's moonlight roar swept past them so close it nearly grazed their bodies. The ground behind them was blasted open into a deep trench. If that strike had hit, anyone would have suffered catastrophic damage. The battle instantly entered a stalemate. Lin Feng's sniping couldn't break through its defense at all. Wang Defa's mechanical spiders could only harass it. Luo Chugzhu was clearly outmatched in direct confrontation. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. At this moment, the moonlight white tiger's fur stood on end, and a translucent moon pattern surfaced on its body. Its aura doubled in an instant. Its berserk state was about to activate. Once it did, its attack and speed would both increase by 50%. Despair spread through the team. Gritting his teeth, Wang Defa even pulled out a bundle of high explosives, ready to take the white tiger down with him. Right then, a clear, firm girl's voice suddenly rang out from inside the Daoist temple gate. Attack its brow. That's its only weak point. For the team, that voice was like life-saving firewood in a snowstorm, instantly lifting everyone's spirits. Suyi's eyes lit up sharply. Without hesitation, he pushed Luo Chugzhu back into the safe zone and charged straight toward the white tiger himself. In this moment, he had no way out, because he had long since sworn in his heart. No matter what kind of crisis he faced, he absolutely could not allow any teammate to fall. The power of the moonlight white tiger was frantically converging between its fangs, clearly intending to deliver a fatal blow to Suyi. But just as it was about to spit out the beam of destruction, Suyi had already moved. His figure suddenly split, flickering with a strange speed, 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4. This was the new skill he had just mastered, Phantom Step. The 4 Suyes were identical, almost impossible to distinguish real from fake. They swung the Dawnbreaker from different directions as they closed in on the white tiger at the same time. Though the moonlight white tiger was ferocious to the extreme at this moment, for the first time, a human-like unease and fear surfaced in its bestial eyes. It had no idea which one was the real hunter. Suyi's true body suddenly flashed above the white tiger's head. A cold gleam flashed, and the Dawnbreaker stabbed accurately into the center of its brow. The white tiger let out a shrill wail. Its massive body crashed to the ground, completely losing the power to resist. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Suyi's mind. He had slain the LV-20 elite boss moonlight white tiger across a level gap, gaining 2,000 experience points and a large number of evolution points. The powerful rewards caused his level to instantly break through to LV-15. Suyi, long blade still dripping with blood, walked calmly toward that mysterious, retro Daoist temple. The temple's main gate slowly opened, and a girl wearing a light blue Daoist robe walked out from within. Her skin was as fair as snow, her temperament ethereal, as if she did not belong in this brutal world at all. Her name was Yi Lingzi. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Yi Lingzi, yet her eyes were firmly locked onto Suyi. She thanked him softly, her voice clear, carrying the gratitude and fatigue of one who had just escaped danger. At that moment, Suyi was also weighing things in his heart, because he had recognized Yi Lingzi. She was the legendary S-class support talent holder, Heaven's Eye. In the past, many top factions had been willing to fight each other to mutual destruction just to compete for her. Her talent could see through fortune and potential, leading a team to avoid deadly calamities and find countless hidden treasures. Yi Lingzi used her eyes, through Heaven's Eye, to observe everyone around her. The sniper was shrouded in a cool, threatening cyan glow. The fatty was surrounded by a heavy, unshakable yellow aura like the earth itself. Yet Suyi, standing at the very front, appeared in her vision as nothing but unfathomable chaos. Infinite possibilities intertwined around him, like the primal night when the universe was born. With just a single glance, Yi Lingzi felt as if her very soul was about to be devoured by that chaos. In that instant, Yi Lingzi understood that Suyi was the fate and opportunity she could not avoid. In this apocalyptic world, only by seizing such chances could one hope to survive and grow stronger. Without the slightest hesitation, she walked up to Suyi and spoke solemnly. "Senior, if you're willing to take me with you, I'm willing to guide your path and probe the secrets of heaven for you. My talent can discern all dangers and opportunities. With me here, you'll be able to obtain resources and power more safely and swiftly." Suyi had long understood her value. He didn't waste words. He simply nodded to indicate his agreement. He bent down, took a crystal core shimmering with ghostly blue light from the white tiger's corpse, and handed it directly to the fatty. LV 20 elite grade crystal core. Take it and upgrade the energy core of your turret. The fatty flailed as he caught it, grinning from ear to ear. Let's go. Head back. Suyi took the lead and walked out of the valley. The four of them, now with the newly joined Yilingzi, passed through the spacetime barrier and returned to their own base. It was an abandoned steel-forged factory, high walls, barbed wire, fully armed machine gun towers, the atmosphere cold and dangerous. This was clearly a completely different world from the tranquil Daoist temple Yilingzi had lived in before. For a moment she couldn't adapt, looking around in a daze. Lin Feng quickened his steps, scampering forward with a half-joking smile on his face. Sister Lingzi, right. Welcome to our all-male idol group. Well, actually it's just the Abyss Bulldozer Squad. Yilingzi was slightly stunned. She forced herself to adjust her mindset, trying her best to keep up with the rhythm of these unfamiliar new teammates. In this apocalyptic world where steel and chaos danced together, she was, for the first time, truly experiencing how a twist of fate could sometimes happen in just an instant. From now on, you're our team's mascot and also our chief prophet, Lin Feng joked with a laugh. Next time we head out, you have to do a divination first to see if it's a good day for monster hunting. Yilingzi instinctively took a step back, clearly unaccustomed to this kind of teasing with zero sense of distance. A trace of confusion surfaced in her eyes, as if she still hadn't recovered from the shock of this unfamiliar environment. At this moment, Luo Chuxu walked forward and very naturally took her place between Suyi and Yilingzi. Her gaze swept lightly over Lin Feng, as though silently declaring her stance. She carefully sized up Yilingzi's old Daoist robe and her thin frame. There was no visible emotional fluctuation in her eyes as she simply said, "I'll take you to your room. There are clean clothes in the warehouse you can change into." In the days that followed, Yilingzi's life was turned completely upside down. She was assigned to a single room next to the control room. Though the space wasn't large, Wang Defa had deliberately reinforced it with the best soundproofing materials and thoughtfully installed an independent fresh air system. But all this care couldn't put her at ease. What truly made Yilingzi feel pressured was the completely different atmosphere within this team. Morning, in the cafeteria. Yilingzi cradled a bowl of plain kanji, sitting quietly in a corner. In her past life, she had always been used to a simple, detached existence. A bowl of thin porridge was everyday fare. But the scene at the other end of the table was like a whole different world. Lin Feng and Wang Defa were fiercely fighting over the last fried dough stick, chopsticks flying, the table a complete mess. Suyi sat in his chair, calmly sipping black coffee, a sheen of sweat still on his forehead from just finished morning training. Luo Chuxu was wearing Suyi's oversized white t-shirt, the loose neckline making her look especially relaxed. She casually rested her long legs on Suyi's thigh, then cut a freshly fried egg into small pieces and naturally brought it to Suyi's lips. "Open," she said softly. Suyi obeyed without question and took a bite. Luo Chuxu then gently wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with a tissue. The entire sequence of movements was tender yet natural, as if she had done it countless times. Yilingzi stared, dumbfounded, nearly spraying out the mouthful of kanji she was drinking. She hurriedly lowered her head, her cheeks burning, even the tips of her ears flushed red. She silently recited calming incantations over and over in her heart, forcing herself to look away. But her ability had already begun to activate, allowing her to see the currents of fate others could not perceive. Golden radiance on Luo Chuxu's body perfectly merging with Suyi's boundless, chaotic aura, as if they were a pair ordained by the heavens. This kind of powerful bond between heaven and man was something she had never seen before. Sigh, getting force-fed dog food by their public display of affection first thing in the morning is really a bit much, Lin Feng sighed, giving up on the fried dough stick altogether and clutching his chest as if gravely wounded. "Fatty, do you think we'll ever get this kind of treatment in this lifetime?" Wang Defa's mouth was stuffed with food as he mumbled back, "Maybe next life. This life, forget it." Yilingzi only felt more at a loss, her face growing even redder. She tried to calm her heart, but discovered that the lake of her mind, tranquil for over a decade, was suddenly stirred into waves. So, people could actually live together in such an intimate and natural way? After breakfast, Suyi didn't leave first as he usually did. Instead, at the training ground outside the warehouse, he personally guided Luo Chuxu's combat training. "Your strength and speed are both good, but your movements are too stiff," Suyi said, standing behind her, his hands directly covering hers on the sword hilt, his whole body gently encircling her. He explained in a low voice, "The core power should come from your waist and abdomen. Your shoulders and hands are just for guiding and adjusting." His voice was low and magnetic, carrying the warm breath of someone who had just finished exercising, lingering by Luo Chuxu's ear. A faint flush colored Luo Chuxu's face, yet her gaze remained utterly focused. Suyi's palm guided her movements. Every sword swing, every block was steady and powerful, the blend of skill and strength giving each motion a visual elegance. Yi Lingzi stood not far away in the shadows, watching without blinking. The natural tacit understanding and sense of safety between them seemed almost visible to her naked eye, especially with her unique ability. She could clearly sense it. Suyi's fortune was pouring into Luo Chuxue without reservation, and it seemed that every physical guidance made Luo Chuxue stronger. Intense envy and a faint, inexpressible inferiority grew in Yi Lingzi's heart. Lin Feng had top-tier sniping skills, Wang Defa was the team's engineer and logistical backbone, and Luo Chuxue was Suyi's closest partner and comrade in arms. Everyone had a clear and unique value. Only she was still like a stray cat that had been left behind, not knowing where she belonged. No, she couldn't go on like this. Yi Lingzi silently clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and, as if making a major decision, said firmly to herself in her heart, I can't just be a burden who's taken care of and does nothing. I must let everyone see I have my own value too. After that night's training ended and darkness fell, Yi Lingzi took a deep breath and mustered the courage to take the initiative and make a decision. She walked over to Suyi, who was wiping his weapons, her voice trembling slightly but no longer hesitant. Suyi, she spoke softly, yet with a tightly controlled resolve, these past few days I've been observing the flow of fate throughout Jiangqing. She closed her eyes for a moment, and when she opened them again, silver light flashed in them. In that instant, Yi Lingzi seemed able to see through the essence of the world. She saw countless threads of fate crisscrossing and tugging in the air, weaving the city into an invisible giant net. According to my calculations, at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, the abandoned subway station in the west of the city, the convention center in the east, and the botanical garden in the south, these three places will all reach an extremely high concentration of spiritual energy. Her speech quickened, and her tone grew more confident. Under these circumstances, a hidden dungeon entrance might appear, or extremely rare treasures might emerge. She didn't try to conceal the potential risks, but pointed them out directly. The lines of fortune in these three places are tinged with pale purple. There's definitely danger, but as long as we work together, the chances of success are high. After speaking, she fixed her gaze on Suyi, her eyes shimmering with expectation. She understood that saying all this meant placing complete trust in him, and also that she finally had a chance to prove her own value, instead of being treated like an outsider as she had been in the past. Suyi stopped what he was doing. He didn't respond immediately, but stared seriously at Yi Lingzi, as if examining the effort she had put in during this time. At last, a confirming smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He knew that Yi Lingzi's talent far surpassed that of ordinary people. In information gathering and assessment, she was even stronger than him, a reborn man who had lived through 2 lifetimes. You've done very well. Suyi nodded, his tone sincere and firm. He patted Yi Lingzi on the shoulder and made a direct decision. Tomorrow, we'll go to these 3 places just as you said. Yi Lingzi seemed to light up all over. It was the first time she had ever felt truly affirmed, and she finally no longer had to bear the loneliness alone. For her, this moment was more important than gaining power. She understood deeply that true belonging did not come from one's status, but from the trust and approval others placed in you. Jiangqing No. One cross-river bridge had at this moment become a veritable death zone. The massive steel structure that had once symbolized the city's glory was now a hellish slaughter field amid suffocating smoke and fire. Suppress them with fire. Don't stop. Use up all the armor-piercing rounds. Behind the temporary defensive line on the south side of the bridge, a captain shouted himself hoarse. The soldiers crushed their fear down and frantically pulled their triggers. Machine guns and rocket launchers poured relentless fire toward the center of the bridge. Though the firepower was enough to destroy a building, it was almost completely futile against the monster at the bridge's center. On the bridge deck, a gigantic spider-like beast was curled up within a dense mass of gray-white webs. Its hard carapace gleamed with a purple-black sheen, bristling with barbs and covered in sinister magic patterns. The hail of bullets only struck sparks from its surface, unable to penetrate its shell. Even rocket rounds merely made its body sway slightly. The monster was clearly growing impatient. It suddenly let out a shrill roar that seemed to pierce the eardrums, and its swollen egg sac contracted violently. A massive black poisonous web howled down to cover the area. The officer instinctively shouted, "Move, now!" But it was too late. The poisonous web moved faster than any ordinary person could imagine, enveloping more than half the position in an instant. A few slower reacting soldiers were trapped on the spot. Screams rang out. The seemingly soft spider silk carried an intense corrosive power. Their protective suits, weapons, even their flesh and blood dissolved and melted under the black toxin, turning in moments into foul, stinking black fluid. In just a few seconds, the screams were cut off. The remaining soldiers, having witnessed everything, were left with nothing in their eyes but uncontrollable terror. This isn't a monster, it's death itself. A young soldier broke down. He dropped his rifle and turned to flee. A gunshot rang out. The captain made a ruthless, decisive choice and shot him dead. Desertion on the battlefield cannot be forgiven. His coldness carried not a trace of emotion, but it was only a temporary act of suppression. Morale had already been shaken to the core. 1 kilometer from the bridge, the atmosphere in the temporary command center was just as tense and suffocating. The gray-haired old general wore a grim expression as he stared fixedly at the drone footage. The situation had passed the point of no return. A staff officer at his side reported, "Conventional weapons are ineffective, and Leopard Company on the front line has taken heavy casualties." The old general was silent for a few seconds, seemingly holding down his anger and helplessness, then finally gave the order. "Activate the Awakener's combat plan. Tell Li Wei that no matter the cost, they must crack that monster's carapace." "Understood." With the order issued, the surviving soldiers began to retreat, replaced by more than 30 Awakeners stepping into the scorched battlefield. They looked at the writhing Spider Queen at the center of the bridge, their faces filled with vigilance and suppressed tension. At this moment, everyone understood. If they lost this battle, Jiangqing would have no tomorrow. The elite Awakeners of the Jiangqing military district stood on the bridge, every one of them above level 8. They were the final line of defense. At their head was the burly Captain Li Wei, whose ability was an A-grade talent, rock body. His defense was almost unmatched. Li Wei gripped his special operations saber tightly and shouted loudly to the teammates behind him, "Brothers, there's no way back for us now. For the several million people in the city waiting to be rescued, here today, there is only forward." His voice pierced through the storm, making everyone feel an imminent sense of responsibility. Their failure would mean the death of countless people. More than 30 Awakeners roared in unison, their bodies bursting into multicolored light as they shot forward like meteors toward the gigantic venomous spider blocking the middle of the bridge. This monster, known as the venomous Spider Queen, was as large as a small building. Its body was covered with a hard black carapace, and venom constantly dripped from its fangs. One Awakener leapt into the air, shouting the name of his skill. His hands slashed violently as dozens of wind blades shot toward the Spider Queen like razor-sharp knives. But the wind blades only threw up eerie sparks against its shell and shattered in an instant. Right after that, a pillar of fire blasted out, attempting to burn away the Spider Queen's poison webs. The fire pillar, however, was snuffed out in a single spit of venom from the Spider Queen. The ground suddenly heaved as countless sharp stone spikes erupted upward, targeting the Spider Queen's long, massive legs. With the slightest movement of its legs, all the stone spikes shattered. These Awakeners, who could sweep aside ordinary monsters with ease, now appeared helpless before this level 2-5 boss. The brutal battle ignited the Spider Queen's fury. It let out a shriek that split the sky, and its massive body lunged straight toward the Awakener's formation. With a single stamp of its 8 thick spider legs, the entire bridge shook violently. Li Wei did not hesitate. He activated his talent. His skin turned the color of rock as he clenched his teeth and slammed into one of the Spider Queen's legs. A dull, heavy impact rang out, but it was as if he had hurled himself against a speeding train. His proud A-grade defense meant nothing before a monster of this level. Li Wei's entire body was flung backward, crashing hard into the guardrail at the side of the bridge. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his life or death uncertain. With even their strongest captain felled in an instant, the other Awakeners were thrown into terrified despair. Before their eyes, the Spider Queen rampaged like an out-of-control behemoth, sweeping through everything ahead of it. No one could stop it head-on. Some were swatted into the air, some were crushed beneath its massive legs, and others were directly dissolved into nothing by the venom spraying everywhere. In less than a minute, the entire military squad was almost completely annihilated. Only corpses and wreckage remained on the bridge deck. Inside the command post, the old general stared fixedly at the surveillance screen, true despair flashing in his eyes for the first time. He murmured under his breath, "Is it going to end like this?" Beside him, the staff officer slumped weakly into his chair, muttering over and over, "We've lost. Jiangqing is finished." Just as everyone was sinking into utter helplessness, the roar of an engine suddenly came from afar. The sound was like the prelude to a storm, drawing ever closer. All of them couldn't help turning to look. A heavy armored truck came howling toward them. The vehicle was as black as night, its body covered in scars, exuding a desolate, brutal, post-apocalyptic aura. It smashed straight through the defensive line without slowing, domineering as it charged toward the battlefield. Even the venomous Spider Queen halted its slaughter and looked over warily. The soldiers stared, dumbfounded, unable to tell whether this newcomer was friend or foe. The sharp-eyed staff officer recognized the emblem on the vehicle's body and shouted excitedly, "It's the mysterious squad, the Abyss Bulldozer." His voice trembled, as though he had grasped his final lifeline. The black war truck executed a beautiful drift and screeched to a stop, coming to rest solidly in front of the command post. The door opened, and a young man in a black trench coat, holding a strange long blade, was the first to step down. He ignored the panicked officers beside him and paid no attention to the corpses on the ground. He merely lifted his head slightly, locking his gaze on the Spider Queen in the distance. There was not the slightest ripple in his eyes, as if he were appraising prey that was simply waiting to be harvested. Right behind him, 3 more people stepped out of the vehicle, a beautiful girl wielding a silver sword, golden twin wings unfurled behind her like a valiant warrior angel. A tall, gaunt and mysterious sniper, sharp light flickering in his eyes. And finally, a female deist in a traditional robe, her gaze filled with an ancient, enigmatic aura. The 4 of them were utterly out of place against the desolate, charred battlefield. The common confidence they exuded instantly drew everyone's attention. The old general could no longer care about anything else. Stumbling out of the command vehicle, he hurried over to the young man, his voice trembling slightly. "Sir, are you the commander of the Abyss Bulldozer?" The young man gave him a cool glance, said nothing, and simply raised the long blade in his hand, pointing it at the giant poisonous spider in the middle of the bridge that was beginning to stir restlessly. His eyes were calm, yet brimming with absolute conviction. "That monster will take care of it." On the brink of disaster, the true counterattack was about to begin. Sui stood in the middle of the shattered highway, his gaze icy as he surveyed the wrecked battlefield before him. The situation between friend and foe was obvious at a glance. The military couldn't hold on anymore. Everyone was fighting desperately on the defensive, yet doomed to nothing more than a dying struggle. The air reeked of burning and blood. Despair was written on every face, everyone's except Sui's and the 3 teammates behind him, who remained utterly composed. At that moment, Sui walked to the front line, his voice level but carrying overwhelming confidence. "We're taking this monster." In an instant, an army captain still spattered with blood jumped up in fury. "Do you have any idea that's an LV-25 boss monster? A well-equipped Awaken company is nearly wiped out, and what makes you think you can do it?" The atmosphere grew taut. The old general raised his hand, signaling the captain to be quiet. His gaze was sharp as he carefully sized up Sui, the 3 teammates behind him, and that black heavy truck that looked like a monster itself. He knew these people were no ordinary civilian fighters. There was no fear in their eyes, on the contrary, they looked like hunters who had found their prey. "Name your price." The old general's hoarse voice was full of grit and exhaustion. Sui didn't hesitate in the slightest. He held up 3 fingers and looked the old general straight in the eye. "First, I kill this venomous brood mother myself, and all the drops belong to me. Second, I want 10 tons of high-density rare alloy, plus all the beast cores you currently have in stock. Third, I want a full truckload of heavy thermal weapons, fully equipped." The moment he finished, the military position exploded in uproar. These terms amounted to nearly half of Jiang City Military District's critical strategic resources, conditions that would be absolutely impossible to agree to under normal circumstances. "You're outright robbing us." The captain was so enraged he yanked out his sidearm and leveled it at Sui. Sui was utterly unconcerned about the dark muzzle pointed at him, as if he didn't even regard the other man as a threat. His teammate Luo Chugzu immediately stepped in front of him, her hand resting on her sword hilt. A dazzling golden light seeped through her fingers, and the air instantly tightened. The old general pushed the captain's gun down and locked eyes with Sui. After a long moment, he rasped, "I'll agree, but only if you really can take that monster down." Sui nodded, wasting no more words. He turned and spoke softly to his teammates. "Time to work." The 4 of them scattered at once with tacit coordination, making it clear this wasn't their first time walking into danger. Yi Lingzi leapt onto the roof of the truck, silver light glinting in her eyes. She could see the airflow across the entire battlefield, the movement patterns of the enemy, and every flaw in the broodmother's defenses. Distance 3,000 meters. Wind speed, level 3. The broodmother's venom charge cycle is 2 seconds. There's a blind spot at 3 o'clock on its left side. Also, beneath the 3rd segment of its abdominal carapace, there's a tiny dead angle, only half an inch wide. Yi Lingzi's voice was clear and calm, without the slightest trace of panic. Lin Feng heft the heavy ghost hacker rifle, quickly scrambled up onto an abandoned bus, and racked the bolt, ready to snipe. "Let's see how it likes Grandpa's armor-piercing rounds." Wang Defa dumped a pile of metal components out of his backpack and, within 10 seconds, had assembled 8 miniature autonomous gun turrets, lining them up in a row. "Brothers, lay down some covering fire." He pressed the detonator. Tongues of flame roared out, and the hail of bullets turned the venomous Spider Queen into a sieve. Enraged, the Spider Queen let out an ear-piercing shriek as countless mutated fist-sized spitterlings surged madly out from the gaps between the wrecked cars, rushing at Sui and the others like a tidal wave. The soldiers watched this scene, their hands trembling around their guns. It was this very swarm of monsters that had just killed so many of their comrades. At this critical moment, Luo Chugzhu finally made her move. Golden wings of light burst open behind her, as if an angel had descended upon the bridge. She swung up a massive greatsword with both hands, and a sweeping slash of radiant holy light burst forth. A more than 10-meter-long arc of sword energy instantly vaporized hundreds of small spiders, leaving deep black scorch marks on the ground. The officer's eyes went wide as he stared at her in disbelief. How is this possible? Isn't she a priest? Why is she putting out damage like a tank? The military support Awakener was stunned same class, yet the gap was this huge. A huge swathe of the swarm was wiped out in an instant. Luo Chugzhu stepped coldly in front. All of you, fall back. Don't block the way. Seeing its offspring being slaughtered, the venomous spider queen slammed a frenzied foot down on the bridge deck. A massive green poisonous web cascaded from above like a falling ceiling. Just when everyone thought they were doomed, the ground beneath Suyi's feet exploded into fragments. His figure flickered and vanished from where he had stood. An instant later, he appeared at the spider queen's flank, moving faster than a sonic boom. The poisonous web struck nothing but air, leaving only a huge, deep crater. Everyone held their breath. The old general raised his binoculars, his gaze locked tightly on Suyi's shadow. He knew that this young man's choice would determine the fate of the entire city. The outcome of this battle would completely change everyone's lives. At the ruined end of the bridge, the smell of smoke still lingered in the air. Suyi's figure was like a streak of black lightning. No one could see his movement clearly. A jackknifed truck lay overturned ahead of him. Without hesitation, Suyi used the rebound of its chassis to leap into the air. His jump was astonishingly high, almost the height of a 3-story building. Mid-air, he twisted his body, like a hunting falcon locking onto the weak point of its prey below. The venomous spider queen sensed the threat overhead, vicious light flashing in its 8 huge compound eyes. Its disgusting belly heaved, about to spit out venom in an attempt to kill the airborne enemy with a single blow. A low gunshot suddenly rang out from afar. Lin Feng held his sniper rifle, expression rocksteady. 3,000 meters away, a dark blue armor-piercing round tore across the sky and savagely punched through the very central compound eye of the Spider Queen. Green fluid gushed out in an instant. The venomous Spider Queen instinctively recoiled, its spitting motion halted. A 2-second opening, enough for Suyi to launch a killing strike. He landed on the Spider Queen's back from mid-air, pouring all his strength into his right arm. The blade of dawn flared with a dark red glow as it drove straight into the defensive blind spot beneath the third segment of the Spider Queen's carapace. The blade sank almost completely into flesh, bringing up a spray of blood. No fancy techniques, just the most direct destruction. Suyi gave his wrist a harsh twist. The blade shredded the Spider Queen's energy core. The venomous Spider Queen let out a world-rending scream. Its massive body lost all support and crashed heavily onto the bridge. Its 8 legs twitched reflexively a few more times, then went completely still. A system notification exploded in Suyi's mind. You have slain LV. 25 boss-class mutant beast venomous Spider Queen. Gained 5,000 experience, 125 evolution points. Every soldier had witnessed the entire process with their own eyes from the moment Suyi moved to the moment the boss hit the ground. Less than 3 minutes had passed. No one could utter a word. Jiang City's no. One squad had just shown them what true crushing strength looked like. Suyi pulled out his long blade and casually flicked off the green toxic fluid. He calmly crouched down and reached into the Spider Queen's body, quickly fishing out a square token that glowed with a violet light. He didn't think much of it, tossing it straight into his storage space, then stepped off the corpse without a ripple of emotion. Treading through pools of venom, he walked toward the army's defensive line. The old general straightened his dust-covered uniform and gave Suyi a solemn military salute. On behalf of the Jiangqing military region, thank you for your support. Suyi pointed at the ruins behind him. The bridge has been cleared. Where are the things we asked for? The old general didn't hesitate in the slightest. He turned to the captain who was still in a daze. Go to logistics and drive over all 3 supply trucks we brought. Hand everything over to them. The captain wanted to argue, but the moment he saw the gigantic spider corpse in the distance, he swallowed his words and hurriedly ran to the rear. Half an hour later, 3 heavy military trucks slowly pulled up beside the Doomsday Conqueror war chariot. The waterproof tarps were pulled back. On the first truck were stacks of neatly arranged, silver-glinting high-density rare alloys materials indispensable for building advanced defense towers. The second truck was filled with unopened heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, and ammunition. The third truck held several combination-locked cases, each packed with thousands of brilliantly glowing monster crystal cores. Wang Defa's eyes lit up. He couldn't help going up to knock on the alloy. Boss, we've struck gold. With this stuff, the base defense system can be upgraded to a level you can't even imagine. Suyi didn't waste words. The rear compartment of the Doomsday Conqueror war chariot popped open automatically, and its mechanical arms swept all 3 truckloads of supplies clean, storing everything into the folded space. Once everything was packed, Suyi pulled open the door. Luo Chuxue retracted her light wings and quietly took the front passenger seat. Yi Lingzi, Lin Feng, and Wang Defa got in one after another. The engine let out a low growl. The old general stood by the roadside, watching them leave, his tone solemn. The situation in Jiangcheng is very chaotic right now. There are even more terrifying things in the central urban district. If you ever need anything, the army will always welcome you. Suyi didn't look back. He just drove the war chariot, speeding down the wide street, leaving behind a black afterimage in the dusk. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew subtle. Lin Feng and Wang Defa were hugging an armful of glowing monster crystal cores, grinning like fools. Wang Defa was cradling the crystal core from the venomous spider matriarch, his gaze practically glued to it. "Boss, we really hit the jackpot this time. If we use this thing as the core of a plasma cannon, it might be able to blow up a whole mountain in one shot." Lin Feng was still calculating that pile of munitions. 10 tons of high-density alloy, plus all this heavy firepower. Shouldn't we install a flight module for the base? A flying fortress, that sounds way too cool. Everyone in the compartment was envisioning the future. Behind them lay the crisis they had just overcome and the beginning of a brand new world. But in Suyi's eyes there was always that firm and icy glint. He understood that this success was only the beginning. Far greater challenges were still waiting ahead of them. Luo Chuxue sat quietly in the front passenger seat. She didn't join in her teammates' lively discussion. She simply sat there, silently gazing at Suyi's profile. Her golden eyes were like a night sky brimming with starlight, her gaze filled with complex emotions. In the corner, Yi Lingzi looked a little ill at ease. Hugging her knees, she would occasionally sneak a glance at Suyi, only to hurriedly lower her head again, a faint, uncontrollable blush spreading across her cheeks. No one noticed her nervousness or the pounding of her heart. As the sky darkened, the war chariot finally returned to the base. The supplies from the 3 military trucks were quickly transferred into the warehouse by mechanical arms, the sound of metal colliding especially crisp in the twilight. Wang Defa was as excited as a child, plunging headfirst into the pile of rare alloy, busy touching and knocking on everything. He loudly promised that if given 2 days, he could raise the base's defensive capability by several tiers. He even swore that even if higher-level monsters attacked, they wouldn't be able to break through this line of defense easily. Suyi said nothing in response to these promises. He simply waved his hand and announced a day off, and that they would all have barbecue together that evening. Night fully descended, the last trace of afterglow fading from the horizon. A bonfire blazed on the open ground of the base, great slabs of mutant beast meat roasting over the flames, fat dripping down in streams. The fragrance of meat and spices blended together, saturating the air. Since the world had ended, this was the first grand celebration feast held at the base, and the long-suppressed tension was swept away. Wang Defa called out loudly, making sure everyone could eat their fill. He raised the carving knife and enthusiastically started slicing the roast. Laughter rang out all around. Lin Feng even joked that it was a pity he didn't become a chef. Suyi lounged quietly on a deck chair, a can of cold beer in hand, his expression calm. Luo Chuxue didn't touch her food, only tasted a bit of fruit wine, a blush rising on her cheeks. Under everyone's gaze, she walked over to Suyi without the slightest hesitation, then naturally sat down on his lap. The movement was direct and intimate, leaving their companions momentarily stunned. Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath, even forgetting to chew the roast he'd just put in his mouth. Luo Chuxue paid no attention to anyone's reaction. Like a cat, she found a comfortable position and gently wrapped her arms around Suyi's neck, resting her chin on his shoulder. The faint scent of fruit wine mixed with her warm breath as it brushed past Suyi's ear. "Are you tired?" she asked softly, concern in her low voice, her eyes on Suyi gentle and full of distress for him. Suyi shook his head. He wrapped one arm around her waist, holding her firmly so she wouldn't slip. "Not tired." That simple gesture made the light in Luo Chuxue's eyes shine like a slender new moon. She nestled even closer, as if drawing from him a power that could set her heart at ease, and also as if silently proclaiming the happiness that belonged to her. Across from them, Yi Lingzi was stunned. She held her glass of juice, her heart pounding like a drum. All of this was completely new to her. Since childhood, she had been taught to restrain her emotions, that men and women should keep their distance. Yet now, watching Luo Chuxue so naturally draw close to a man, it felt as if her world had been shattered and pieced back together again. For the first time, she understood that intimacy and being loved were such vivid, real sensations. Her ability, "I have heavenly secrets," suddenly activated beyond her control. She could see Luo Chuxue's and Suyi's fortunes intertwining, golden threads of light and pitch-black star clouds coiling around each other, forming an unbreakable cycle. It was a powerful bond like nothing she had ever seen. Lin Feng suddenly coughed on purpose, teasingly breaking the sweet atmosphere. The others burst into amused laughter, but Ji Lingzi's face turned red to the tips of her ears. She lowered her head to sip her juice, pretending nothing had happened, though inside she was in utter turmoil. She had always believed that only by pursuing immortality could one truly attain happiness. But now, she suddenly started to doubt the faith she'd clung to. Perhaps, being cherished and protected like Luo Chugxiu was the rarest kind of happiness in this world. This longing took root in her heart, impossible to suppress. The way she looked at Su Yi was no longer the same as before. The celebration feast lasted until late into the night. Luo Chugxiu got drunk and leaned in Su Yi's arms, mumbling in her sleep. Helpless, Su Yi could only carry her back to her room in a princess carry. When he came out again, he found that Ji Lingzi was still sitting by the bonfire, not yet resting. He walked over and sat quietly down beside her. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Ji Lingzi froze for a moment, her heart skipping a beat. Her body gave a slight tremor as she answered in a low voice, "And nothing." She waved her hand reflexively, trying hard not to meet Su Yi's eyes, her face full of panic and shyness. Su Yi saw it all clearly, but didn't expose her. Instead, he casually shifted the topic. "Your eye of heavenly secrets is indeed very powerful. It can see every possible future. But I've noticed that every time you push it that hard, it seems to drain you a lot. For example, back on the bridge today, after you gave the coordinates, you looked quite unwell." Ji Lingzi was taken aback. She hadn't expected him to notice such details, and a faint warmth rose in her heart. With her head slightly lowered, she explained softly, "That's the limitation of my talent. Every time I use it at full power, I burn through a huge amount of mental energy, sometimes even feeling like my life force is being sucked dry." Her voice dimmed with discouragement. "I guess I'm just too useless." Su Yi shook his head and rejected that notion outright. "You're not useless. You're just using it the wrong way." He casually picked up a twig and drew a simple Teiji diagram on the ground. "Everything you see doesn't mean fate is already fixed. In truth, it's just one line among countless possibilities. If you obsess over peering into every line, you'll completely exhaust yourself. You need to learn to borrow external forces to filter out the results most likely to happen. Rather than seeing, it's actually closer to calculating." Su Yi's words inadvertently shattered the confusion that had plagued Ji Lingzi for years. After hearing this, it was as if something in her mind suddenly lit up. She had memorized countless Daoist theories since childhood, and now she suddenly felt they all clicked together with what Su Yi said. Her eyes brimmed with tears, her throat choked, yet she couldn't form a complete sentence. All she felt was that the man before her not only possessed astonishing strength, but also a clarity of thought surpassing anyone else. In everyone's most lost, most fragile moments, he could always cut straight through the deadlock with a single sentence. Ji Lingzi felt the last line of defense in her heart quietly collapse. Her Dao heart, that no longer mattered. In this moment, she had completely fallen. After finishing his explanation of the Teiji principle, Su Yi casually brushed the dust from his hands and was about to head back into the house to get some rest. But just then, a fair, delicate hand suddenly reached out from behind and grabbed tightly onto the hem of his clothes. Su Yi turned around and saw Ji Lingzi with her head lowered, her shoulders trembling slightly. The little Daoist nun was always chanting all things return to stillness, yet right now her eyes were full of barely concealed emotion and impulse. Ji Lingzi mocked herself wildly in her heart. She had cultivated the Tao for over a decade, yet after meeting Su Yi, all of it suddenly seemed like a joke. Images of the tragic scenes after the apocalypse surfaced in her mind, along with the figure of Su Yi pulling her out of the abyss every time she was in mortal danger. In this world, only he could make people feel safe. "Benefactor," her voice trembled, her clenched teeth nearly drawing blood, "I don't want to cultivate the Tao anymore." Su Yi looked at her quietly, the oppressive force of his powerful aura making it hard to breathe. But Ji Lingzi did not back down. Instead, she lifted her head and met his gaze with firm resolve. In her eyes at that moment, there wasn't the slightest hint of wavering, only absolute determination. "I want to follow you." Ji Lingzi steeled herself and voiced the desire in her heart, one word at a time. "I don't want anything else. I just want to be your woman." As soon as he heard this, Su Yi didn't hesitate in the slightest. He directly picked her up from the ground. Ji Lingzi let out a startled cry and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face into that broad, warm chest. Her mind went blank, as if it were drowned in white noise. She didn't need to think. She could almost predict what would happen next. "Have you really decided?" Holding her in his arms, Su Yi walked toward the main building with steady, powerful steps. "I've decided." Ji Lingzi tightened her arms around him almost instinctively, wishing she could hand her entire self over to this man. Suyi kicked the door open and swung it shut behind them, locking it with a flick. He set the girl in his arms steadily down on the edge of the bed. Yi Lingzi's whole body was taut like a drawn bowstring. Her hands clenched the bedsheet with all her strength. She simply shut her eyes and didn't even dare breathe too loudly. The sound of her heartbeat seemed loud enough for the whole world to hear. Suyi lowered his head, the pad of his finger gently brushing over her burning cheek, smoothing away all her nervousness and shyness. Yi Lingzi's eyes flew open. The last mental barrier she was clinging to completely collapsed, and she grabbed tightly onto Suyi's collar. "Call my name," Suyi said in a low voice. With a trembling tone, Yi Lingzi softly called, "Suyi." There was an undeniable firmness in Suyi's voice. His words were like a command, leaving no room for bargaining. When Yi Lingzi heard it, whatever resistance she had left crumbled entirely. She closed her eyes as though accepting her fate. All the beliefs she had upheld through more than 10 years of cultivation shattered in this instant. She knew that in this cruel post-apocalyptic world, where any day might be the last, she had unconditionally entrusted herself to him. No more hesitation. No more resistance. At last, their hearts drew close with no barriers between them, as if only the two of them were left in the world. The night quieted down. No one knew how much time had passed. Yi Lingzi curled up in the man's warm embrace, his strong heartbeat sounding right by her ear. That familiar sense of security allowed her to recover a brief moment of peace. She suddenly bit his arm with a little burst of temper, wanting to vent something, but she couldn't bite down at all. Instead, her own teeth started to ache. Yi Lingzi complained in a fit of pique. "You're an unreasonable tyrant." Her voice was soft and milky, thick with a stuffy nose. Suyi lowered his head and laughed, his fingers lazily playing with her hair. "It's too late to regret it now. You're already with me no matter who comes, they won't be able to take you away." His declaration, overflowing with possessiveness and protectiveness, was almost like a promise. Yi Lingzi's lips curled up uncontrollably. She replied in a low voice, "I don't regret it, and I never will in this lifetime." Then she burrowed even further into Suyi's arms, feeling a rare sense of safety. Little by little, she relaxed and drifted off to sleep. In the early morning, Yi Lingzi was dazzled awake by sunlight. She reached out to feel the other side of the bed, only to touch cold sheets. Suyi had clearly been gone for quite a while. His body heat had long since faded. Before she was fully awake, the door was suddenly pushed open with a bang. A woman walked in Luo Chuxia, dressed in a black combat vest, her ponytail tied up neatly, a massive silver greatsword slung across her back. Her presence was so strong it felt hard to breathe. Even without a word, the atmosphere in the room turned almost solid. Yi Lingzi instinctively shrank back under the covers, her heart racing, her palms slick with cold sweat. "It's over. I've been caught." Her mind reflexively conjured the image that if that greatsword came down, she might not even have a single intact bone left. Luo Chuxyu walked to the bedside, set down the breakfast in her hand, then narrowed her eyes and stared at her. The oppressive air was suffocating. Gritting her teeth, Yi Lingzi tried to speak. "Sis Chuxyu, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Her voice was flustered and laced with self-reproach. Luo Chuxyu suddenly gripped the hilt of the sword on her back. As the blade slid from its sheath, it gave off an ear-piercing metallic screech, its cold edge sending a chill straight to the bone. Yi Lingzi was so frightened she shut her eyes, already beginning to draft her last words in her heart. At that moment of almost unbearable tension, Luo Chuxyu abruptly slid the sword back into its scabbard and laughed freely. "Actually, I already know everything." She reached out and pinched Yi Lingzi's burning cheek. "Don't pretend to be so pitiful. I was just teasing you." Yi Lingzi stared in a daze, still unable to recover. A second ago she thought she was about to die, and it turned out her sister-in-law was just joking. Luo Chuxyu shoved the warm milk into her hands, her tone instantly softening. She said frankly, "No one knows what Suyi is like better than I do. He's too strong enough to hold up the whole world on his own without needing any extra burden. But you can actually help him, become a support to the team. As far as I'm concerned, that's something I welcome." She went on, "As long as Suyi can stay alive and well, nothing else matters. In this apocalypse, nobody truly feels safe. Having someone to back you up is already a blessing from heaven." Then Luo Chuxyu suddenly changed her tone, her expression turning stern as she poked Yi Lingzi on the forehead for emphasis. "But there have to be rules. First come, first served. I'm the boss. From now on, everything in the base has to go through me. Got it?" A glimmer of emotion and respect flashed in Yi Lingzi's eyes, and she nodded hurriedly. "Got it. From now on I'll listen to Sis Chuxyu in everything." The two of them locked eyes and finally shared a knowing smile. This internal storm ended in an unexpectedly gentle and harmonious resolution. Luo Chuxyu plopped herself down on the edge of the bed, kicked off her combat boots with an easygoing air, and couldn't help complaining, Suyi is really like some emotionless machine. All day long all he knows is killing monsters to level up and repairing the base. He doesn't know the first thing about how to be considerate. Last night, had they been indoctrinated with the law of the jungle again? Luo Chugzyu's grievances were practically spilling out and filling the whole room. Yi Lingzi was holding a glass of milk, her mouth half open as she asked curiously, "Sister Chugzyu, do you also think Suyi is too overbearing?" Luo Chugzyu let out a sigh, her eyes full of grievance and unwillingness. "Don't even mention it. You'll never find the word gentle anywhere in that guy's dictionary. He's practically not human, he's an ancient T-Rex wrapped in human skin." Luo Chugzyu's resolve infected Yi Lingzi. "From now on, we have to stand together. Otherwise sooner or later Suyi will bully us to death. No matter how powerful he is outside, once he's back in the base, he has to behave himself with us." Yi Lingzi nodded so hard her head was like a bobbing garlic clove. The two of them grew more and more excited as they talked on the side. In an instant they went from ordinary teammates to close sisters fighting shoulder to shoulder, their tone full of determination to drag Suyi down from his pedestal. Just around the outer corner of the main building's wall, Lin Feng was squatting on the ground, holding half a still steaming yushao in his hand, listening with great interest. He usually claimed to be the chief sniper, but right now he only felt like the only audience member completely excluded from the plot. He thought he was going to overhear a heated argument or some kind of love triangle bloodbath, but all he got was a mess of trivial drama and a mouthful of dog food. All right then, looks like even the Overlord has times when he trips and falls. He had just taken a bite of the yushao when Wang Defa strode over and gave him a heavy kick on the butt. "Hurry up and go eat breakfast, stop eavesdropping here. If you dare stick your ears out here again, I'll rip them off and feed them to the wild dogs." Lin Feng clutched his aching lower back, baring his teeth as he shouted in protest, "I'm the only one working in this base, I can't live like this. I'm going to awaken some melee talent too so I can go around chopping people every day." As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was yanked open from the inside with a loud bang, and Luo Chugzyu and Yi Lingzi appeared together on the stone steps at the entrance. Their gazes were so sharp they could pin a person to the ground. Luo Chugzyu grabbed the cold metal sword hilt behind her in a reverse grip, her eyes almost spitting fire. "Lin Feng, if you dare spout nonsense outside again, believe it or not, I'll throw you out right now to feed those wild dogs." Yi Lingzi stood to the side to back her up. "Yeah, cut you into 8 pieces and feed you to the wild dogs." At this moment, Yi Lingzi was no longer the seemingly pure and innocent little deist priestess. After a whole morning of tempering, she had immediately adapted to the team's iron-blooded style. Seeing that things were going south, Lin Feng tossed away the remaining half of his yushao and hurriedly ducked behind Wang Defa, only half his head poking out as he pleaded pitifully, "I can't afford to mess with you. Women hold up half the sky." He quickly grabbed his heavy sniper rifle and fled up to the watchtower, a chill of lingering fear running through him. Once again, reality reminded Lin Feng that in the apocalypse, the ones who survive aren't just the strong and bold, their emotional intelligence has to be online too. Near noon, in front of the outer defense line of the base, Suyi was squatting on the rough concrete, meticulously checking the ammunition reserves of the micro-machine gun turrets. He knew that once these weapons failed, the base's safety would instantly be pushed to the brink. So even if it meant personally confirming every detail, he would not allow the slightest bit of slack. Just then, Luo Chugzyu and Yi Lingzi walked out of the main building arm in arm, chatting and laughing, clearly already comrades who could bare their hearts to each other. Even their steps were in perfect sync. Luo Chugzyu was obviously in a good mood today, even humming a light, catchy tune that had been popular in the old world. Yi Lingzi stayed close to her, still keeping track of every single item of supplies being put into storage. Who would have thought that this once ascetic little deist priestess could adapt to the laws of blood and iron in just a single day? When the two passed by Suyi, they deliberately lifted their chins and rolled their eyes at him in unison, then turned away without a backward glance, circling around him toward the storage area, the very picture of "go reflect on what you've done." Suyi froze, the heavy wrench in his hand almost slipping to the ground. What's going on? The world's #1 combat overlord is actually getting the cold shoulder from his own people. He shook his head helplessly and bent down again, tightening the bolts even more. In that moment, he realized that no matter how powerful an individual might be, they were just as powerless in the face of a collective attitude. Perhaps this was where true growth finally began. The sound of weapons clashing echoed through the camp. This was the last remaining haven after the world's collapse, and the only place where people could relax a little and joke with each other. Even in this bloody and times killing ground, having comrades by your side to talk and laugh with was already a rare luxury. In truth, all of this was just the briefest calm before the storm. The sky above the city was dyed blood red. Jianqing had completely turned into a gigantic breeding pool. On the streets, mutant wild dogs and zombies were slaughtering each other in packs, tearing and devouring one another, racing to evolve. And humans? Those who once held their heads high above all now merely clung to life in sewers and rubble-strewn cracks, chewing mold-covered bark as rations, surviving from one day to the next. In an abandoned commercial district in the south of the city, a group of about 100 people was struggling forward along crumbling walls. They were so hungry their chests were stuck to their backs, their faces waxen, each one on the verge of collapse. Leading the group was a young man in a torn suit and gold-rimmed glasses. No one dared look down on him. His name was Yuwenbo, former president of the Jiangxing University Student Council. Yuwenbo held a rusty Type 54 pistol in his hand, and at his waist was a blade pried off a fire axe. His gaze was cold and sharp. Every step he took was calculated. He had no special abilities, his stat panel showed only LV2, no different from any ordinary person among these 100. Yet it was thanks to his plans that everyone had survived until now. On the first day of the cataclysm, Yuwenbo didn't rush to the supermarket to loot food like everyone else. He dragged a few brawny PE students and plunged straight into the police station, risking half of them dying to drag a few pistols and a submachine gun out of the armory. Back then, no one dared to kill. Guns were the right to speak. That was also the key to Yuwenbo being able to control the group. Clustered at his sides were two people, rare awakened among this 100-strong team. On the left was Zhang San, bald, with a fire ability. Normally, all he could do was light a cigarette and make a small flame dance on his fingertip, and occasionally serve as a street lamp. On the right was Li Si, face covered in pockmarks, who had Awaken localized hardening, especially on his head, which could withstand a brick without cracking, earning him the nickname Iron Head. Boji, the brothers can't walk anymore. We haven't eaten in 2 days. At this rate, the monsters won't need to bite us, we'll starve to death ourselves. Zhang San's tone was full of grievance. The flame on his index finger had just flickered to life when it went out again. Li Si sighed as well. No matter how hard the head is, without food it can't hold out. Listening to them complain, Yuwenbo almost rolled his eyes. With his odds that high, he hadn't awakened, yet these two who didn't know a thing had become ability users. But one was a humanoid lighter, and the other a professional walnut cracker. Counting on these two to help was sometimes like leading 100 kindergartners, enough to give him a headache. But once the bow is drawn, there's no turning back. He still lowered his voice and warned, "Shut up, all of you. Once we get past the crossroads up ahead, it's Hunky's supermarket. As long as we take it, there'll be more canned food, instant noodles, and sausages than we can eat." At the words ham sausage, everyone in the rear swallowed collectively, and strength seemed to return to their legs. They carefully crossed the street and, from a distance, saw the two-story supermarket. Its huge display windows were completely shattered, glass shards scattered everywhere. But when they saw the entrance clearly, their legs went weak. Outside the supermarket, at least 60 blood-soaked zombies were wandering around. Each one was no lower than LV2, some even clutching human severed arms and stuffing them into their mouths. The group fell into panic and hurried back into the shadows. Zhang San's face turned deathly pale as he stammered, "This isn't robbing a supermarket, this is walking to our deaths. 60 monsters, looks like we won't even get a bite of snacks before we all keel over." The crowd began to stir, retreat spreading through them like a contagion. If they gave up now, the team would definitely fall apart. When that happened, everyone would be on their own, and that would be a dead end. At this critical moment, Yuwenbo yanked back the pistol's slide. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out among the crowd, and that firm action made everyone calm down a little. His eyes were razor-sharp, his voice steady yet filled with force. "Wherever we go, it's death. There's no running from it. There's no safe place left in Jiangxing now." Yuwenbo glanced around at everyone and said calmly, 60 LV. "Two zombies are terrifying, but they only have instinct, not brains. The reason we humans have made it this far is because we have intelligence. What we need to do now is use our brains to carve out a way to survive." His simple, direct words ignited hope in everyone. He knew that in the apocalypse, the most important things weren't strength, but willpower and wisdom. As long as they seized the opportunity, they still had a chance to turn the tables. The reason humans became the rulers of Earth wasn't sharp fangs or powerful bodies, but our brains. As Yuwenbo spoke, he tapped his temple with his finger. His gaze was especially firm, one look and you could tell this was someone who had ideas. "Zhang San, Li Si, come here for orders." Yuwenbo quickly focused his attention. A detailed tactical plan was already formed in his mind. "These zombies are very easily attracted by light and sound," he analyzed concisely. "See those leaky junk cars on the left? Zhang San, in a bit you sneak over there and use your ability to ignite the gasoline and create a wall of fire. Remember, run as soon as you light it, don't get yourself burned. Zhang San swallowed hard and nodded nervously. Li Si, take 2 fast runners with you, use steel pipes to bang on the utility poles, and lure all the zombies at the gate over there. With fire, the zombies' movements will slow down a lot. Yu Wenbo's plan rekindled everyone's spirits. The survivors now looked at him with deep respect. Some of them understood for the first time that sometimes it's not talent that matters, but how well you use your brain. At this moment, Yu Wenbo was precisely the ideal leader in everyone's heart. Is everyone ready? Move out. At his command, Zhang Sen hunched over and crept to the leaking cars. He took a deep breath, gathered his power, and a small flame sprang up at his fingertip. The flash of fire quickly ignited the gasoline, whom an enormous wall of flames shot up at once, bathing the entire street in red light. On the other side, Li Si and the others were desperately pounding on metal road signs. The harsh clanging instantly drew the attention of all the zombies. More than 60 rotting monsters let out low roars, completely enraged by the fire and the noise, swarming toward the wall of fire like moths to a flame. The zombies at the front crashed straight into the fire. Their clothes and rotten flesh ignited in an instant, and the air quickly filled with a thick burnt stench. But these monsters didn't try to put out the fire. They only knew to push forward with everything they had, shoving and trampling each other, their speed clearly slowing down. Now, Yu Wenbo struck decisively. He didn't waste ammo like those movie heroes, but fired each shot with extreme calm and precision. In the apocalypse, bullets were precious. He had to make every round count. He braced the submachine gun against his shoulder, steadied himself, and switched it to single-shot mode. The sights lined up with the flaming zombie's head. There wasn't a trace of hesitation or fear on his face. He was like a truly well-trained soldier. Bang! The bullet screamed out and hit the zombie in the head. Its skull burst like an overripe melon, black blood and brain matter splattering across the ground. The monster toppled without any suspense. Every gunshot meant a zombie hitting the ground. No flashy abilities, no miraculous magic, only bullets and willpower, and the power of human technology. In the chaos, a zombie suddenly lunged at Li Si. With no way to dodge, Li Si could only roar, "Screw it, I'm going all in." He lowered his head, using it as a weapon, and slammed it hard into the zombie's chest. The zombie's ribs cracked with a snap and it stumbled back 2 steps. The next second, a bullet found its mark, piercing through the zombie's eye socket and instantly eliminating the threat. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of burned flesh. The remaining zombies kept dropping in front of the firewall. In less than 10 minutes, the whole street was a complete mess. Every zombie had been turned into scattered limbs. Black blood pooled into a small stream that trickled into the sewers. The survivors leaning against the cover froze for a moment, then burst into deafening cheers, shouting excitedly, "We did it! We're alive! Brother Bo is incredible!" The way everyone looked at Yu Wenbo shifted from admiration to awe. Someone even couldn't help but shed tears. Yu Wenbo put away his submachine gun and shook his numb arm. Behind his glasses there was a trace of fatigue, but he quickly hid it. He knew that as a leader, he could never show weakness. "Don't just stand there like idiots." Yu Wenbo kicked away the corpse at his feet. "Send people in to move the supplies. Move it." He himself led Zhang San and Li Si and cautiously entered the supermarket. Inside, it was dark. Shelves had collapsed, and all kinds of food and crushed packaging were scattered across the floor. Zhang Sen grabbed a few sausage sticks in excitement and said with a grin, "We've hit the jackpot. There have to be at least 1,000 packs of instant noodles here." But Yu Wenbo did not relax for a single moment. He had always believed that danger often lurked in the corners you overlooked. Something strange in the air kept him on edge. A suffocating scent of blood filled the darkness, 100 times more dangerous than the zombies wandering the city. The air was almost solidified. In the supermarket's fresh food section, everything was deathly still, as if only the sound of breathing echoed there. "Zhang San, get a fire going and see what's inside." Yu Wenbo raised his submachine gun, his gaze locked warily on the pitch-black depths of the store. His voice was low, stripped of any unnecessary words. In the team, Zhang Sen hurriedly lit a wooden stick with a lighter. The faint orange glow barely pushed back some of the darkness, but deeper shadows still prowled around them. The moment the firelight flared, a chilling chewing sound suddenly came from behind a refrigerated cabinet. It sounded like something was gnawing on extremely hard bones, each crisp snap pounding directly on their nerves. Everyone's nerves were stretched to the breaking point. Yu Wenbo's hands tightened, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. He saw it above the fridge, 2 scarlet, vertical pupils slowly lit up. There was no human emotion in those eyes, only mockery and cruelty. The next instant, a massive black shadow leaped silently onto the metal cabinet. It was a mutated black cat, larger than a Siberian tiger, its fur standing on end like black steel quills. Its razor-sharp claws had easily torn through the metal paneling, and half a zombie's limb still hung from the corner of its mouth. At that moment, a line of blood-red system text flashed through Yuwenbo's mind. LV. 8 Shadow Demon Cat, Elite. His reason tightened under the blaring alarm. His hand went rigid, sweat sliding down his temple and dripping onto his already cracked lenses. For a moment, the air congealed. No one dared to breathe loudly. The mutated black cat was scrutinizing the three of them as prey with a near-human sneer, as if they were just mice it had caught on a whim. It was in no hurry. It opened its mouth, and a barbed tongue slowly licked the blood from its claw tips. It savored the process, because it knew the prey was already in the cage. There was no suspense. Zhang Sen let out a faint gulp, which quickly echoed through the silent corner of the supermarket. Brother Bo, what is that thing? Li Si's voice trembled, beads of sweat sliding down his smooth scalp. The way this cat looks at us is scarier than our dean of discipline back in college. Yuwenbo had no time to respond. His mind was racing, already moving toward the bleakest options. If they rushed the front entrance, there was a crowd of unarmed survivors outside. The moment they started shooting, everyone would be doomed. Not one of them could outrun this monster. If they tried breaking out the back, they'd most likely all end up as cat toys for this speed-type creature. He knew clearly. This was a dead end. But Yuwenbo wasn't someone who gave up easily. Even at the road's end, he would not allow himself to be swallowed without a sound. He had to win even the slightest chance for the companions and the crowd behind him. Damn it, let's do this. Yuwenbo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He raised his gun and aimed at the head of the shadow demon cat, suppressing the fear in his heart and making his final decision. Zhang San, Li Si, listen up. His voice trembled a little, but it carried the weight of command. I'm going to count down from 3. When I finish, you take everyone and run straight toward the southern military district. As fast as you can, and don't look back. Zhang San was on the verge of tears. Brother Bo, what about you? Yuwenbo squeezed out a trace of self-mocking smile and casually pushed up his cracked glasses. I'm at least everyone's leader. Someone has to stay behind. Once you reach somewhere safe, tell them that your leader Yuwenbo died bravely. Remember to describe me like a hero, tall and imposing. Don't let people laugh that I was just a skinny, glasses-wearing bookworm. He lowered his voice and added, also, there's a photo book in my bag. Do me a favor and burn it. Don't let anyone see it. At this moment, Zhang San and Li Si were completely stunned. At a life-or-death moment, Yuwenbo was still fussing over such trivial things. Yet this bit of joking brought a strange trace of warmth into their despair. No more nonsense. Yuwenbo suddenly shouted, eyes reddening, get everyone out alive. That's an order. The shadow demon cat had watched this scene unfold and finally grew tired of the dying rodent's last words. Its body lowered, muscles tensing, ready to pounce at any moment. 3. Yuwenbo's voice shuddered with difficulty. 2. He stared fixedly into those blood-red vertical pupils. 1. Run. Without the slightest hesitation, he squeezed the trigger of the submachine gun all the way back. A burst of bullets filled with rage and despair spewed out, the gunfire exploding in the deathly silent supermarket. They might not be able to threaten that monster at all, but at this moment, he was giving the chance to live to the people behind him. The dense bullets hit the shadow demon cat, not even damaging a single hair. All they left was a crisp series of metallic clangs. The bullets bounced off weakly, as if this monster was born impervious to blades and bullets. The next second, the shadow demon cat was completely enraged. Scarlet fury flickered in its eyes as it fixed its gaze on Yuwenbo. As a high-tier mutant beast in this area, it had never taken Yuwenbo seriously. And now a mere ordinary human dared to attack it first? This was blatant provocation and humiliation. The plan to slowly torment the other 2 survivors was thrown out of its mind. It locked onto Yuwenbo and a massive black shadow lunged forward. At that very moment, Zhang San and Li Si, who had been paralyzed with fear earlier, were jolted awake by Yuwenbo's furious roar. Their survival instincts overcame their terror, and they staggered out of the supermarket, screaming desperately at the survivors still waiting outside the door. Run! There's a monster inside. Brother Bo said we go first, he's staying to hold the monster back. The news landed like a bomb in the group of survivors. Panic spread. People shrieked and scattered in all directions, and the entire street corner dissolved into chaos in an instant. Right then, as Yuwenbo saw the crowd start to move, he knew he had achieved his goal. He dropped the empty submachine gun and turned into a narrow, garbage-filled alley beside him. He didn't follow the main group. Instead, he ran toward a quieter direction, all to lure the monster away from the others. Come and get me, you damn cat. Yuwenbo sprinted madly as he drew the fire axe he carried with him, smashing it repeatedly against the metal trash cans along the alley, creating sharp, piercing noise. As long as he could keep the monster's attention on him, he was willing to push himself beyond his limits. A black shape flashed by, almost too fast to perceive. In the next second, the shadow demon cat appeared gracefully at the entrance of the alley, strolling in as if it were a house cat about to toy with its prey. It didn't rush in for the kill. Instead, it looked as though it was enjoying some boring entertainment. Yuwenbo could feel his breathing growing more and more labored, his lungs burning as if filled with fire. His stamina had long since been drained, and he was running now on sheer instinct and willpower. He wasn't a warrior, just a bookish nerd. Physical strength had always been his weakness, but with life and death right in front of him, stopping simply wasn't an option. He staggered over the collapsed billboard, then clambered in embarrassment over the rubble of an abandoned building. His newly bought suit had already been torn to shreds, and his face and body were covered in dust and blood. This isn't how the story is supposed to go at all. He roared at himself in his heart. Isn't there supposed to be a heroic sacrifice, with everyone remembering his name afterward? Why am I this pathetic, like a wild dog being chased? He twisted his head to look back. The shadow demon cat was lazily following behind him, even stopping now and then to stretch in a leisurely yawn. Yuwenbo felt utterly humiliated. The monster didn't see him as an opponent at all. It treated this chase as nothing more than a bit of after-dinner entertainment. Anger and shame burned in his chest like fire, yet he was powerless. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise a kilometer away from the ruins, Lin Feng was lying bored at the edge. His sniper rifle was fitted with an advanced scope, the muzzle occasionally flashing with a faint blue light. "Fatty, what do you think the boss is really planning?" Lin Feng chatted idly with his teammate Wang Defa through his earpiece. Instead of hunting higher-value advanced monsters, he insists on wasting time in this low-danger zone. "My precious toy here is about to rust from disuse." Wang Defa's muffled voice came through the headset. "You don't get it. What we lack most right now are everyday supplies. Once the basics are in place, our own people can live comfortably in the future. We can't be chewing on that disgusting beast meat every single day." As he spoke, he started loudly going on about some new dishes, making Lin Feng's skin crawl. Lin Feng hurriedly changed the subject and began scanning the city ruins at random through his scope out of boredom. Suddenly, he caught some movement in a distant alley. "Fatty, stop eating, I've got a tough one here." A normal person is actually going head-to-head with a high-level monster, though from the looks of it, he's just being toyed with one-sidedly. He zoomed in, and the scene became clearer. Yuwenbo's dust-covered face was locked in the crosshairs, wretched yet still stubbornly refusing to give up. Interesting, this guy's got some fight in him. Lin Feng's interest was piqued, and he started narrating like a commentator. "Nice, barely made it over the abandoned billboard, though his pants are ripped, and that pattern, strawberries. He's thrown a brick, missed it, what a pity, hit a mutated rat next to it instead." His tone mixed mockery with a hint of respect. This kid's at his limit, he's about to get screwed. However, just as the words left his mouth, Lin Feng saw Yuwenbo's eyes through the scope. They weren't the eyes of an ordinary man in the face of despair. There was a stubborn flame burning there. Even with all his options nearly exhausted, he was still hanging on. Lin Feng's expression turned serious at once. He switched channels to report in. "Boss, I found someone to the northeast who dares to face a monster head-on. Looks like he has no powers, but he's got guts and a clear head. He actually lured the monster away by sheer grit." The other end of the line was silent for a few seconds before a calm voice replied, "He hasn't awakened any talent." After a brief pause, the voice added, "Don't engage. I'll go see for myself." At the end of the alley, the fight was not yet over. He had nowhere left to run. A 5-meter-high concrete wall blocked Yuwenbo's path. The thick wall loomed like the end of the world, severing all his remaining hope in one stroke. He leaned against the icy wall, gasping for breath. His throat felt as if it were scorched by fire, and his palms were slick with sweat. The fire axe had been lost somewhere in his panicked escape. Now he was nothing more than a defenseless weakling. The shadow demon cat slowed its pace, closing in step by step. Its body was massive, yet its movements were strikingly graceful. It stopped 3 meters away and looked down at Yuwenbo, like a beast at the end of a hunt, savoring the superiority and mockery it held over its frail prey. In its gaze, there was no room for bargaining. The predator's calm cruelty flowed from those scarlet beast eyes. Everything pointed to the same conclusion: this game was over. Yuwenbo exhaled slowly and stopped running. He steadied himself with the half of his glasses that remained, and straightened his tattered suit. He knew there would be no miracle for him. The only thing he could fight for was to make his death a bit more dignified. "Come on then, you beast." Yuwenbo raised his broken finger and flipped the demon cat off. He muttered under his breath, mocking it, "Even if I die and become a ghost, I'll come back at night to get revenge in your litter box." This was his final act of defiance in the face of death. The shadow fiend demon cat was completely enraged by this taunt. It let out an unbearable roar, its hind legs slamming into the floor as its black shadow swept across the space like lightning, jaws opening to bite down on his neck. Guess this is the end. Yuwenbo closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. But what came was not pain. He felt the air suddenly fall silent. The instant he opened his eyes, the scene before him etched itself into his memory forever. A figure had somehow appeared between him and the demon cat. The man wore a well-tailored black trench coat, tall, his silhouette sharp. His back was cold and straight, like a silent, towering wall. The once arrogant LV. 8 elite shadow fiend demon cat was frozen in mid-motion, unable to complete its strike. Its massive bloody maw was less than a centimeter from the back of the man's neck, yet that minuscule distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. Time itself seemed to slow at that moment. Yuwenbo watched as a thin dark red line of blood slowly spread across the demon cat's neck. The man in black calmly slid a dark red long saber back into its sheath, movements unhurried, as if this were nothing more than a trivial routine. When the blade clicked fully into place, the air held only a crisp caw. In the next instant, the demon cat's body was neatly severed at the neck, cleaved cleanly into 2 halves. Blood fountained out, the cut surface smooth as a mirror. The heavy corpse crashed to the ground. Scalding hot blood splattered across Yuwenbo's face, yet the man in black didn't even spare the dead cat a glance. This wasn't a battle. It was a crushing, an absolute difference in power. Staring at that back, Yuwenbo's mind went blank. He couldn't fathom that in reality a human could so easily kill this seemingly invincible monster. In just a few minutes, his entire worldview had been shattered and rebuilt. The man in black finally turned around. It was a face that was almost cruel in its perfection. Suyi, his eyes were indifferent, yet so piercing one dared not look straight at them. His gaze dropped to the empty submachine gun lying by Yuwenbo's feet. Not bad skills, just a bit lacking in firepower. Suyi's voice was soft, without condescension, but also without any warmth of praise, as if he were merely stating a simple fact. The nauseating stench of blood still hung in the air. The shadow fiend demon cat that had been cleaved in 2 lay on the ground. Yuwenbo felt his throat go painfully dry. His submachine gun hadn't even managed to shoot off a single hair from the cat, yet this man had split the steel-like beast with a single swing. Who was truly human here, and who was the monster? Lacking in firepower. Yuwenbo wanted to roar inside. This wasn't an equipment issue anymore. What kind of human could, like this man, kill a tank-like aberrant beast with bare flesh and blood? Yuwenbo's face was full of shock and helplessness. Suyi turned back, calmly sizing Yuwenbo up. The young man in the ripped suit, with half of his gold-rimmed glasses missing, was still forcing himself to stand straight, refusing to be crushed by despair. A spark flashed through Suyi's mind as he recalled Yuwenbo's reputation. He was the well-known student council president of Jiangqing University. Even before Doomsday, he'd been famous as an all-rounder, running the school like a well-oiled machine with nothing but his tongue and his brain. Whether in times of crisis or peace, he'd always been someone who drew eyes wherever he went. His only flaw was that he had no talent. In this post-apocalyptic world where power ruled, he was destined to be nothing but a backdrop for the truly gifted. Yet he was still alive, and right now, he was still standing tall. "What's your name?" Suyi asked, already knowing the answer, his voice level and flat. Yuwenbo jolted instinctively, forcing himself to appear steady and resolute. Yuwenbo, Junior, Finance Department, Jiangqing University. Thank you for saving my life. I'll definitely find a way to repay you in the future. The corners of Suyi's mouth lifted in a faint, slightly playful smile. No need to wait for later. I'll give you a chance right now. He pointed a finger at the corpse of the demon cat, his gaze as sharp as a blade. The oppressive weight in the air spread once more. Yuwenbo froze. He realized his fate might be rewritten from this very moment. He stood rigid where he was. Behind his cracked glasses, his eyes held nothing but shock. He had just heard Suyi say to him, clear as day, "Follow me." What kind of opportunity was this? A powerhouse who could instantly kill a top-tier monster had thrown him an olive branch. Wasn't this the moment dreams came true? As long as he followed Suyi, he wouldn't just survive, he could actually start living well, eating and drinking his fill, instead of dragging that bunch of useless teammates around, scavenging for moldy bread in utter misery. Yuwenbo's heart almost burst out of his chest. Rationality screamed at him to nod and agree immediately. He even nearly dropped to his knees on impulse and knock his head on the floor 3 times to show his resolve to Suyi. But at that very moment, Yuwenbo drew in a deep breath. The excitement on his face gradually faded, and his expression returned to calm. He looked at Suyi and gave a bitter little smile, shaking his head. "Sorry, boss." Yuwenbo clenched his teeth, his voice low but firm. "I refuse. A trace of surprise finally appeared on Suyi's face. A light flashed in his deep black eyes, as though he had just encountered an extremely interesting problem. Reason? He asked calmly. Yu Wenbo pushed his broken glasses up with his hand and let out a very serious sigh. Boss, your strength is beyond anything I can comprehend, but I'm not alone. He pointed toward the outside of the supermarket. There are more than 100 people out there, all of them relying on me to lead them and keep them alive. Most of them haven't awakened any talent and have no ability to protect themselves at all. They struggle even against a single mutated rat. I promised them I'd get them to the military shelter in the south of the city. Yu Wenbo met Suyi's gaze openly, his voice resolute. You can go your own way and live however you want. But if I bring these 100+ people who need protection to your side, that's not seeking refuge with you, that's dragging you down. You don't owe us anything. After pouring his heart out, he bowed deeply to Suyi with solemn respect, then turned to leave. In truth, this had nothing to do with profit. Yu Wenbo knew he was shrewd and good at calculations, but he also possessed a leader's sense of responsibility. Since he had taken command of this group, he could not abandon them halfway and flee alone, nor was he shameless enough to drag a big shot along as their bodyguard. He had his own bottom line and principles in his heart. The world had changed, but some things could not be left behind. Suyi stared at Yu Wenbo's departing back, a strong sense of appreciation in his eyes. This guy not only had a clear head, but firm principles as well. Someone like this was practically the perfect candidate to handle base management and logistics. Suyi had already silently made up his mind there was no way he would let him leave. Unfortunately, events always moved faster than people's plans. Yu Wenbo had only taken 2 steps when a sudden, frenzied engine roar erupted from the mouth of the alley. A heavy, all-black war vehicle blocked the alley with a lawless, domineering presence, its massive body eclipsing most of the sunlight. Yu Wenbo's footsteps faltered, his heart clenching hard. The car door was flung open, and a pair of long, slender legs stepped out first. Then, a figure Yu Wenbo would never forget in his life appeared by the car door. Luo Chugzhe. Before doomsday struck, she had been the school's acknowledged campus belle. A cool, quiet girl who always wore white dresses, as understated as a memory from an old painting. She would blush whenever she talked to boys, not daring to look at them for too long. But now, Luo Chugzhe was wearing a tight black combat suit that perfectly outlined her figure. Her jet black long hair had somehow become dazzling blonde, tied high, with a faint glow shimmering behind her like angelic wings. She carried a terrifying greatsword on her back, and her aura was even more fearsome than that demonic class monster from before. Yu Wenbo was stunned on the spot, completely unable to believe that the person in front of him was the once gentle junior he knew. He still hadn't recovered from the shock when an even more stunning scene unfolded. The moment Luo Chugzhe saw Suyi, her iceberg-like face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile, so warm it was almost unbelievable. She completely ignored Yu Wenbo, who had been standing dumbly to the side, and rushed straight toward Suyi, nestling against him like a bird returning to its nest. Suyi! She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist and buried her face in his chest, speaking in a spoiled tone. Why did you walk so fast? You didn't even wait for me. Suyi naturally reached out and rubbed her golden ponytail, his movements so practiced it felt like he had done it countless times before. Yu Wenbo stood off to the side, watching this scene and feeling as if he were being blasted by floodlights of 1,000 watts. He clutched his chest helplessly, as if something he had placed his hopes in had completely shattered deep inside. The pure goddess in the hearts of countless male students at Jiang University not only already belonged to someone else, but in the ruins of the apocalypse had become the delicate little bird in another man's arms. The atmosphere suddenly turned subtle. Suyi was holding Luo Chugzhe, calmly surveying the surroundings, while Luo Chugzhe, with a faint shyness, pressed tightly against his chest. What was shocking was that this intimate man was the mysterious expert who had just one-shot the elite monster with a single bullet and even tried to recruit him into his team. So they were together, and far stronger and more united than they appeared on the surface. The rear door of the armored vehicle opened with a bang. Yi Lingzi, dressed in a cool, austere daoist robe and exuding an ethereal temperament, hopped down lightly, her eyes bright and decisive. Lin Feng leaned against the door, casually showing off as he swung the massive sniper rifle that gleamed with a ghostly blue light, then shot Yu Wenbo a meaningful whistle. Wang Defo was wedged in the doorway, struggling to squeeze through, a half-eaten roast chicken still clamped in his oily, satisfied hands. This lineup completely shattered the tentative analysis Yu Wenbo had just formed, leaving only sheer shock and self-doubt. Between Suyi and Luo Chugzhe finally noticed Yu Wenbo's presence. She tilted her head, fixing him with those golden eyes in curious scrutiny. Ha! Aren't you Senior Yu Wenbo from the student council? Yu Wenbo knew his torn suit made him look utterly disheveled. Trying to salvage a bit of dignity, he tugged at his crooked collar and said, Campus Belle Luo, long time no see. Your outfit today is really something special. He was trying to ease the tension with his words, yet his gaze was involuntarily intimidated by that massive holy sword and the ruthless pressure emanating from Su Yi. Cold sweat seeped down his back. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled as he cut in, breaking the silence. Call her sister-in-law. The atmosphere instantly turned razor-sharp. Sensing the situation, Yu Wenbo immediately switched his address. Hello, sister-in-law. He didn't even dare look Luo Chuxia directly in the eyes, fully aware that none of the people here were ordinary, and that the slightest misstep might bring disaster upon him. Luo Chuxia glared at Lin Feng with a blush, then said softly to Su Yi, Senior has always helped me a lot back at school. How did he end up here? There was a trace of surprise and concern in her voice as she spoke. Su Yi patted her back and said calmly, he's taking more than 100 ordinary people without powers to the military district shelter. His voice was as unruffled as if he were talking about what to have for dinner tonight, as though the apocalyptic crisis and this fantastical mission weighed nothing on his mind. Luo Chuxia covered her mouth in shock. In a world now crawling with zombies, where every step was on the edge of a cliff, it was hard enough for a single ordinary person to survive, let alone crossing a monster-filled city with over 100 unarmed survivors in tow. She looked toward Yu Wenbo, clearly worried on his behalf. Yu Wenbo shrugged and gave a wry smile. I've really made a fool of myself in front of you. It is indeed wishful thinking, but someone has to give it a try. There was no regret in his voice. If anything, there was a stronger resolve. Since I didn't die just now at the claws of that Catclaw elite, it means I'm still alive to keep going. I need to go regroup with them. Just as he was about to leave, Su Yi suddenly stopped him, shoving his hand casually into his pocket. Su Yi's tone was level but left no room for argument. Did I say you could go? Yu Wenbo's heart suddenly tightened, as if he'd been locked onto by a beast of prey. He thought he had angered this big shot and might not leave alive this time. In that dangerous atmosphere, Su Yi slowly turned around, walked to the heavy war chariot, opened the door, then looked back and tossed to Yu Wenbo, perfect, I was just planning to go to the southern city military district to discuss something. He pointed with his hand. It's on the way. I'll escort you there. His tone allowed no refusal, carrying an oppressive authority that brooked no defiance. Yu Wenbo froze, hardly believing his ears. Escort us? You're going to bring us ordinary people along. He had already braced himself for being rejected and then humiliated again. But Su Yi was already in the driver's seat, his sharp gaze locking on Yu Wenbo through the windshield. He spoke lightly. I said, I don't want resources. After a brief pause, Su Yi revealed a meaningful smile. What I want is you. When this escort mission is over, your people and your brain are all mine. In the alley, Su Yi's words slammed into Yu Wenbo's heart like a hammer. He was stunned for a moment, then finally pushed up his broken glasses and raised his head with a wry smile. On the brink of destruction, being chosen by a powerhouse who transcended ordinary rules was, in its way, a kind of fortune. Yu Wenbo's mind suddenly cleared. He burst out laughing and nodded in agreement. Deal. Su Yi withdrew his gaze, his expression calm but his eyes like lightning. He knew very well that in the apocalypse, relying on lone wolf strength was far from enough to build absolute power. A strategist like Yu Wenbo, with organizational and managerial talent, was the key to building a true survival base. And the value of the military district shelter far surpassed ordinary resources. The air hadn't yet settled back into calm before the wind rose again outside the alley. Lin Feng heft his ghostly blue giant sniper rifle and grinned at Yu Wenbo. Senior, let's get to know each other again. Our team is called the BIS Bulldozer Squad. He pointed to his side. This is our captain, Su Yi. That's our sister-in-law, Luo Chuxia. Over there is logistics chief Wang Defa, and the newly joined little junior sister, Yi Lingzi. As for me, I'm the chief sniper, Lin Feng. In his days, Yu Wenbo suddenly recalled that name. His mind raced back. Abyss Bulldozer Squad. Isn't that the famous team that cleared the dungeon first a few days ago, the one that went viral nationwide? He finally realized that the people he had just refused to recruit were actually top-tier big shots at the very forefront of the apocalypse. Yu Wenbo could barely stand. He almost dropped to his knees on the spot. He wanted to slap himself a few times, then immediately changed his expression, plastering on a fawning smile as he bent at the waist to greet them. God Su, big sister-in-law Luo, all you bosses. He finally understood that to survive the end of the world, besides courage, one had to recognize who the true powerhouses were. Lin Feng walked over, patted Yu Wenbo on the shoulder, and smiled, relaxed and carefree. Senior, that attitude's more like it. Go, round up those classmates who slipped away just now. We're getting ready to move. Half an hour later, a peculiar sight appeared on the main road of Jiang City. At the front was an apocalypse war chariot like a steel fortress. The roar of its engine echoed through the quiet city as its treads pressed deep tracks into the asphalt. Behind it followed 3 heavy trucks that had been hastily requisitioned, their cargo bays crammed with more than 100 survivors whom Yu Wenbo had dragged back into the team. Zhang San and Li Si huddled in the corner of the first truck, trembling all over. Zhang San called out softly, "Brother Bo, we're just driving straight down the main road like this? With this much noise, all the zombies are definitely going to be drawn over." His voice shook, and the tiny flame flickering at his fingertips brightened and dimmed erratically, unconsciously revealing his fear. Li Si rubbed his bald head and nodded hard. "Brother Bo, isn't this just delivering ourselves right to the monster's doorstep?" Sitting in the front passenger seat, Yu Wenbo's expression was so calm it made people doubt he could even feel danger. He even took a moment to straighten the collar of his worn-out suit jacket. "Shut up and watch closely. How could ordinary people like you possibly understand the way great figures do things?" At this moment, the student council president had come to believe in Su Yi with his whole heart. The black war chariot in front of them had become, in his mind, an almost invincible symbol. As they were speaking, a massive number of zombies and mutated wild dogs suddenly surged out from the ruins and empty shops on both sides of the street. There were so many that they were impossible to count, a black tide crashing toward the convoy. The air was instantly filled with a pungent stench of rot. The survivors in the trucks behind let out terrified screams, fear erupting rapidly in the confined space. Inside the Doomsday War Chariot, Su Yi held the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze as calm as if he were looking at weeds on a lawn instead of a swarm of nightmare monsters charging at him. "Fatty, clear them out," he said. Wang Defa rubbed his hands together excitedly, his fingers flying over the console panel, the sound of tapping keys echoing inside the vehicle. "Got it, boss. Let them see what real technological power looks like." In the next instant, the armor on the roof slid aside, and an 8-barrel microgun turret rose up. The barrel spun rapidly, spitting out ghostly blue tongues of flame. The dense gunfire roared like thunder, bullets weaving a net of death that completely blanketed the street ahead. The zombies at the very front were like wheat before a harvester, falling in swaths. Their bodies were torn to pieces by the bullets, severed limbs dancing through the air, and their black blood quickly dyed the entire road red. Then the armor on both sides of the war chariot transformed again, ejecting 2 small laser cannons. Blazing red beams swept across, and several LV-5 mutated beasts that tried to leap forward didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized in the intense heat, leaving behind nothing but drifting ash. All the survivors in the trucks were stunned. Even their screams were stuck in their throats. Someone clenched their teeth and pinched themselves hard just to make sure they weren't dreaming. The apocalypse had arrived. Most people fought desperately for a few bites of food, while the people in front of them seemed to be dominating a game. Yu Wenbo pushed up his glasses, which had only half a lens left, the corners of his mouth uncontrollably lifting. He looked so proud you'd think he was the one driving the war chariot himself. Bursts of light flashed across the squad. With every monster they killed, experience points flowed directly into their bodies, and the system notification chimes sounded continuously in the channel. Su Yi easily leveled up to LV-15. Luo Chugzhu in the passenger seat also smoothly reached LV-14, a faint golden halo circulating around her body, making her look like a Valkyrie descending from a manga into the human world. Wang Defa followed close behind, rising to LV-14, shouting and whistling at the same time. Lin Feng and Yi Lingzi reached LV-12 and LV-10 respectively. Their leveling speed was almost impossible to believe. Where other ordinary survivors had to risk their lives just to gain a single level, Su Yi's group merely needed to sit in the vehicle, drink cola, and they could grow stronger with ease. This disparity seemed to remind everyone that the world was unfair, but the choice still lay in their own hands. Wherever the convoy passed, it left behind only foul-smelling corpses and completely cleared streets. Everyone let out a breath of relief, as if victory were within reach. Just when they all thought they would be able to reach the military district shelter without further incident, a sudden mutation struck. The midday sun was completely blocked out by a massive shadow. The sky dimmed in an instant, and the main road suddenly seemed to turn into a nighttime world. The air temperature plummeted, and an unsettling flapping of wings echoed again and again. Su Yi reacted quickly, slamming the brakes. The war chariot ground to a dead stop in the middle of the road, the friction of tires on asphalt releasing a scorched smell. Luo Chugzhu in the passenger seat immediately gripped her silver-grade holy sword tightly, golden eyes filled with vigilance, all her attention locked on the sky. Su Yi didn't panic in the slightest. He pushed the door open and stepped down steadily, tilting his head back to look straight up into the heavens. The first wave of the trial had just ended. The greater crisis was only just beginning. The moment Su Yi stuck his head out and looked up, his heartbeat seemed to stop almost instantly. What he saw was not dark clouds or a thunderstorm, but tens of thousands of mutated gray sparrows the size of washbasins. They swarmed densely across the sky, completely blotting it out. Each gray sparrow had a beak like a rusted iron hook, and their scarlet eyes gleamed with madness and bloodlust. Immediately afterward, a series of system warnings popped up in Suyi's field of vision. He swept a quick glance. LV. 3 mutated gray sparrow, number. Extremely many. A single gray sparrow wasn't actually frightening. Anyone on the team could easily take it down with their weapon. But when thousands upon thousands of them gathered into a mass, they became a calamity-level natural disaster. The tense air felt like it was about to congeal. Wang Defa crawled out of the compartment, his face slick with sweat. He shouted, "Boss! It's all red dots. The radar's blown up." Despair edged his rapid words. "The AA gun's elevation is limited, there are dead angles we can't hit at all. And we're almost out of AP rounds we can't hold against this many birds." From high above came an overwhelming, ear-piercing chorus of birdsong. Flocks of gray sparrows dove, like a black meteor shower of annihilation. Their sharp beaks split the air, producing shrill, piercing screams as the sense of impending death spread rapidly. The more than 100 ordinary survivors on the 3 trucks had completely broken down. They clutched their heads and wailed, too desperate to know where else they could hide. Faced with such a dense attack, there was no safe corner to be found anywhere. In this apocalypse, the fragility between people was infinitely magnified. Lin Feng raised his hand and fired, each muzzle blast taking the life of a gray sparrow. Yet before this endless black cloud, the dead sparrows were just withered leaves peeling away, unable to stir the slightest ripple. Instead, they only drove the remaining sparrows into further frenzy. The first wave of gray sparrows was now less than 50 meters from the truck roofs. A fishy stench began to spread through the entire street. Danger was right at hand. Despair devoured everyone's reason in an instant. At this moment, Suyi got out of the vehicle. His movements were slow yet extraordinarily resolute. He swung the door shut behind him and stood alone in the middle of the empty street, lifting his head directly to face the diving flock. There was no fear on his face. Instead, he wore a rare, fevered smile, as if he were anticipating something. Ever since his rebirth, Suyi had always chosen to proceed step by step, acting cautiously, rational and restrained. But over a decade of slaughter and madness in the apocalypse had already piled up in the depths of his heart, and now it could no longer be held back. As the disaster surged in like a tidal wave, he finally no longer wished to suppress himself. Suyi exhaled, scarlet light spreading through his eyes. In that moment, the killing intent tempered over 10 years of battlefield carnage erupted from his body, sweeping out like a typhoon. Red currents roiled at his feet, instantly surging up the surrounding rubble and trash, then spiraling in midair. This killing intent came so fiercely that even the air grew heavy and stagnant. The more than 100 survivors in the compartment fell silent in an instant. Hardly anyone could still make a sound. Yu Wenbo felt as if a powerful hand had seized him by the neck, his blood turning cold and sluggish. Zhang Sen forced his eyes open despite his terror, staring at that back wreathed in red aura ahead of him, his heart left with only dread. "My God, Bo Ji, we're not clinging to some big thigh, we've basically tied ourselves to death himself." Li Si buried his head deep in his arms, terrified that even a trace of that horrifying aura might brush against him. Inside the assault vehicle, Wang Defa gripped the machine gun handles with both hands, his whole mass of fat trembling as he sucked in cold breaths and muttered, "Holy crap, is the boss hacking right now? This setup's nastier than anything we've killed before." In the passenger seat, Luo Chugzhu clutched the hilt of Holy Radiance Judgment with all her strength, her golden eyes filled with shock. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, she had always believed Suyi could do anything, but the scene before her still made involuntary a rise in her heart. At this moment, Suyi was radiating a savage vitality, like a demon descended to the mortal world. Luo Chugzhu felt her knees go weak. This kind of man was simply impossible to look away from. The outside world seemed to freeze within that single breath. Suyi raised his head, ready to face the entire calamity-level gray sparrow swarm. The fate of the whole convoy now hung on him in this very moment. The mutated gray sparrows in the sky had already closed to a lethal distance, only 10 short meters remained. Their sharp beaks reflected a cold, cutting light in the sun. At such a life-and-death juncture, Suyi was not the least bit flustered. He slowly lowered his right hand to the hilt at his waist, his thumb lightly flicking the edge of the scabbard. With a crisp metallic ring, the blade sprang out, as if an invisible dragon were roaring in the air. He crouched to gather strength, his whole body tensing, then shot skyward like a cannon shell, plunging straight into the dense flock of gray sparrows. His blade moved so fast its path was impossible to follow. Blood-red arcs of steel crisscrossed into a web of death, one strike after another falling from the sky. To any onlooker, this battle held no suspense at all. Those Tier 3 mutated gray sparrows that ruled the apocalypse by sheer numbers were like fragile scraps of paper before him, quickly chopped to pieces. Bird corpses, feathers, broken wings whirled through the air, and scalding black blood poured down like heavy rain, turning the entire road into a scene from hell. Sui darted through the air, using the bird corpses as stepping stones, every swing of his blade throwing up a spray of blood. He completely ignored the pressure of the enemy's numbers. In less than 3 minutes, that cloud-like torrent of birds had been wiped out by nearly 90%. The remaining few hundred gray sparrows finally tasted the fear of death. Screeching in panic, they scattered in all directions with every ounce of strength they had left, no longer daring to challenge this merciless butcher. In midair, Sui twisted and flipped, landing steadily, his feet planted in hot blood that splashed across the street. He casually twirled the blade in a graceful flourish, then slid the long knife precisely back into its sheath. The dark cloud dispersed, sunlight pierced the mist once more, illuminating the ground strewn with bird corpses and blood. A crisp system notification suddenly chimed in his mind, and his experience points surged into him like a golden flood. His level rocketed upward like an ignited missile. Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, finally stopping at LV 22. In the upper right corner, his evolution points directly broke past the 10,000 mark, bringing a rush of uncontrollable excitement. He pulled up the system panel without hesitation, his mind fixed on a single goal. As soon as the notification sound faded, he spent 6,000 evolution points without a second thought, upgrading killing intent to God of Slaughter domain. As power poured in, his killing intent became almost tangible, rapidly collapsing inward. In an instant, an invisible pressure spread outward from him as the center, covering a radius of 100 meters. Within this domain, all monsters lower in level than Sui had their combat power drastically reduced, and some were directly cowed to death by the killing intent alone. Sui no longer hesitated and dumped all remaining evolution points into his attributes. Each stat instantly soared to 250 points. From now on, even barehanded, without using any skills, a single punch from him would be enough to smash a heavy armored vehicle to pieces. Whether monster or human, no one could truly imagine this absolute, crushing strength. He exhaled a long breath of hot air, the blood red in his eyes slowly fading as he returned to his usual lazy, harmless look. In the distance, Yuan Bo was sprawled over the truck window, staring wide-eyed. He subconsciously pushed up his battered glasses and pinched his thigh hard. He felt that as long as he followed Sui, not to mention surviving the apocalypse, he could throw a party in the middle of a horde of zombies and no one would dare stop them. His head was full of fantasies of the good days ahead with Sui, and drool crept unconsciously to the corner of his mouth. What are you spacing out for? Clean up the scene, collect the corpses. Sui's quiet command snapped everyone in the vehicle back to their senses in an instant, and they bolted off the truck as if receiving a military order. Zhang San and Li Si took the lead, charging with about 100 others into the blood-soaked ground to collect the bird carcasses. These mutated beasts were, in themselves, excellent survival resources. Everyone knew this was equivalent to suddenly receiving a huge fortune. No matter how hard or exhausting the work, they were more than willing. Half an hour later, the battlefield was completely cleared, and the convoy set off again. With the main road swept clean, the vehicles rumbled south in a mighty column. The closer they got to the southern part of the city, the fewer buildings there were, replaced by large stretches of empty ground that had clearly been cleared out. Before long, a cluster of low, sturdy buildings appeared at the edge of everyone's vision on the horizon. It meant they were getting closer and closer to the new base. For all of them, this was both a crisis and a chance to change their fate. A thick, towering concrete wall, over 10 meters high, stretched out to the limit of sight. The top bristled with heavy machine guns and anti-tank cannons, ready at any moment to unleash suppressive fire on any invading enemy. Several powerful searchlights swept back and forth across the ruins outside like sharp blades, leaving no blind spots. Above the main gate, a huge iron plaque bore a stark inscription: Southern Military Shelter. The moment the convoy approached the security line, every searchlight on the watchtowers swung to lock onto the wild-looking war vehicle, Doomsday Conqueror. Dozens of fully armed soldiers at the gate focused all their attention, the sound of bolts being drawn merging into a single harsh clatter as the dark muzzles of their rifles pointed without hesitation at this suddenly appearing band of uninvited guests. The situation was taut as a drawn bowstring, the air thick with a sense that conflict could erupt at any moment. Inside the vehicle, however, it was another scene entirely. Half reclining on the rear leather seat, Wang Defa was chewing on potato chips in big bites, his expression relaxed, utterly unconcerned by the threat outside. These soldiers sure can yell, but their weapons are kind of outdated. Boss, want me to give them a little fireworks show? He said with a wicked grin, snacking and cracking jokes at the same time. Lin Feng sat in the driver's seat, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth, his fingers resting idly near the trigger of the ghost hacker rifle. He pretended to be a law-abiding citizen, but in truth his finger was ready to fight at any instant. With a mocking glint in his eyes, he lazily swept the sights across the soldiers on the wall and finally settled on the officer holding a loud hylier. "We're not exactly here as model citizens on a friendly visit. Don't kid around. Let's see what they intend to do first." In the passenger seat, Luo Chugzhe calmly stroked her weapon, her golden eyes betraying no hint of emotion. But in the cargo compartment of the truck at the back, Yu Wenbo was nothing like his two composed companions. Clinging to the window, his legs shaking, he kept crossing himself over his chest, his face etched with deep worry and fear. Su Yi wasted no words. He pushed the car door open one-handed, the soles of his shoes still stained with the black blood of monsters, and stepped down in a single stride. Standing fearlessly under the blaze of the searchlights, he looked up at the soldiers bristling with weapons. He did not bow his head, did not explain, and did not put on a show. He simply stood there, quiet, with a plan already formed in his heart. He moved a thought. In an instant, a newly upgraded slaughter god domain erupted skyward, crimson shockwaves bursting out from him as the center, sweeping the field like a raging sea in a storm. A violent wind roared out, whipping up dust and rubble from the ruins. The soldiers atop the high wall, who had been gripping their weapons tight and ready to shout down the intruders, suddenly felt as if they had been plunged into an ice cellar. The pressure bearing down on them was so heavy it seemed to stop their breathing. Their fingers were so stiff they couldn't even pull the trigger, and their very bones creaked as if being crushed. Sirens shrieked over the shelter, red lights flashing like pools of blood. From within came the thunder of hurried, disordered footsteps. Clearly, troops were scrambling to assemble, the situation on the brink of ignition. A middle-aged man with a steely presence forced his way up onto the watchtower. The rank on his shoulder was as awe-inspiring as the stern authority in his face. Lei Dingguo, supreme commander of the southern military region, had clawed his way up to LV 10 through countless bloody campaigns and the full backing of the district's resources. In a world now saturated with despair and death, that made him a force that could not be taken lightly. Yet at this moment, facing that suffocating killing intent sweeping toward him, he felt like a leaf in a violent storm, ready to be shredded at any time. He fought desperately to withstand that indescribable pressure, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, yet still forced himself to stare steadily at the young man below and the war machine that robbed everyone of breath. The next second, a flash of shock and horror passed through his eyes. He recognized this legendary Abyss Bulldozer, a name that was a terrifying legend to almost every soldier and Awakener, a super squad that, on the third day of the apocalypse, had cleared the whole district in a single go, stealing the spotlight across the entire country. Su Yi, the living Yama whom the entire city feared threefold, was actually the man standing before him? A chill shot up Lei Dingguo's spine. His men still dared to point guns at a monster like this? That wasn't just stupidity, it was playing games with the lives of everyone in the entire shelter. Almost on reflex, he snapped his head around and slapped the still-dazed officer on the back of the head. "All of you, put your guns down. Safety off. If you're looking to die, don't drag our entire military district down with you." His voice cleaved through the night, every word carrying the warning of someone who had stood between life and death. In an instant, the soldiers on the wall scrambled to holster their weapons like prisoners suddenly acquitted, heads ducked as they fumbled to flick off their safeties, terrified that even a second's delay would bring ruin upon them. The massive steel gate slowly opened, exposing the brightly lit inner world of the military district to the convoy. Lei Dingguo understood very clearly that today's guest held everyone's fate in his hands. A slightly crooked military cap dropped like a bolt from the top of the wall. Rain and blood were ground under an ignored boot heel. He stood ramrod straight 2 meters in front of Su Yi, his posture so textbook standard it was like he was on a parade review. He was Lei Dingguo, the overall commander of the southern Jiangqing military district. That booming voice of his was now full of respect and tension. "My apologies for the offense, Mr. Su Yi. The soldiers under my command are shallow in experience. If they've been disrespectful, I beg your forgiveness." At the other end of the truck, Yu Wenbo secretly pushed up the half pair of glasses about to slip off his nose, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The mighty district commander, a general who commanded thousands of troops, was acting like an elementary schooler caught by the principal in front of his boss. In one night, he felt he had bet right. He was proud and relieved to have chosen to follow Su Yi. Su Yi withdrew the oppressive aura he had unleashed and merely gave Lei Dingguo a calm glance. The air around them instantly felt much lighter. "Commander Lei, no need for formality. I'm just passing through." His voice was low, yet carried a calm so suffocating it made it hard to breathe. "On the way, I cleaned up some zombies and brought some survivors along." He casually pointed behind him at the 3 heavy trucks packed with people. Lei Dingguo immediately understood and barked an order to the adjutant at his side. Move. Take some men, get the survivors settled. Reserve the best rooms, plenty of food and water, supply whatever they need. Any request, you fulfill it. As soon as he finished, he gave an apologetic smile and made a respectful please gesture. Mr. Su, the wind outside is strong and the blood stench is heavy. Please, come into the command center. Tea is ready. Suyi nodded and stepped through the gate. The armored vehicles rolled into the core area of the shelter under the guidance of the soldiers. 10 minutes later, inside the shelter, in the lounge next to the highest level war room, Wang Defa, Lin Feng, Luo Chugxiu, and Yi Lingzi had all been properly arranged. They sat on genuine leather sofas one could only have imagined before the apocalypse, with the coffee table piled high with canned beef and fresh fruit. Lin Feng had one leg thrown over the other and Wolf whistled roguishly at the female soldier on guard, earning a dramatic eye roll from Luo Chugxia. Wang Defa, on the other hand, calmly opened a can, chomping away in big bites, as satisfied as if he'd picked up the whole world. In the war room next door, the atmosphere had turned abruptly heavy. The soundproof door cut off all the noise outside, leaving only Su Yi and Lei Dingguo in a private conversation. Su Yi had unceremoniously taken the main seat, sinking himself into the high-end swivel chair. Lei Dingguo personally brought over steaming hot tea, set it carefully on the table, then only dared to sit on the edge of a side chair, both hands placed properly on his knees, not relaxing in the slightest. The doubts in Lei Dingguo's heart were growing heavier and heavier. Su Yi, the true overlord of Jiangqing now, could clearly be out there hunting powerful enemies and seizing resources, yet he appeared in his military district in the middle of the night just to deliver a few dozen ordinary people? Impossible. What was he really after? Su Yi never even touched the cup of tea. He simply raised his right hand, twisted his wrist, and a simple, ancient-looking purple token appeared in his palm. Its surface was carved with deep, intricate patterns, shimmering with a strange luster. He casually tossed the token onto the table. The crisp clack sounded like a thunderclap in the silent room. Commander Lei, use your system's detection skill and take a look. Su Yi lounged in the chair, fingers interlaced over his chest, speaking lazily. Lei Dingguo vaguely sensed that something was off, but he didn't dare be careless. He immediately locked his scouting ability onto the token. A string of system text flashed rapidly across his retina. Name, grade, attributes, all question marks? His heart tightened. He was a level 10 awakener. Even when facing level 20 monsters, he could roughly gauge their strength. Yet this small token in front of him was like a black hole, giving him absolutely no information. There was only one possibility: this thing was far beyond the level he could comprehend. Mr. Su, what exactly is it? Lei Dingguo's voice started to tremble. He had never been this nervous before. Su Yi merely glanced at him indifferently, the corner of his mouth lifting in a complicated smile. City building order. As those 3 words fell, they were shrouded by the weight of silence, schemes, and fate. The air in the room seemed to congeal. Lei Dingguo suddenly realized that something big was about to happen. Su Yi, who held the city building order in his hand, was preparing to change the entire power structure of Jiang City. As soon as Su Yi's words landed, the room suddenly became deathly quiet. When Lei Dingguo heard the 4-word safe city zone, he felt as if struck by lightning for an instant, with only one thought echoing in his mind. This small purple token could actually carve out on the map an absolutely safe zone large enough for 10,000 people. No matter how ferocious the monsters were, they would be unable to break in, and it would last for a full year. He shot to his feet, both hands pressing hard on the conference table, his face full of delight and disbelief. He understood what this meant. Right now, the military was exhausted, running around putting out fires every day, constantly besieged by mutant beasts and zombies. Any base could fall at any time. But now, as long as they had this token, they could completely stabilize their position, safely relocate the most important people and resources, and no longer have to sleep in fear or eat in anxiety. More importantly, with such a long safety window, they could calmly restart factories, resume technological research and development, and improve crops. Lei Dingguo even thought further. His mind raced with calculations. 10,000 people were enough to protect the most core scientific research teams, all high-level commanders, and the special forces units. From then on, each day they would be able to accumulate strength for the counterattack, no longer forced to passively endure blows. If, after a year, the Dragon Nation's military was fully prepared, they could make a comeback, sweep away the monsters in one fell swoop, and even reclaim the entire territory. This was their only hope. This was the key to reversal. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lei Dingguo's voice even changed pitch. God Su, how exactly do you intend to trade this thing? He didn't even bother to wipe the sweat from his forehead as he directly made a pledge. No matter how many crystal cores you want, What rare materials, even if you want the entire heavy weapons stockpile of our military district, name your price. Even if we have to sell everything, we won't hesitate. He thought Suyi would make a sky-high demand. He was ready to accept an astronomical price even if it cost him his own life. As long as the Dragon Nation's final lifeline could be preserved, it would be worth it. But to Lei Dingguo's surprise, Suyi did not agree immediately. The atmosphere solidified at once. Suyi was silent for a moment, a complex, desolate look flickering in his expression. He asked, "Commander Lei, do you think the Dragon Nation's choice to hunker down, preserve its strength, and advance step by step, steadily and cautiously, is that wrong?" His voice was low, echoing in the empty conference room. Lei Dingguo's heart clenched. Instinctively, he felt this thinking wasn't very different from his own. Right now, the monsters were evolving faster and faster, and heavy firepower was becoming less effective by the day. If the main forces were swallowed up, then everything would be lost. His insistence on playing it safe was also a helpless choice. But Suyi shook his head, his tone growing colder. If this were just an ordinary biological disaster, that strategy would indeed be flawless. In your position, I'd do the same. But you've never truly realized one thing: this apocalypse, from beginning to end, has never been a simple case of natural mutation. That sentence was like a knife, stabbing viciously into Lei Dingguo's beliefs. Suyi reached out and clasped the purple token in his palm, a chill gleaming in his eyes. This is a death game controlled from a higher dimension. It will never mercifully spare any weakling. The system giving you a death exemption token only means one thing: the far more terrifying great cataclysm is about to arrive. Lei Dingguo felt a chill crawl up his back, cold sweat once again running down his face. Suyi went on to reveal the truth. 10 days. Only 10 days left before the planet's spatial barrier completely shatters. Once abyssal rifts arrive on a large scale, that will be the real cataclysm. A trace of a cruel smile tugged at the corner of Suyi's lips. Our proud factories and armaments aren't even worthy to be cannon fodder before those abyssal legions. It's a dead game we're destined to lose. No matter how humanity struggles, we'll only be wiped out completely. Lei Dingguo's legs suddenly went weak and he collapsed heavily back into his chair. This veteran who had dared to step forward even during the zombie siege was now deathly pale, as if all his courage had been drained away. Despair and a deep powerlessness engulfed him. He knew all too well that in this horrifying world, behind every seemingly generous reward there was always a colossal price buried. Then what do we do now? Lei Dingguo's voice was hoarse, his mind in complete disarray. He raised his head and stared fixedly at the calm young man before him. Suyi was not frightened. He sat back down in the leather chair with composure. The teacup in his hand was still faintly warm. He took a light sip and said slowly, "If we just defend, we can only wait for death. If we want to live, we have to go on the offensive." An uncompromising light flickered in his eyes. "Since they're determined to make us lose, then I'll make them pay a price too. Even if we lose, I'm going to bite off a chunk of their flesh." Suyi leaned forward, his voice low and powerful, echoing in the spacious, empty conference room. He quietly explained his plan, so softly that only Lei Dingguo could hear clearly. The expression on Lei Dingguo's face shifted rapidly from puzzlement, to shock, to utter terror. His pupils shrank and dilated violently, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. This old man who had analyzed countless battles was, for the first time, feeling a shudder from the depths of his soul. Suyi's plan was too insane, too brutal, as if the entire nation, even the whole world, would be turned into a colossal slaughterhouse. No one dared to calculate how many would be sacrificed, but it had to be admitted that in a situation so hopeless there was no chance of survival. This was the only option left: to gamble with their lives. Lei Dingguo forced down a mouthful of saliva, his voice shaking. "God Su, if we really follow through with this plan." Suyi leaned back in his chair, his gaze as deep as the night, as if it pierced the thick walls and saw the distant war. "What, you don't dare?" His tone was icy, even tinged with mockery. "If you don't dare take risks, then just wait for death. In any case, 10 days from now everyone will die in some monster's stomach. Sooner or later, it's the same ending." Bloodshot veins instantly spread through Lei Dingguo's eyes. Like a trapped beast driven to the edge, he suddenly sprang to his feet, fists clenched tight, gritting his teeth. "What's there to be afraid of? I've never feared anyone in a war my whole life. Even if I die, I'll fight to my heart's content and tear into that pack of alien trash until my last breath." Hearing this, a satisfied smile appeared on Suyi's lips. He snapped his fingers. "Good. That's more like it." He put the purple city building order back into his spatial bag. "Commander Lei, this matter is already far beyond the authority of a single commander like you, and far beyond what Jiangchen's forces can handle." Suyi stood up, looking down at Lei Dingguo from above, his tone firm and irresistible. We'll have to mobilize all the resources of the entire country, even affect the balance of the whole world. From here on, it's up to you. I want unconditional trust and cooperation from the highest level. Lei Dingguo drew in a deep breath, his heart surging like a stormy sea. He finally understood that this man before him had long since set his sights beyond a single city or region. He straightened his uniform, brushing off the fear from earlier. All that remained now was unwavering resolve. He gave Su Yi a solemn salute, then turned and strode quickly toward the red encrypted communicator at the far end of the conference room, officially entering the combat phase. Outside, in the lounge, the atmosphere was strangely calm. Wang Defa shoved the last piece of beef into his mouth and let out a satisfied burp. Lin Feng, bored, was polishing his carefully maintained sniper rifle. Luo Chuxue sat with her eyes closed, a faint golden glow emanating from her body as she focused all her attention on getting familiar with the newly awakened power within her. No one knew that just beyond this thin wall, the fate of humanity had already been completely rewritten. A plan that would determine the life and death of the world was quietly taking root and sprouting in this small conference room. Boom! The armored vehicle roared out of the southern military region with a heavy rumble. The air inside the cabin was fresh, the soft leather seats comfortably supporting each person's body, completely isolating them from the stench outside. Yuan Bo gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face full of excitement and nervousness. Being able to serve as the exclusive driver for the strongest team in Jiang City was already the proudest highlight of his life. In the military region, big shots like Lei Dingguo treated Su Yi with utmost respect. That scene alone was enough for Yuan Bo to brag about for a lifetime. Wang Defa sprawled carelessly in the back row, lazily chewing on a piece of beef jerky. On the surface, the team's atmosphere seemed calm, but none of them realized that the life or death countdown of the apocalypse had already been set in motion. The military district meeting had just adjourned, and we sat unhurriedly in the armored vehicle with the special supply cigars we'd conveniently acquired there. Wang Defa had a cigar dangling from his mouth, blew out a smoke ring, patted his big belly, and grumbled with a dissatisfied face. "Boss, these old men in the military district are way too stingy, dragging us over in the middle of the night, and they couldn't even treat us to a proper meal. If it weren't for the fact they seemed genuinely sincere, I'd have really wanted to teach them a lesson on the spot with a machine gun." Lin Feng rolled his eyes dramatically and cut him off without the slightest politeness. "Quit complaining. Before the apocalypse, someone like you didn't even have the right to light a cigar for others. Now you get to sit in an armored vehicle smoking special supply cigars. Don't forget it's all because the boss has your back." He casually checked his gun as he spoke, removing a shell casing and weighing it in his hand. On the other side of the cabin, Yi Lingzi sat in Luo Chuxue's arms, her big eyes wide open, quiet to an unnatural degree. Seeing this, Wang Defa tried to tease her and reached for the bag of potato chips beside her. Yi Lingzi immediately turned around to shield the snacks, making a very serious funny face at him. Everyone burst into laughter at the sight. Luo Chuxue reached out to smooth Yi Lingzi's hair, her expression still cool and composed, yet a rare gentleness flickered in those golden eyes. But she quickly shifted her attention to Su Yi in the front passenger seat. Her voice was clear and direct as she spoke. "During the meeting just now, that military commander's attitude toward you was unusually respectful. You stayed behind alone. What exactly did you talk about with him?" In an instant, all the joking and relaxed atmosphere in the car vanished without a trace. Even Yuan Bo, who was driving, subconsciously eased off the gas. Everyone knew very well Lei Dingguo, that head of the military region, had looked downright terrifying when they left. To force a battle-hardened commander into that state, it definitely couldn't have been just a few polite words. Su Yi leaned back in his seat, legs crossed, lightly tapping his knee with his fingertips, appearing both calm and in full control. "We actually didn't talk about that much, just casually discussed how human civilization should respond in the future when faced with a true extinction-level catastrophe." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Bo's foot tightened on the brake and he almost slammed it, the tires screeching sharply through the night. Everyone in the car lurched forward from the inertia. Wang Defa was so shocked he nearly swallowed his cigar, clutching his chest and coughing violently. "Don't joke around, boss. I just decided to stick with you and enjoy life properly. Why are you suddenly talking about the destruction of human civilization?" Even Lin Feng, usually so laid back, suddenly became uncharacteristically serious, putting away his careless demeanor and tensing up all over. Facing everyone's gaze, a hint of coldness slipped into Su Yi's tone. "Did you really think this damn apocalypse game was nothing more than low-level monster grinding and leveling up?" He raised a single finger. "Games have stages. The first phase was the initial newbie protection period, just a mere 7 days. That span only served to weed out those who couldn't save themselves. Now, that phase is completely over." He raised a second finger, his voice full of conviction. Now we're in the second phase. In this phase, all the surviving monsters enter a state of frenzied enhancement. The living environment grows more and more hostile, and humans have to risk their lives to grow stronger. No one can coast by anymore, everyone has to fight desperately just to survive. The temperature in the carriage seemed to drop in an instant. Yuwenbo gripped the steering wheel nervously, cold sweat breaking out on his back. He finally realized that the monsters already roaming the streets were hard enough to deal with, yet this was still only a transition period. Luo Chuxu's gaze was sharp as she tightened her grip on her holy radiance judgment. Then what happens after that? Suyi smiled faintly, but his eyes suddenly became as deep and cold as midwinter. The third phase, by then, the barrier between the two civilizations will completely disappear. On that day, our world will merge with a beast civilization that dwarfs Blue Star by countless times. There will be abyssal monsters everywhere, at levels in the dozens or even the hundreds, and they'll devour entire planets like locusts. His voice echoed inside the sealed armored vehicle, calm but heavy. The worst part is that we only have 10 days left before that catastrophe fully descends. Everyone fell silent. Only the low rumble of the engine reverberated through the night. Lin Feng opened his mouth, but the sniper, usually the quickest talker of them all, couldn't get a single word out. Wang Defa let his burning hot cigar sear the back of his hand before he snapped out of it, his face etched with collapse. Despair washed over them. Only 10 days. 10 days from now, they would face a monster invasion so terrifying it made their scalps tingle just thinking about it. They had thought that as long as they desperately increased their strength, they could follow Suyi to some safer way of living and secure a future in the apocalypse. Only now did they realize the true trial had just begun. It was only today that Suyi finally understood he had long since been standing at the very eye of the storm. Hanging above him was not something vague, but a sword that could fall at any moment, constantly reminding him that the end could arrive at any time. He turned his head, pretending to close his eyes and nap, but his mind grew only more chaotic. This game of chess, enough to decide the fate of all humankind, he had pushed it toward Lei Dingguo, even intending for him to convince the highest leadership. To Su Yi, this matter was nothing more than a casual move, a spare piece dropped on the board. His life philosophy had always been simple. When you lack the ability, protect yourself first. Once you have power, you should do something to change the world. Right now, humanity was facing an irreversible catastrophe. As long as he still had strength to spare, he would throw out his own plan no matter how mad, it was still well-intentioned. This was the final, and greatest, gift he would leave to the civilization that had raised him. If those at the top dared to fight with their backs to the river, laying all their cards on the table and going all out against the beast civilization, there might still be a sliver of hope for victory. But if they only thought about preserving what they had, clutching those useless chips while dreaming of some grand revival, then they would only be waiting passively for defeat. No matter what the final outcome would be, Suyi felt no psychological burden. He would no longer painstakingly persuade anyone. At this very moment, he was still not strong enough to casually rewrite the rules of the universe. Any naive kindness or misplaced mercy would only get him killed. In the worst case, he would carve a path out with his own squad and stride unwaveringly down the invincible road that belonged to him alone. Only by holding absolute power in his own hands would Suyi truly be qualified to sit at the gambling table where the fate of the world was decided. He muttered under his breath, "To hell with that so-called beast civilization." Inside the carriage, Wang Defa immediately scooted over, trying to ease the tense atmosphere with flattery. "Boss, if those bastards really dare to show up in 10 days, you'll definitely turn them all into barbecue, right? I'll be there to hand you the chili powder." Lin Feng burst out laughing as well, patting the sniper rifle in his hands, its body glimmering with a ghostly blue light. "The fat guy's right. No matter what kind of monster or alien it is, if it dares block our way, we'll blow its head off with one shot and send it home." Sitting in the front row, Yuwenbo struck a devout believer's pose, nodding repeatedly. "Su God, wherever you say we go, we go. Even if you want to charge straight onto an alien planet, I'll drive this war chariot there nice and steady." Their optimism and loyalty infected Luo Chuxu beside them. She smiled faintly, an unyielding light flowing in her golden pupils. As long as this man before her did not fall, no matter how dangerous it became, she would pick up a weapon without hesitation and shatter all fear in every enemy. Suyi opened his eyes and casually pushed away Wang Defa's big face. "Quit sucking up. Yuwenbo, speed up, let's hurry back to the lair." He spoke lightly, but his tone carried a calm, steady certainty. When they returned to the base that night, Suyi gave only one order: "Everyone go rest and sleep." Wang Defa stared blankly, still holding his cigar, not yet reacting. "No way, boss. You made the atmosphere this damn oppressive, my heart's about to stop, and now you're telling me to go back and sleep? How am I supposed to sleep like this?" "Even if you can't sleep, you're going to sleep. Suyi yawned, his eyes sharp as a blade. We've got a huge pile of tough missions waiting for us over the next 10 days. Right now, you'd better stock up your energy. We set out at 7 sharp tomorrow morning. Whoever doesn't rest well and can't get up will run a lap following the war chariot. The engine of the war chariot roared as the team, carrying trust and hope, sped toward the base. At the same time, in the Empire's underground command center, a fierce high-level meeting was underway. In the circular conference room, dozens of Empire executives attended simultaneously via holographic projection. They were scattered across various regions, stars on their shoulders glittering with military authority. Right now, these power elites were engaged in an intense quarrel, their voices so loud it was as if even the holographic signals could hardly bear it. The highest authority, Gu Linyuan, sat silently in the main seat, his temples throbbing faintly from the churning of his thoughts. Lei Dingguo had just finished a secure line communication with the imperial capital, delivering a proposal nearly impossible to believe: abandon all defenses, exhaust strategic reserves, and even involve hundreds of millions of civilians in a gamble with absolutely no chance of winning. The atmosphere in the conference room was blown sky high by this plan. Someone finally lost all patience, slamming the table and roaring, "This is absurd to the extreme. Decades of accumulated weapons, just to set them off as fireworks for the monsters?" Another voice was quaking with fear. "If, 10 days from now, it all turns out to be a false alarm, then we'll really have no way out." Tension stretched taut through the room, everyone as anxious and on edge as trapped beasts. A representative from the southeast coast waved his hands excitedly, his voice trembling. "Our situation is terrifying right now. The great powers around us are all staring like hungry wolves. If we show the slightest weakness, they will not hold back. When that happens, the whole world will treat us as a laughingstock." Another representative immediately chimed in, voice rising. "Those plans of Suyi's sound like the mad ravings of a lunatic. He wants to treat humanity like a bomb that could go off at any time. If anything goes wrong, never mind human civilization, we won't even have ashes left." Voices of opposition rose one after another, each line sounding like a prophecy of the end of mankind. There were also some hardliners who shot back in fury. "Can you come up with a better plan? Suyi's strength and powers of foresight are plain to see. He has no reason to toy with us. Once the monsters break through the defense lines, who will still have the chance to sit here arguing? When the Abyssal Legion presses in, we'll be nothing but livestock waiting to be slaughtered." The clamor of argument was louder than a bustling morning market, and the situation slipped out of control. Gu Linyuan, seated at the head, had his face twisted with anger beneath the holographic projection. He glanced at the crystal-clear holographic image beside him. It was Shinjin Jiao, Grand Chancellor of Great Xia, a man in traditional garb holding a bronze sword in his arms. Like a swordsman from ancient times, he sat quietly with eyes closed, as if he neither heard nor cared about the quarrel around him. Unable to bear it any longer, Gu Linyuan slammed the table. A bolt of ferocious lightning burst from his palm, violet-blue currents leaping through the air like serpents as they crashed into the holographic equipment. The holographic projection flickered, and a powerful pressure flooded the entire room. Everything fell silent. None of the high-ranking officials dared make another sound. Gu Linyuan's gaze was cold and unyielding. He didn't need to say anything more. Phase 1 of the plan is to be executed immediately. His voice left no room for negotiation. Mobilize all strategic bombers in the country and unleash maximum firepower support. Arm all Awaken to the teeth. Even if it costs us every resource we have, we will reclaim our territory and rescue everyone still alive. He paused, his eyes growing heavy and complicated. As for the second phase that Suyi mentioned, that plan is too extreme. It concerns the future of all humanity. We'll put it on hold for now and discuss it after the meeting. For the moment, all of you go carry out your orders." Before his words had fully faded, the holographic projections in the conference room cut off one after another. Everyone seemed suddenly pardoned. They hurried to end their communications and vanished without a trace. No one wanted to keep facing their monarch's fury and that lightning which could bring destruction at any moment. The room grew quiet, leaving only Gu Linyuan and Shinjin Jiao still in the hologram. The steely resolve on Gu Linyuan's face vanished without a trace. He unfastened the mask of leadership and scolded his old friend helplessly. "Old Shin, why are you playing dead? With a plan that huge, you don't have a single opinion to offer." Shinjin Jiao opened his eyes and casually wiped his bronze sword with a cloth, a roguish, devil-may-care smile on his lips. "Old Gu, you're the one who's the monarch. Decisions like this aren't my place. I'm just in charge of killing monsters and fighting battles. Wherever you point, I'll kill. As for the fate of several billion people across the country, that's for you to shoulder." Gu Linyuan was so angry his teeth itched, and he practically wanted to drag this scoundrel out and give him a good kicking. If our kids hadn't refused back then, you and I would have been in-laws already. Now you're leaving me to take the blame alone, while you old fox, keep yourself perfectly untainted. Shin Jinjao shrugged, slinging the sword casually onto his back. Taking the blame is a talent too. It has nothing to do with me. I'm going to practice my sword. If monsters really show up in 10 days, I'll be charging at the very front and cutting them down. The rest of the trouble, you and your son can worry about. As his words fell, his image vanished from the air like a flash of razor-sharp swordlight. Gu Linyuan sat alone in the vast conference room, the exhaustion on him laid utterly bare. The earlier arguments and power struggles seemed to have aged him 10 years in an instant. He sank into his chair, staring up at the brilliant ceiling lights, Suyi's warning and Lei Dingguo's prophecy echoing in his mind again and again. His instincts told him that 10 days from now truly would be the end of the world, and the burden on his shoulders was heavier than on anyone else. The second phase of the plan was simply too extreme, too risky. If the entire country were truly made to gamble on it and it failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might become the sinner forever cursed for leading all of humanity to extinction. The pressure was so crushing it could break a person completely. Gu Linyuan was furiously rubbing his already thinning hair, riddled with anxiety. Just then, soft footsteps sounded outside the door. A young man stepped into the conference room, dressed in a clean white casual outfit and carrying a tray with freshly brewed hot tea. He was as handsome as a model, with gentle, clear eyes, a steady bearing, and graceful movements, a stark contrast to the increasingly oppressive atmosphere around him. Gu Tianyi. In the eyes of the various centers of power, the perfect heir. From childhood, he'd been gifted and brilliant, encyclopedically knowledgeable, widely regarded as the future pillar of the nation. But ever since the catastrophe struck, this eldest son who had once carried so many hopes had left Gu Linyuan sleepless at night. He hadn't awakened any ability that could fight monsters, and he wasn't even willing to kill the weakest of them. Even when the guards threw a dying monster down in front of him and forced a knife into his hand, he still didn't move at all. After all these days, his ability panel still bore that striking level 0. While everyone else was scrambling madly for chances to level up, he seemed trapped in place. Gu Linyuan watched his son slowly walk over, deep regret flickering in his eyes. A genius who could have saved the nation had been utterly crushed by this cruel new world. Father, have some hot tea to moisten your throat. You've worked too hard for the country, don't overtax your body. Gu Tianyi set the cup by his father's hand, his tone calm and gentle, without a trace of the anxiety and panic typical of a time of catastrophe. Gu Linyuan shook his head and irritably pushed the teacup aside. His heart was in turmoil. Tianyi, you must have heard the content of the meeting at the door just now. Tell me, what am I supposed to choose? The life and death of hundreds of millions now all rest on one sentence from that madman Suyi. And you refuse to do anything. He had originally thought the son of his would never offer any valuable advice. But to his surprise, Gu Tianyi sat down opposite him, a rare hint of confidence at the corner of his mouth. Father, there's actually no need to hesitate about this matter at all. His voice wasn't loud, but it was unusually firm. Xia must accept Suyi's proposal. We have to spare no effort, fully cooperate, and hold nothing back. That instant certainty left Gu Linyuan utterly stunned. He stared into his son's eyes, brows tightly knit, waiting for an explanation. Gu Tianyi did not stall. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, a glint of sharpness in his gaze. Father, including you and Chief Aidxian, all the people at the top have fallen into a trap of perspective. You're still using the standards of the old world to evaluate Su Yi's proposal. You're calculating manpower losses, tallying material consumption, yet ignoring just how powerful the person who proposed this plan actually is. Gu Tingyi's speech suddenly sped up, and there was a light in his eyes that could not be ignored. Lei Dingguo's report made it very clear. Su Yi took just a few people and single-handedly swept the entire server's top achievement, and even the heavy firepower of the Southern Military District couldn't threaten him. Can you even imagine it? What kind of existence is someone who can treat a server-wide get-out-of-death-free token like garbage and toss it away at will? Could a person of that level possibly make up some lie just to trick everyone? He's not some bored lunatic at all. Gu Linyuan sucked in a sharp breath, his heartbeat quickening, but Gu Tingyi pressed on. More importantly, you're an S-rank talent, and Chief Aidxian is also S-rank in the Far East. With the full resources of the state behind you, grinding levels with everything you've got, you've only just reached level 15. But Su Yi, he leads a small team and can trample every leaderboard. Not only that, he can even create a killing intent domain that made even Lei Dingguo feel a bit of despair. He fixed his eyes on his father, enunciating each word. Father, you've always believed Xia has heritage, has hidden talents. But have you ever thought back to that world-first clear announcement on the very first day the game descended? The truth behind the world's only SSS rank talent, what is it really? You've always assumed it was some mysterious recluse. In reality, it's 100% Su Yi himself. Gu Tingyi suddenly stood up, body leaning forward, almost impatient in his desire for his father to understand. This line of analysis went off like a bomb in Gu Linyuan's mind. If Su Yi truly was the world's only hidden SSS rank powerhouse, then his view of the world and the essence of the apocalypse far surpassed that of ordinary people like them, who sharpened their wits only to chase immediate benefit. Perhaps trusting him was the only way out. Gu Linyuan looked at his eldest son, whose presence now filled the room, his own hands trembling uncontrollably as his heart hammered faster and faster in his chest. His heart pounded like war drums. The scene before him left him completely shaken. He had never felt anything like this before. He had always thought his son, Gu Tingyi, lacked the courage to kill monsters and was a complete good-for-nothing, but only now did he finally wake up as if from a dream. His son had never abandoned himself. In this turbulent, supremely dangerous world, he was more clear-headed than anyone. Gu Tingyi had liked studying military strategy since childhood, calm and far-sighted. In this apocalyptic era with no way out, when people were collapsing in despair, he had always maintained his reason and powers of observation. He wasn't running away. He was waiting for a chance to change their fate. Gu Linyuan suddenly realized that the son before him was more unfathomable than ever before, and even more worthy of trust. He sprang up from his chair, eyes reddening with excitement, and grabbed Gu Tingyi's shoulders, involuntarily giving him a hard shake or two. Gu Linyuan couldn't help bursting into loud laughter. The gloom weighing on his heart was swept away, replaced by a long-lost surge of excitement and heroic spirit. Good boy. Gu Linyuan's voice choked. I was almost blinded by illusions, almost messed up something big. He threw his head back in wild laughter, hope and unyielding will rekindling in his eyes. Since this is a grand game even the true gods have personally joined, then we Daxia people, even if we have to stake our lives, must gamble once. Maybe we really can fight out a sliver of hope for our descendants. His gaze turned firm and razor-sharp as it locked onto the red communicator in the room. He knew very well that no matter the price, he absolutely could not let those alien enemies who had yet to arrive look down on the blood and resolve of the Daxia people. Night was deep. In the temporary stronghold in Jiang City, the armored vehicle slowly rolled to a stop in the open space. As soon as the door opened, Wang Defa and Lin Feng shot out like two rabbits being chased. Boss, I'm going to sleep first. Wang Defa shouted hoarsely down the corridor, his voice echoing clearly through the night. We still have to save the world tomorrow. Lin Feng was the complete opposite. He didn't say a word, hugging his sniper rifle as he slipped straight into his room. In a few seconds, the spacious living room was suddenly empty, leaving only Su Yi standing there, rubbing his brow helplessly. These guys fought more desperately than anyone in battle, yet the moment they heard there would be extra training, they ran faster than anyone. Su Yi shook his head and stepped into his own room, the largest and most comfortable one here. He had thought he could finally get a good rest, but as soon as he pushed the door open, a scent mixing snow lotus and sweet milk spread through the air. He stopped in his tracks at once and, by reflex, locked the door behind him. On the bed, Luo Chugzhu and Yi Lingzi were each sitting cross-legged. Luo Chugzhu was wearing pure white silk loungewear, her waist slender, long golden hair falling over her collarbones, her whole figure stunningly beautiful in the lamplight. She was trying to appear serious and composed, but the bright red tips of her ears betrayed her nervousness. Yi Lingzi, on the other hand, was in a fluffy bear onesie, curled up like a frightened hamster, clutching a pillow tightly in her arms. She watched Su Yi nervously, as though afraid some secret of hers would be discovered. Su Yi leaned against the door with his arms folded, eyeing the two of them with a teasing smile at the corner of his lips. So, you're not sleeping in the middle of the night and specially came to my room planning to team up and launch a sneak attack on me. His gaze openly swept over the two of them. At the word sneak attack, Yi Lingzi was so startled she buried half her face in the pillow, leaving only her eyes peeking out to secretly observe him. Luo Chugzhu, however, took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and lifted her head, pretending to be completely unafraid. Su Yi, stop being so slick. We're here tonight to question you. Luo Chugzhu said solemnly. Question me. Su Yi couldn't help laughing as he slowly walked to the bedside, looking down at the normally dignified Valkyrie before him. I've been feeding you well, letting you drink well, and even taking you to level up and farm monsters, and now you're here to question me. Doesn't that count as biting the hand that feeds you? His voice carried a hint of jest, but also a trace of helplessness. Luo Chugzhu bit her lip and suddenly reached out to grab the hem of Su Yi's shirt. What you said in the car during the day scared Lingzi half to death. She lowered her head, her voice soft. You were saying humans are going to be wiped out, that the whole earth will turn into hell. As she spoke, her confidence weakened, and a trace of concern and sorrow surfaced in her eyes. You always carry everything on your own. You're clearly a living, breathing person, yet you force yourself to become some emotionless machine, looking like a cold, ruthless tyrant. Suyi froze, looking into Luo Chugsyu's clear eyes, and the defenses in his heart loosened a great deal. The murderous hostility honed by endless slaughter dissolved by more than half in that moment. Yi Lingzi followed right after, nodding rapidly in agreement. She loosened her hold on the pillow a little, then cautiously inched closer and grabbed the hem of Suyi's clothes on his other side. Brother Su, you're too tired. I know I can't really help, but I really want you to be a little happier. Her voice was soft, filled with genuine dependence and heartache. Suyi felt an inexplicable warmth wash through his chest. In his past life in the apocalypse, he had long grown used to everyone only caring about themselves and the cruel, icy rules of survival. But now, the concern of the two girls in front of him made him, for once, open up his heart a little. So, you two snuck over in the middle of the night just to give me psychological counseling. Suyi simply sat down on the edge of the bed, half joking as he looked at them. Then how exactly are you planning to do it, to make me feel better? Luo Chugsyu's face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple, but she didn't back down. She even shifted a little closer to Suyi, her knee almost touching his, then raised both hands and gently pressed them against his temples. Close your eyes. No talking aloud. Her voice actually carried a hint of rare coquettishness and domineering tone. Her cool fingertips carried a faint warmth as they moved around his temples. The clean snow lotus fragrance from her body enveloped Suyi in an instant, making him unconsciously take a deep breath. Seeing this, Yi Lingzi obediently crawled over as well. Imitating Luo Chugsyu clumsily, her small hands began to lightly pound on Suyi's legs. Brother Su, is this okay? Yi Lingzi tilted her face up, her big eyes full of expectation. Suyi closed his eyes and said, it's barely acceptable. Not bad. He was so comfortable he couldn't help letting out a quiet sigh. The atmosphere in the room instantly became quiet and gentle. That suffocating pressure, like the whole world was about to collapse, seemed to have been shut outside the door. The warm yellow light softly wrapped around the three of them. Time slipped by unknowingly. Luo Chugsyu had only been pressing for a short while before her fingertips already began to ache. She was just about to stop when her wrist was suddenly caught by a strong hand. The next second, Suyi's eyes snapped open and his arm gave a tug. Before Luo Chugsyu could react, she was pulled down, her whole body falling onto Suyi's chest. Her golden hair spread out in his arms like water. Before Yi Lingzi had time to register what was happening, Suyi's other hand wrapped firmly around her waist and drew her into his embrace as well. Suyi leaned back, falling onto the bed, and the two girls were securely encircled in his arms. What are you doing? Luo Chugsyu was stunned, her hands braced against Suyi's chest, her entire face burning. She could clearly feel the strength of Suyi's heartbeat, each thump seeming to pound against her own heart. Yi Lingzi was even more aggrieved and shy, burying her face into Suyi's neck, not daring to move at all. Suyi's hands naturally encircled their waists, his chin lightly touching the crown of Luo Chugsyu's head, brushing gently against her soft hair. Didn't you say you were here to comfort me? Since the counseling session is over, it's my turn to collect a little interest, he said in a low voice. Luo Chugsyu's body tingled, the usually invincible Valkyrie now melted in Suyi's arms, even her breathing becoming cautious. Angry yet helpless, she lifted her head, only to meet a pair of deep, dark eyes. Suyi, you bastard. She bit her lip, but in the end still softened, simply pressing her face against Suyi's chest and wrapping her arms around his waist. Seeing this, Yi Lingzi carefully lifted her head to sneak a glance at Suyi, then, satisfied, nuzzled even closer into his arms. Brother Su's heartbeat, it's so steady. Yi Lingzi murmured vaguely. The room quieted down. No extra words, no lines were crossed. In this apocalypse, safety and warmth, even a night of steady breathing, had all become luxuries. Being able to hold close the ones who mattered most, this moment was already precious beyond measure. Suyi felt the warmth of the two girls in his arms and breathed in the different scents of their hair, his heart unusually calm. He had been prepared to do whatever it took to survive, yet now he only patted Luo Chugsyu's back gently. Sleep, Suyi said softly. No matter what we have to face in 10 days, I'll carry it for you. Luo Chugsyu closed her eyes, a relaxed smile lifting the corners of her lips. The faint sense of competition between her and Yi Lingzi vanished in this moment. They both understood that this man could not be monopolized. All they could do was stand side by side as his firmest support, accompanying him as he hacked apart the darkness of the apocalypse. The night wind beat against the windows, and the breathing of the three gradually became steady. Before the countdown truly began, they finally slept a peaceful sleep. The next morning, just as the sun rose, warm light streamed into the spacious bedroom of their temporary base. Suyi woke up feeling light all over. He stretched, his bones cracking pleasantly. This was the first time he had slept so soundly since the disaster began. Luo Chugzhu was still sleeping peacefully, a faint smile on her face. Her blonde hair spilled across the pillow, and her long leg was unceremoniously draped over Su Yi's waist. Yi Lingzi, meanwhile, clung to his arm like a little koala afraid of being alone, pinching the corner of his shirt, mumbling something indistinct in her sleep. A trace of a smile appeared at Su Yi's lips. He carefully moved Luo Chugzhu's leg aside and slowly climbed out of bed. He knew that starting today, everything would change. The rules of the apocalypse were cruel. There wouldn't be much peaceful time left for them. Soon, the horn of expedition would sound. He would lead this small team to challenge the real threats sweeping across the entire city. They had to grow, had to become stronger, because the world would not wait for them to be ready. Su Yi clenched his fists, his gaze firm. No matter what lay ahead, he would never back down. Today would be their first true test. He gently shifted her leg away, then slipped the corner of his clothes from Yi Lingzi's hand, his movements gentle yet decisive. He got dressed without a hint of hesitation. Even if the world were to end in 10 days, the peace in this room at this moment was enough to solidify his resolve. Whoever dared to make trouble, even if they were alien monsters, he would see their ashes scattered to the winds. He pushed open the bedroom door and walked into the spacious living room. Inside, a breakfast defense battle was underway. Wang Defa glared furiously at Lin Feng across from him, his face full of grief and indignation. He roared, "Lin Feng, I clearly set my eyes on that Yu Xiao first. Don't go too far." Lin Feng looked utterly disdainful, his slender fingers spinning a table knife deftly. His plate was already piled high with all kinds of breakfast. He shot back coolly, "If you keep eating like this, you're going to turn into a wild boar. This is called reasonable resource allocation." Wang Defa almost exploded. "Bullshit, that's obviously something boss set aside for me." Off to the side, Yu Wenbo watched the two of them bicker with helpless resignation, holding a bowl of soy milk, his expression like he was questioning his life choices. Su Yi sat down and casually took a meat bun from in front of Wang Defa, taking a bite. The room fell silent at once. Wang Defa immediately put on a boot-licking smile and picked up the hot soy milk, his chubby face squeezed into flattery as he held it out to Su Yi. "Boss, morning. Sleep well last night? Want me to go heat up breakfast for the sisters-in-law?" Su Yi merely gave him a glance, took the soy milk and drank a sip. After swallowing the bun, he spoke. "Cut it out and sit down. We've got serious business to discuss." Lin Feng instantly dropped his irreverent attitude and sat up straight. Yu Wenbo put down his bowl, and even Wang Defa, for once, swallowed what was in his mouth. A hint of gravity appeared in Su Yi's eyes. "There are only 10 days left on the countdown. You all know that." He looked at the three of them. "The scattered monsters left in the city now aren't nearly enough. If we want to power up massively in 10 days, we have to head to the largest nest with the highest monster density and the greatest danger. In other words, we're going to stir up a hornet's nest." A spark of excitement flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as his hand casually brushed his sniper rifle. "Boss, where's the target? Give me the coordinates, I guarantee not a single one of them will walk away alive." Wang Defa swallowed, shrinking his neck. "Boss, how high is this density, exactly? Don't tell me it's really some place packed full of zombies? I don't have enough meat on my bones to feed that many monsters." Yu Wenbo analyzed calmly. "The city's huge, there's thick fog outside, and communications are cut. How are we supposed to find a place like that?" Just then, light footsteps approached and the bedroom door was pushed open. "Sugij, a monster nest hunting mission like this, leave it to me." Yi Lingzi came out rubbing her still sleepy eyes, wearing an adorable bear print pajama set. Right behind her was Luo Chugzhu, clad in a skin-tight silver-white battlesuit, looking valiant and heroic. Only the way she looked at Su Yi held a touch more gentleness than before. Su Yi raised an eyebrow with interest, watching Yi Lingzi naturally lean against his side. Yi Lingzi bit her lip and nodded hard, her small face full of seriousness. "Don't underestimate my ability." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes. A strange ripple of power began to spread through the air. A few seconds later, when she opened her eyes again, her black pupils had completely turned silver. Within them, countless golden symbols seemed to flow and glimmer, reflecting a miniature map of the world. In that instant, the atmosphere changed sharply. She was displaying her S-rank talent, Eye of Fate. Wang Defa stared, almost sliding out of his chair. He even panicked a little, afraid his secret of sneaking chips would be seen through. Lin Feng, on the other hand, looked in astonishment at the little girl who usually only knew how to act cute. In just a few seconds, Yi Lingzi's eyes returned to normal, but her face had gone slightly pale and her breathing was a bit labored. Su Yi immediately pulled her into his arms with practiced ease and handed her a glass of warm water. Yi Lingzi took a sip, then pointed excitedly toward the west side of Jiang City. In the western suburbs, there's a huge area. In my vision, the death aura over there is incredibly dense, the energy fluctuations are extremely strong. It feels like there are terrifyingly dangerous monsters gestating inside. Suyi quickly picked up on the key detail. Western suburbs of Jiang City, death aura soaring to the sky. In his previous life, the infamous forbidden zone of death, the burial ground, lay in that direction. That place was the lair of high-tier skeletons and corpse generals. He nodded, approval in his eyes. Well done, little Lingzi. You've made a great contribution this time. He gently ruffled her hair into a messy bundle, his mind already made up. In the next 10 days, they would have to be even more united. Only then could they withstand the disaster that was about to descend. Everyone understood that this was a gamble between life and death, leaving no room for the slightest carelessness. Suyi's gaze turned calm and resolute as he swept his eyes over the companions seated along the far side of the long table and directly announced their objective. Next, we head straight to the western suburbs of Jiang City, the burial ground. The air instantly tightened. Everyone knew exactly what that place represented. Suyi's next words made the atmosphere grow even more tense. For this operation, no one should expect an easy ride. This will be a tough battle. Every minute could be full of danger. Lin Feng, Luo Chugxiu, Yi Lingzi, you're coming with me. The room suddenly fell silent. Wang Defa and Yu Wenbo were momentarily stunned into inaction. Wang Defa in particular had thought he'd finally be able to avoid those haunted zones that could shatter your mind if you slipped up, and he'd even been secretly rejoicing. But when he came back to his senses, he realized that in Suyi's arrangement, he and Yu Wenbo were actually being left behind. Wang Defa exploded on the spot, jumping up with a look of utter disbelief, his voice full of grievance and forced humor. Boss, you're not seriously leaving me here, are you? Sure, I can't fight as well as Lin Feng, but I can pour tea, run errands, give you shoulder rubs and back massages. And you're just gonna dump me like this? If a monster breaks in, my 100+ gene of meat isn't even enough to get stuck in its teeth. Yu Wenbo couldn't help chiming in. He was usually the calm one, but this time he was just as puzzled. Suyi, do you want me to drive and be your mobile backup? Suyi shot Wang Defa a glare, clearly annoyed. Shut up and stop putting on a show. I left you here, but not so you could sit back and enjoy yourself. You've got a more important job to do here. The moment Wang Defa heard that, he straightened up, suddenly energized, and sidled closer ingratiatingly. Boss, so what am I staying behind for? To command the army. Suyi placed his hand on the table, his expression serious. We still have some strength right now, but the world has already changed. If we want to survive, we can't rely on just a few people fighting on their own. We need a solid base of operations. This stronghold is our core. He fixed his gaze on Wang Defa. For this period, you have full responsibility for the stronghold. Supply management, reinforcing the defenses, you figure all of that out yourself. If anyone dares to force their way in, open fire. Don't hesitate. Before Wang Defa could start feeling proud, Suyi's eyes turned to Yu Wenbo. You're meticulous and good at keeping things steady, so you're staying to guard this place with Wang Defa. And there's one more major task. Suyi raised 2 fingers, his tone grave. No matter how chaotic this world gets, we have to recruit people before anyone else does. First, find experts who can grow things in the ruins and feed a group of people. Anyone who can handle agriculture, take them all in. 10 days from now the world will be even more brutal, and food will become the most critical resource. Second, find top-tier experts who can repair machinery and modify electronic equipment. Our stronghold, our war vehicles, and our network defense will all depend on these people in the future. Whether these experts are willing or not, do whatever it takes to bring them back. His voice was resolute, full of command. Is that clear? Wang Defa immediately puffed out his chest, like a kid dreaming of promotion and fortune, and shouted his guarantee, Boss, don't worry. Mission will be accomplished. If anyone dares say no, I'll sit on them till they pass out. Yu Wenbo, more solemn and earnest, nodded. Understood. I'll see every arrangement carried out. Once everything was arranged, Suyi stood up, his gaze sweeping over Luo Chugxiu, Lin Feng, and Yi Lingzi. His expression was firm, and each of them felt a pressure and sense of mission rising in their hearts. He gave a low order. Expedition squad, move out. 10 minutes later, the heavy gate of the temporary stronghold slowly opened. A deafening roar of the engine split the air as the war vehicle started up, the exhaust pipe spraying out waves of scorching air. Suyi sat in the driver's seat, one hand on the steering wheel, his eyes looking through the windshield as if they could pierce the night and see the brutal battlefield ahead. He turned back and called out to Wang Defa, watch this place. When we get back, if I find so much as one brick missing, you'll pay it back with your own flesh. One Defa stood at the entrance, hands on his hips, shouting back with a smug grin, "Boss, just charge ahead. With me holding the rear, anyone who dares act wild will learn not to mess with us so easily." The vehicle sped off, leaving the two guardians of the stronghold staring at each other for a moment. They both knew the real test was only just beginning. Everyone understood in their hearts that in this new world, staying alive was anything but an empty phrase.